Hello everybody! It is once again time for Fate Friday. It is the finale of Unlimited Blade Works. And I, for one, can't wait to get into it. No preamble, no bullshit. Although, actually a little bit of preamble. Tomorrow, which if you're watching this live is Saturday the 22nd, I will be appearing for a period of time on the 24-hour charity live stream for Extra Life, done by the guys over at Save Data Team. So if you are interested in that, you should check it out. It's for a good cause, so it'll be a lot of fun. But that being said, I'm just adjusting my chair real quick. All right. Yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say beforehand. So let's just go ahead and get into it. He easily tracks his target down. Lancer may seem as if he specializes in combat, but he is actually quite skilled at magecraft. I just remembered that we were in an interlude, haha, not Shiro voice. Okay. He learned to master more than just Gaebolg in the arcane fortress called the Land of Shadows. He's a hero because he learned the 18 primordial runes. Of course, he rarely flaunts his magical skills because he prefers to fight with a spear rather than magecraft. Today is one of those rare occasions. Got them. He dropped something which had been running on the ground. A rock inscribed with the Burkano rune returns to being a mundane pebble, its task complete. Who the hell are you? A boy he hasn't seen before stands up in a panic. The shrill voice sounds familiar. Lancer retracts that thought and realizes who this is. Aren't you Rider's master? Huh. I thought you kicked the bucket a while ago. He breaks off. Rin Tosaka is behind the boy. She's tied to a chair. That's fine. She's being held captive, so that makes sense. But several details stand out. First, her chair is tipped over. Since Rin Tosaka is tied to the chair, she's on the ground too. There's sand in her long black hair and something red around her mouth. She probably cut her lip. It's slight, but one can make out bruising around her lips. Are you Lancer? Who sent you here? This wasn't the deal! Yeah! A casual fist plants itself into Shinji Mato's cheek. Lancer's trivial backhand sends the boy crashing into a wall. Oh, sorry about that, kid. My hand moved before my mouth did. He looks unconscious, but not dead. Granted, if Rin Tosaka's face had been a little paler and her clothes more disheveled, it wouldn't have ended with just a knockout. He would have paid a heavy price. To be clear, Lancer doesn't care about the treatment of prisoners, but he doesn't like it when somebody else steals his prey. Of course, enemies he kills and women he's fond of both count as his prey. Lancer? Rin Tosaka wonders aloud from her bound position. Her voice sounds sleepy, as if she was unconscious. Hey, it's morning, sleepyhead. Lancer approaches her with an out-of-place greeting. Huh? Wait, this is the Einsburns castle. I know, just stay still. I'm gonna cut your bindings. You can do as you please after that. It's up to you whether you want to go stop those idiots brawling in the hall or leave out the back door. His crimson spear materializes in a whirl of air. Oh, thanks. Lancer, behind you! Rin's warning makes him turn. What? Someone even he didn't expect stands there. Oh, boy. I have a feeling. In the corner of the room, with firm footsteps, a man walks past where Shinji Mato pancaked into the wall. Oh, that is not what I was expecting!
That's enough, Lancer. I told you to cooperate with them, but not to involve yourself this deeply.
Kire Kotomine, who they thought Castor killed.
Kire!
Oh, Kire! Yet Rin yelps in surprise. Lancer glares suspiciously at the priest.
Boy, when did you convert to a new religion? I thought my master didn't believe in coming to the front lines. I have no faith to convert from. You're the one who disobeyed orders, Lancer. I thought I ordered you to eliminate Archer. Did you fail? He'll kill himself whether I lift a finger or not. I came here to wrap up some unfinished business. I was gonna ask why you're here, but I assume you put that kid up to this. I don't appreciate such insinuations. We're collaborators, mutual allies working together to obtain the Holy Grail.
Shinji Mato groans underneath the rubble. The priest doesn't even spare him a glance.
Okay. I figured you wouldn't die that easily. Not only are you as persistent as a cockroach, you've been pulling strings behind the scenes. Talk about awful. Oh, wait.
That's probably not Lancer yet. I figured you wouldn't die that easily. Not only are you as persistent as a cockroach, you've been pulling strings behind the scenes. Talk about awful taste. Why are you manipulating someone as harmless as Shinji?
He's harmless to you, is he? How very like you to say that, Ren. I would have no criticisms of you at all if you were only a slightly less capable apprentice.
The priest chuckles. His expression is that of a priest blessing someone on their deathbed. A chill runs down Rin's back. She realizes what her fate is. The priest looks down at his apprentice of 10 years with a saintly smile.
Hold on, Kotomine. What are you gonna do with the woman? Did you lie when you said you wanted to help your student?
Lancer stands between his master and the girl, glaring.
Of course not. She's an important pawn whom I've worked hard to nurture. I can hardly retire her now after deceiving her for the last decade. That's why I assigned you to protect her. It's only extended her life by 2 days, but wouldn't you say that's more than enough parental affection?
The priest walks past Lancer to look at the girl sprawled on the floor. Rin glares up at her former mentor. You phony priest. I knew you were capable of anything, but you've actually been a master this whole time. Breaking the rules doesn't even begin to describe a referee playing the game himself.
And yet you were taking this very calmly, Ren. You must have figured it out.
Of course I did. The reason I never showed you my servant was because I suspected you. But I didn't think you tricked me from the very start.
The very start?
The priest frowns. It seems that he wasn't expecting her to say that. What? You got a problem with that, kiddo?
No. I'm just wondering when exactly you mean by the beginning.
His lips twist into a sneer. The priest gazes down with a look of true elation. Wait, kiddo, you...
Do you mean from the beginning of this Holy Grail War? Or are you speaking of the previous war?
Then everything falls into place. Rin's face goes pale, and she stares up at the man who mentored her for 10 years with an incredulous look. So you killed him?
Naturally. He was my master whom I owed a great deal. I spared no effort in betraying him.
There's a grinding noise. The girl is staring at the ground, gritting her teeth in anguish. Fuck off and die, you damn priest! Even hell is too good for you! I hope everyone else beats the shit out of you forever in limbo! A piece of shit like you deserves to get turned into a pincushion just outside heaven, where you definitely don't belong! In a rage, she hurls abuse after abuse at him. Of course, the priest is unbothered by such trifles. Someone else is taken aback by the girl's sudden fit, however. Shinji has never imagined that Rin could bear such emotion, even in his dreams.
Kotomine, I said I'd take Tosaka, remember? I'm the only one who still has business with her. You just need to wait at the church for me to wrap things up. No, I still need her too. I'll have her become the Holy Grail.
Shinji doesn't understand what the priest is saying. Only the priest and the girl he intends to sacrifice do.
This would be an opportune time to eliminate Archer and Saber. If they offer any unnecessary resistance, it will affect her freshness. We should settle this quickly.
The priest steps away from the girl. Only Lancer is in front of Rin now, armed with a spear.
Kotomine, you little... Dispose of this garbage, Lancer. The vessel does not need a heart.
Only Shinji reacts to those words. Rin just glares at the priest, gnashing her teeth. The priest's smile already told her that she is going to die here. She knows that no help is coming, and that no one would hear her even if she begged for help. So she absolutely refuses to snivel. It's the only form of resistance she can offer, and it represents her defiance. She won't give up until the very end. Help might still come at the last possible second, or a miracle might even occur, like something that destroys the entire room, leaving only her intact. I know it's impossible, though. She won't give up, but she knows what is and isn't possible. That's why she isn't very scared. There's just one thing she's worried about. It's awkward to imagine what face he'll make when he comes to save her after she's dead. She doesn't want to make him cry. It pisses her off thinking that she'll make him cry, and she doesn't even know how to apologize for it. Of course, she can't apologize if she's dead, but she still doesn't want him to cry. Sorry, Emiya. Guess I'm tapping out first. You didn't miss much, Evie. Kide showed up. He's alive. And yeah, it was revealed that he killed Rin's dad, and she's mega pissed off about it, but she's still tied up, so there's not much she can do. Also, he's like, I'm gonna turn her into the vessel for the Holy Grail now that Ilya is gone. So that's where we're at. So she apologizes now while she still can. It doesn't matter, but it at least makes her feel more at ease.
What's wrong, Lancer? Your opponent's a young girl. It should be easy enough to stab her.
The priest has no mercy. However...
Forget it. I'm not playing along this time. If you want me to do that, use a command spell.
Lancer answers Rin's enemy with defiance.
What?
The priest narrows his eyes. Master and servant glare daggers at each other, and the temperature in the room seems to drop.
I see. You leave me no choice. I hate to waste a command spell on a task I can do myself, but...
The priest lifts his left arm. He activates the command spells inscribed on it.
Then I order you to kill yourself, Lancer.
What? You piece of shit! Lancer coughs blood, but the red droplets that dribble from his mouth pale in comparison to the torrent of blood gushing from his chest.
Damn you, Kotomine!
His murmur can't even be heard. Lancer has stabbed himself through the chest with his own spear, completely destroying his heart.
Goodbye. Your role in this is over.
The azure-armored spearman collapses to the floor. Pooling scarlet seeps into the floor. Lancer shows no signs of getting up. He's fallen by his own spear on his master's orders. The priest moves. He approaches Rin with easygoing steps and takes a knee next to her. He reaches out with a hand to the bound girl's chest as if to pluck her heart out.
Hey, that wasn't the deal, Kotomine. You said I could have Tosaka!
The priest glances at Shinji without answering.
You can't kill Tosaka! I still owe her a lot! I need her alive!
Shinji whines, his back to Lancer's corpse. But his protests die off. The boy cowers away from the priest's severe gaze. Philip with the 3. Lancer really is the Kenny of the Fate franchise. Damn. Yeah, kinda. The priest looks down at the girl.
Any last words? I'll hear them out.
A simple concession. You know what I'm thinking already. Rin answers him in her usual tone.
I suppose I do. You won't give up until the end, Rin. At the same time, your ability to instantly accept hard truths is one of your greatest strengths. Very good. That contradiction's quite delectable.
He doesn't hesitate. The priest roughly shoves his hand into the girl's chest, over where her heart would be. She closes her eyes. There's a stabbing sound. A heart's pierced and blood spills out. The stone room becomes a tomb for yet another dead body. Rin is the one who gasps. The floor is drenched in blood. The dripping comes from somewhere high up. From the floor, Rin looks up to see that it's coming from the priest's chest. Oh shit! Blood rises from his esophagus. The hole in his chest is obviously a fatal wound. And the thing that stabbed him from behind is none other than a cursed spear, known especially— Yes! Known especially for piercing. The priest feels no emotion. He simply looks at Lancer behind him, blood running from his mouth.
Lancer, you... Too bad for you, Kotomine. I wouldn't be a hero if this much was enough to kill me.
Lancer's sardonic tone clearly sounds like a bluff. There isn't a hint of vitality in it. Without a heart, his body's already starting to fade. He pulls his spear out of Kotomine, who collapses lifelessly to the ground. Trained in the arcane and blessed by the divine he might have been, but he was still only human. There was no surviving a thrust to the heart from Lancer's cursed spear.
So that's how this ends, you fool.
Lancer leans his crumbling body against a wall, but it buys him little time. After collapsing once, he is bound to disappear for good. He's lost his heart and his master. The only reason his body's somehow still holding together is because of his legendary tenacity.
Nice, yeah, you dumbasses! Go ahead and kill each other! Shinji?
Shinji's cackling brings Rin back to her senses after watching the priest die.
What was that all about, taking the Holy Grail? You were fucking useless until the very end, father.
Shinji kicks the priest's body. It doesn't move at all. Pleased with himself, the boy kicks the priest's face as hard as he can, making a dry, crunching noise. The sound and sensation delight Shinji more than he expected.
Don't complain now. I won't hold what you said earlier against you, since it'd be pretty lame to talk shit about a dead man.
Shinji snickers. Having lost all reservations, he closes in on Rin eagerly.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Tosuka. Everyone keeps getting in the way, but we're finally alone now. There's still 3 more servants. I'm sure it'll all be over by the time you're tired of crying.
Shinji scrambles forward on all fours like a lizard, looming over Rin.
But I'm glad you're still here. I'm not finished with you yet. You're such a pain, Tosuka. If you go dying on me, won't that be really unfair to me for being this patient? Come on, make some puppy eyes at me. I might help you out depending on your attitude. Besides, the Holy Grail's as good as mine. I'll share it with you if you become mine.
Unbelievable. You really are a moron. Tied up and on the ground, Rin scoffs like she's talking to a child.
What did you just say?
I'm shocked that you still haven't learned your lesson, Shinji. Kid, I was just manipulating you. Listen to me. You can't handle that servant. Even you should be able to tell because you're close to him. So open your eyes already and quit this death match. It still isn't too late for you. If you don't want to die, then get out of here as soon as you can.
Huh. So you're just gonna beg for your life, is that it? You're so dumb, Tosuka. That jackass Kotomine is dead. Who's going to stop me now?
Yeah. Yep. I assumed that something like this was gonna be the tone, at least. I don't know how much he's actually gonna be able to get away with, but... Shinji reaches for Rin's body, but the second he does...
Boy.
Oh, okay, good. He goes flying for a second time. Please, just beat the shit out of him consistently. I'm happy about it. Yeah! Shinji slams into the wall again. Little punk. That isn't a woman the likes of you can touch. Who? Lancer... Oh. What? Lancer glances at Shinji and lazily walks over to Rin.
What?
I can't believe he's still up.
You're still gonna mouth off at me when you're a dead man walking?
The spearman stops. He turns and faces Shinji.
You could have died peacefully if you'd just taken a dirt nap. Now I'll make it hurt for what you just did. Come on, Gilgamesh, you're up. This guy wants to die like a badass.
Shinji raises his voice. He calls for his servant, the mightiest slayer of heroes.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Are you listening? I said get out of here!
His voice rings out. The golden servant does not appear. Oh, get out here. Sorry, not get out of here. The bloody blue spearman takes a step towards Shinji.
Shit! What the fuck? You're supposed to be dead! Stop trying to look cool! Just die! Don't you know how lame you look, you month?
A strike whips out. A single precise strike like a flash of light stabs Shinji in the right shoulder. His scream fills the room. Lancer withdraws his spear, looking bored. He puts his face in front of Shinji's.
Get lost. I might be on the verge of death, but I could kill 1,000 more like you. Easy.
Hugging the wall and cowering away from the spear pointed at him, Shinji leaves the room in a mad scramble.
Waste of energy.
With a heavy sigh, Lancer walks back over to Rin. The wind-cutting spear severs her bindings like tissue paper. Thanks a lot, Lancer. Rin thanks him for her freedom. She bows to Lancer, ignoring the filth around them.
I just felt like it. No need to thank me.
Suddenly, he collapses limply. Lancer? Rin can't catch him in time. Lancer's too weak to even lean against the wall now, and he slumps to the ground. His legs won't move. His limbs were already long dead. It seems nonsensical that he managed to stand up, kill his master, and set Rin free. A sudden cough of blood stains his blue armor further. Hold on, I'll close your wounds. Rin rushes over to the bloody spearman, but he stops her with a hand.
Don't bother. Won't be that easy to heal my heart after Gable destroyed it. You don't have the energy to spare anyway.
But
don't worry about it. I'm used to going out like this. Heroes always end up dying on someone else's absurd orders, you know?
His easygoing tone is the same as it always is. Even seconds away from death, the spearman doesn't change the way he acts. Rin stands up, wordlessly. Seeing that, Lancer breathes a sigh of relief, as if a weight was lifted from his shoulders.
I guess we both drew pretty boring partners, huh?
Yeah, then mine is just hard to deal with, not boring.
You got that right. I wouldn't complain if I had a woman like you for my partner. Sadly, I've never been involved with any good women. Good grief. Looks like that's one habit I'll never fix.
He chuckles dryly, and then...
Now hurry on. I'll take him with me. You need to get back to your own partner.
The spearman urges the girl to leave. He prepares Anses, the fire rune in his hand. As soon as he inscribes it on the ground and charges it with all of his remaining magical energy, it will burn the entire room to cinders. Rin understands his determination and turns to leave. Goodbye, Lancer. I didn't know you long, but I'm fond of people like you. She runs off to the Great Hall.
Come back when you're older, lass.
A hearty guffaw escapes his lips. Flames engulf him. The blaze consumes Lancer and his master's body. Not a trace is left behind. Like a mirage, the crimson spear and azure armor disappear into the flames. Damn. Scared the piss out of Shinji, killed Kirei. What a fucking icon. Oh, back to this. Identical swords clash. Shidoemiya and the man's attacks are completely equal. Yet each time they clash, my blades break and I'm wounded badly. I'm cut deeply by attacks I should have intercepted. His concho shatters my concho and cuts me open in a sidelong slash. I desperately try to avoid the strike, but I can't. The wound isn't fatal, but it lacerates my muscles and will probably become a critical injury. Damn it! I bite back the pain and try to knock the enemy's Bakuya out of his right hand. What? He shatters my weapon and blocks me there, too. Our swords and skills should be the same, but I'm facing an insurmountable wall.
Did you think that your concho could match mine? Your concept of the fundamental points is still lacking. It's only natural that the weapon will crumble if there's no principles behind the structure. Even if the appearance and materials match your visualization, it will collapse if the image doesn't make sense. Simultaneously, he unleashes attacks to cut open my flank and my forehead. I immediately project a pair of swords to parry with. I have a headache so bad it nearly blinds me. It isn't from the burden of the projection. It's that headache from before. The hunch I had when I was looking for Tosaka. The fever I get every time I face him. This time is the greatest burden yet, and it's driving my body crazy. I fend off slash after slash. I attempt to cut him down in return. And each time the red headache burns my eyes. Is it the contradiction of Shido Emiya and heroic spirit Emiya existing at the same time? Since the moment we recognized each other, my bodies felt off every time we made contact. I traced his swordsmanship and even acquired his replication skills. It makes sense that I picked it up quickly. After all, his skills are the most optimal combat techniques for Shido Emiya, honed over years of experience. How could I not take to them quickly? In trying to catch up to him, I've learned things about my future self that I shouldn't have. My eyes go numb. Each swing of a sword, each shower of sparks creates flashes of light, robbing me of my vision. My skills can't keep up, and each attack dyes my vision red. I wouldn't mind if that's all this was. My body's already torn to shreds. A headache is nothing compared to the feeling of having my stomach torn open with a branding iron. The problem is, the headache won't stop as long as there's something else to draw out from him.
That's 5. You should be reaching your replication limit. I know your magical energy capacity all too well. You look like you have 3 left. I went to the trouble of showing you all that, but you still have the wrong idea.
I hear a hint of disappointment in his taunts. The wrong idea? As if that matters right now. More importantly, I need to do something about this headache. It's coming from you.
Anyway, it's impossible even if you reached it. The current Shido Emiya can't generate enough magical energy. Yes, either way.
My headache worsens. He brandishes his swords as if to settle this once and for all. You never had a chance of winning this, and brings his swords down on my head in a crisscrossed slash. I raise my swords to defend and they shatter. My body goes numb like it's been pounded with a sledgehammer. And the headache burns not just my eyeballs, but my brain. It's flowing in. So, this, right now, is even scarier than the pain. They're his memories. The reason he's changed so much. I'm seeing fragments of the events that Shido Emiya will experience in the future. I don't know if they're right or wrong. I'm sure nobody can be the judge of that. Beautiful things were ugly and ugly things were beautiful. Objectively, there was nothing repulsive about them. So what made him go astray? Sophistry, misrepresentation, treachery, narcissism. Those make up most of what I saw.
I am the bone of my sword.
And yet he didn't seem to mind. He swore oaths and had ideals to uphold. He didn't care what he lost. Even if others betrayed him, he believed that there would be a future as long as he didn't betray himself. If he'd never complained or even showed himself getting hurt.
Steel is my body, and fire is my blood.
And to the people around him, he was no different from a machine. He was useful to have around, so they used him. They only saw him as a tool. But even a machine can have ideals to uphold, so he accepted being treated as a convenient tool.
I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life.
It wasn't something he could just tell anybody and tell anyone else. The more he failed to save people and the more people he killed, the less he could profess his ideals. Eventually, his only option was to stick to them as resolutely as he could. The result? Shido Emiya failed to uphold the ideals he dreamed of even once, and learned that he was a nuisance spouting foolish drivel.
I've withstood pain to create weapons. Look, this was his fate. Look, this is where you'll end up.
heart breaks. Don't feel sorry for him. 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 But my heart feels like it's going to break when I know that this is the path that awaits me.
Yet those hands will never hold anything.
Everything you believed in. Everything you believe in. After you were shown that it was all a lie and a fanciful dream, you still... We clash again. This time he comes straight for my heart, not with the dual swords, but some spike-like sword. I retreat to gain some distance. I'm holding a sword I replicated in the spur of the moment. I fight against the nausea. What did I just see? Forget it. Forget you saw anything. I just need to defeat him now. I can't afford to dwell on anything else.
I miscalculated. I've heard of evocations where the user's possessed by a previous life to learn their past skills. And it looks like your skills are being sharpened each time we fight.
Panting, I ready myself for his next strike.
Meaning that you're drawing more out of me than just projection. Look at your face. You look absolutely miserable. You must have seen it then.
He holds his breath. Don't make me say it. Don't make me remember. If you tell me what I just saw,
That makes this faster then. It's all true, Shidoemiya.
The red cloak flutters. In an instant, he closes the gap and thrusts the spike at me. My weapon's destroyed in one blow. A sword I hastily projected for the first time can't hold up against his weapons. And yet, he throws aside his weapon while I'm unarmed. The next projection is Durandal, said to be the sword of conquerors. I skip 4 counts and instantly project a replica of his weapon. Of course, my imitation is broken with one attack. I've fallen. I was pushed back and fell backwards onto the rubble. And then, I'm surprised. Just that fall was enough to stain the rubble red. Huh. I just never noticed that my body is dead both inside and outside.
Enough. You appear here like a fool even knowing that you can't win. You've been a prisoner to ridiculous ideals your entire life, and you're a fake who doesn't have a will of his own. Do you understand who you really are now?
His voice resounds. I'm covered in wounds. Each of them is deep enough to sink a finger into. I'm seriously screwed.
Someone like that doesn't deserve to live. I guarantee it. Shidoemiya's life is worthless. Your emotion of wanting to save others is fundamentally wrong. You're a defective fake that should never have existed.
I have almost no magical energy left. To make matters worse, my magic circuits are burning. They've been burning since yesterday's projection, actually. Something that was about to break is now completely broken, that's all. But my body protests that it can still fight. I've just been playing tough, pretending that my broken heart is whole. So, I need to stand up and beat him.
It's futile. I am your ideal self. You should know by now that you can't win against me.
I invest what remains of my consciousness into all of my circuits. My nerves splinter and scream. Within myself, I weave together 8 counts without skipping a beat. Trace on! I acquire his dual swords, Kancho and Bakuya, a pair of masterworks forged by an ancient smith. I swing. I'll keep attacking over and over with all of my remaining strength until I burn out. Dual swords need dual swords to intercept them. Archer switches weapons to Kancho and Bakuya, then defends against my combo without taking a single step back.
I see. Of course you'd refuse to accept it. As long as I'm your ideal, Shidoemiya has to reject me more than anyone.
His calm words piss me off. He just keeps quipping at me while I can hardly even breathe. Damn you! I attacked desperately. He locks our swords together without parrying me. I'm being pushed back, weapons and all. There's a vast gap in our physical strength. I don't have a chance of winning a pushing match.
Then answer me this, Shido. Do you really want to become a hero of justice?
For an instant, the sudden question makes my mind go blank. What kind of question is that? I don't want to become one. I will become one. I put my muscle into it and glare right back at him. And he answers.
That's right. You have to become one. Because that's the only emotion Shido Emiya feels. You can't deny or reject it, even if it isn't a desire that came from within yourself.
His heart-wrenching words stop me in my tracks. It's a desire that didn't come from within me. I deny it before I even consider what that means. I can't let him make me say it. I can't realize what he means. Deep down, I know that if I comprehend what he means, then Shido Emiya's very foundation will crumble away.
Oh? It looks like you've started to sense it. Or perhaps you realized it right away and desperately tried to distance yourself from the memory. I can't even recall it anymore.
No. I clamp my lips shut. I don't want to know. I know that I shouldn't know. Still, I finally realize that I have to know it. Shido Emiya's paradox. The answer to what my mistake was and what's wrong with me. I don't have your memories anymore.
Oh, I don't have your memories anymore. But I still remember that scene. An inferno as far as the eye could see. Of this dense odor of death. Desperately begging for help. And the emotion of being saved. Kiritsugu Emiya's look of profound relief when he rescued me.
I'd accepted my death, and my heart was empty. Then someone saved me. My rescuer smiled at me with tears in his eyes. When I saw that, I thought that he looked so happy.
Yeah. You didn't have survivor's guilt for being the only person to be rescued. You simply looked up to Kiritsugu Emiya. You thought that you wanted to be like him, because he looked so happy when he rescued you.
Right. Back then, I wasn't the one who was saved. I consider a thought that I've been avoiding. If Kiritsugu caused that fire, then the guilt would have been unbearable. It was a tragedy without a single survivor. Kiritsugu must have searched for survivors like a man possessed, and then he found one when none were expected. He found a child that should have been beyond helping, who shouldn't have even been alive. What a miracle that must have felt like. But I understood that he saved me. I didn't know his circumstances. It was good enough for me that someone rescued me from that hell. Even if the emotion was directed at himself, his will to save me and the earnestness of wishing for someone to be saved were all genuine. And that was enough. It was enough for me that Kiritsugu Emiya saved me after I'd become nothing. That's why.
It's only natural for a child to look up to his parents, but you took it too far. If you only wanted to be like Kiritsugu, or become what he wanted to be, that would have been enough. But he left you that curse. I don't need to say it, do I? It means everything to you.
Your dream, huh? That was the answer. A man even emptier than me heard my innocent voice, entrusted his wish to me in relief, and passed away. From that moment on, Shido Emiya had no choice but to become a hero of justice. My own feelings didn't matter. All I needed to do was become the person I looked up to, for the sake of someone I looked up to when I was young. The wish for everyone to be happy was an impossible one, which came from Kiritsugu, not me.
You must have realized it now, Shido. Your ideals are borrowed. They're an imitation of what Kiritsugu failed to become, and what he believed was right.
I grit my teeth and desperately tried to bolster my breaking heart, and yet...
A hero of justice? Don't make me laugh. There's no way that the desire to live for others, which you've repeated countless times, came from yourself. It's pure hubris for someone like you to want to help other people.
His blades cut through the air. His swings, filled with reproach, rained down on me with unprecedented aggression. As I watch the raging flurry of blows, I accept that I'm going to die here just like I did 10 years ago. Impact after impact pounds me down. Once beautiful swordsmanship has deteriorated into brute force. My left arm trembles after blocking the strikes. The shock of it has broken my fingers holding the sword. I scrounge up every bit of mental focus I have left to create a kancho, and just barely deflect another slash. He's got me. His first assault already pushed me to near death. I won't survive this next barrage of blows. Yet somehow, my heart is broken, but my body denies with all of its might. It screams that he's wrong, like a part of me earnestly feels that it's wrong to admit he's right and let myself die here. I look up. My eyes aren't working. They don't see my enemy. They only replay his memories. Within them, there's an image of me huddled up like a turtle in its shell, trying desperately to survive. I hear more than the sounds of blades crashing. Clashing. It's him. With each attack, he berates himself.
That's right. You looked up to his wish to save people because it was pretty.
I take his sword strikes again and again. Bakuya's broken. Kancho is my last lifeline.
That idea never sprung from you. If that isn't hypocrisy, then what is?
Kancho breaks and my life begins to peter out. My chest hurts. Shido Emiya's heart's torn apart, not by the waterfall of sword strikes, but by Archer's words.
You were driven by the obsession to live your life for others. You just kept running, never feeling like you were suffering or realizing that you were failing.
Denial after denial. With each rejection, I lose my will to fight. My body already wants to retire, unable to take the physical shock. And yet, that very same body keeps denying him desperately.
But you're just a hypocrite. Your hypocrisy can't save anything. You don't even know what you're supposed to be saving.
I'm sent flying. I sail through the air, not unlike during the encounter with Berserker. But I plant my feet. His blow threatened to send me tumbling into the rubble, but I stand my ground with all my might. My body knows. It's stubbornly refusing to fall because it knows that it can't get up again once it does. I plant my broken kancho into the ground and use it to support my weight. I pitch forward, nearly falling over, and I can't get up. I brace myself against kancho with both hands, holding on to it like a walking stick. I must look pathetic. From the side, I might even look like I'm kneeling before him.
Your ideals are morally bankrupt. The idea of valuing others over yourself, of wanting everyone else to be happy, is a fantasy, a fairy tale. If you can't live without clinging to that dream, then let it drag you to your death!
My life isn't worth living. No, he said that my entire life was worthless. My weapons are gone. It's futile to even stand up. Meanwhile, he doesn't even look winded, much less wounded. This duel is decided. No, it was from the very beginning. There was no way Shido Emiya could ever match the heroic spirit Emiya. But this is wrong too. If the gap in our abilities was truly that large, then this silly scuffle wouldn't even happen. It's my heart that lost this fight. I'm weak because I realized that I'm wrong and accepted that he's right. I only lost on that front because... bullshit.
What?
Because my body has been protesting that it won't lose to you. Why else? Why else would it get stronger every time you dismissed my ideals as fake?
Shut up! That's a load of bullshit!
I can reach him. I know I can. If my weapons are broken, I'll just use them as they are. If everything I have is broken, then I'll mobilize everything I don't have. If I haven't lost, then there are depths I've still yet to reach. My headache throbs again. For an instant, I see his scenery, probably for the last time. I can't understand him, but I think I can learn from his pain.
He's a hero whose incantations express and judge himself. Right now, I can't understand the will behind those words, but I'll accept them in your place. My body. I chant the verse loud and proud. Emiya's own words hurt him. He accepted that and chose to kill me. That's all he wanted at the end of his long journey. Then, just as you deny me, I'll strike you down if it's the last thing I do.
Oh shit!
My body is made of swords. I whisper it without thinking. I look up. On the verge of death, I stand up to him. I swallow a glob of blood that was blocking my throat. The once fading Yang sword, Kancho, is cloaked in concrete, a concrete image once more. You still... That's right. You say this is a dream? I've always known that. But I've kept believing in it because I think it's right. I followed in Kiritsugu's footsteps because it's a dream that won't come true, and an impossible ideal. Even if it never comes true. If I keep running, I'll get close to it one day. Your sheath. It still protects you, even when your contract is cut. I ready my sword. I don't care about that. Right now, I won't lose to you. I can lose to anyone else, but I'll never lose to myself! To keep being Shido Emiya until the very end!
Oh my god, this fucking CG. It is an unbelievable fight between swords.
He charges in despite being fully wounded. His fingers are broken, his limbs shredded. He hasn't even realized that he's not breathing anymore. The speed is insignificant and the blows he delivers are mediocre. He may have absorbed Archer's knowledge and advanced to a point where he can fight him, but he's back to being a boy again. He executes a haphazard, mediocre attack, and yet, that first blow is heavier than any of the other attacks before. What? Apathy turns to astonishment. His sword seems to shout. The boy swings a longsword faster than his opponent ever imagined. Where is this power coming from? The vigor of their clash reaches an unprecedented pitch. Damn you! The man can't even pivot to defense. Each attack is lethal enough to take his head. He judges that this situation must be taken seriously and moves his swords accordingly. Up and down, left and right. The 4 slashes unleashed in an instant are enough to cut the boy to ribbons. But he blocks them. No, the boy launches a blade tempest that overcomes the 4-fold technique. He wields his longsword with swift skill. You little... The man senses that he must attack or be cut down. The longsword assails its dying enemy. The boy swings his sword foolhardily. The two sides struggle. Sparks fill the air, declaring that any who enter the ring will be torn apart. But this should be the dying spark of a walking corpse. With each attack, the boy's breathing becomes more labored and he looks closer to collapse, but he takes another step and attacks again. Having seen this, the man is sure of something. His enemy doesn't have any strength left. The boy in front of him is a walking corpse. And yet why does the boy continue to wield the sword, as if he has infinite strength? He isn't conscious of it. He doesn't know what his opponent is doing, nor can he tell if his attacks are working. He cries out, his muscles begging for oxygen. They demand that he stop due to the lack of blood. And he pushes through it all with brute force. Mistake. Only one thought occupies his mind. His feelings are fake. Just like this guy says, he probably can't become a hero of justice. As long as Shido Emiya looks up to that goal, he'll reach the same destination as the man before him. Not a mistake! But he felt that it was beautiful. He knows that it's hypocritical to value others over himself. And still, he longed for such a life, wondering how nice it would be to live that way. It's the only motivation driving his body forward on the verge of death. He can't hear what his enemy's saying. It speaks to how fierce the clash is and how meek his foe's voice is. Looking closer, the boy's hands gripping the sword have melded with the hilt. He must have done it to secure the sword, but by doing that, he will directly feel the impact from the sword. He's bloody, and if he takes a single step back, he'll pitch over.
The boy's accepted that each swing of his sword will be hellish suffering. It irritates the man, but he takes it. It seems to offend his stubbornly persistent enemy, but he's just as irritated with himself for not backing down, when he knows that even one step back would end this. But how could he retreat now? There's no room for parley now, and he's in a pitched duel with his enemy. It would be shameful to turn his back on the childishly forged sword, and it would be utterly humiliating not to meet the attacks head-on. All it would take for his enemy to destroy himself is for the man to retreat one step, but he senses that he'll have conceded something decisive if he backs down now. Soon this worry will fade. His enemy is at his limits. 3 more attacks. If he repels just 3 attacks, then his enemy will destroy himself. He clicks his tongue at his own foolishness. Just earlier, he thought the boy had 2 attacks left, then he delivered more than 10. The boy isn't going to fall. The boy's voice is inaudible. The boy who's on the brink of death frantically goes up against the obstacle before him. And then he sees him. He looks upon him with his own eyes for the first time. I keep swinging my sword until I reach my foe, with arms ready to fall off. The only thing that can be heard is a strained yell. Mistake. That shout is the price I pay for each exchange of blows. There are the people who weren't saved, and myself who wasn't saved. The memories come unbidden, and I swore that I'd never let this happen again. Not a mistake! How many years have passed? There were things that were lost, things I lost. There will always be things that I forget and fail to pick up. That's why I made an oath I won't forget. To become a hero of justice. To always do what's right. Even if it isn't my own wish. Even if it's just a way to lighten my own sins. I'll keep that oath. I'll make the dream come true. When I was young, someone saved me, entrusted me with his dream, and passed away alone. I believe in the wish behind his words. Even if the whole world shuns me, and the oath turns out to be a curse, I won't give it up! And then, the man realizes that there's no end to this repeating conflict. This enemy will not stop. The enemy will not stop on his own. His enemy makes each attack with desperate abandon, but he isn't even aware of who he's fighting. The boy's trying to cut down himself. He is the one doing the obstructing. The man's enemy is swinging his sword for everything he's believed in and everything he'll continue to believe in. Realizing that, the man gnashes his teeth. He sees the boy keep fighting even if he knows he can't win, even if he knows there's no point. That's the exact mistake the man once made. So why? Why does he want to see how far this boy will go? That's enough! Die! He raises his longsword. The enemy's attacks can no longer be trifled with. He repels the attacks and counters with a strike meant to crush the enemy's skull with certainty. The high-pitched sound of metal. The boy repels what should have been a decisive blow. He couldn't even stop one attack until now, but he easily defended against a strike delivered with the man's full might. He holds his breath. The enemy flicks his sword and resheathes it in a single large stance. But his eyes, they're looking straight at him. The impact breaks one of my limbs. My sense of pain isn't numbed at all. The pain's enough to knock me out, but I push through it with sheer rage. I'm dehydrated. I can't afford to lose any more liquid. The enemy's left arm is wide open. I've lost one side of my body, so this will have to be the last blow. That thought doesn't enter my head. All I can think is... He slashes with the longsword in an effort to protect his exposed left chest. He can make it. It'd be easy to close the distance. This is my last chance. It wasn't a mistake! It's the only thought on my mind. Even if Shido Emiya is fake, this is real. He wants everyone to be happy. It's an ideal that everyone's felt, I'm sure. So I won't take it back, because this dream will always be. His gaze is straight. Mistakes and lies. He shakes off everything that pierces him, and he continues to run without stopping. It was never a mistake! The words drive straight into his chest. The attack comes fueled by hell-bent determination. There's enough time to block it, but the gears never turn in his head. and the battle draws to an abrupt close. Stab. He hears the sound of the blade piercing his chest. The surprised one is, of course, the Red Knight. The boy bet everything on a desperate attack, so he would expect it to defeat his opponent. He couldn't afford to make any other choice anyway. So it's the knight who's surprised. Truly, he wonders why he didn't defend against an attack that would have been easy to stop. I'm about to collapse, so I lean on my good right leg. I drove Concho into Archer's chest. Why, Archer? Has she been watching... Oh, why, Archer? Has she been watching him the whole time? Saber asks a question from the entrance to the hall. Archer doesn't answer. Maybe he feels that he doesn't need to, or maybe he doesn't have an answer for her. My fingers feel numb. My broken fingers tell me that they can't hold a sword anymore. The Red Knight doesn't move. I might have stabbed him through the chest, but he's a servant, so he could easily counterattack. But his arms remain at his sides and show no sign of movement. I know what that means, of course. I win, Archer. I fix my gaze on him and declare victory. The Red Knight closes his eyes once and admits,
Yes. And I lose.
He stares into the distance. His murmur sounds like it was meant to convince himself. I pull out the sword. The moment my projected sword touches the air, it disperses into dust, as if it never existed. I finally look around me, my tension drained. What a wreck. My lacerations look like they're on the mend, but in some places they're turning into a reddish-black color. Archer said something about it being Saber's sheath, but I wonder how it decides to heal first. It heals the cuts right away, but broken bones seem to be a lower priority. Oh, I hear hurried footsteps coming from the west side of the hall, in the direction Lancer disappeared off to. Someone is coming. She appears on the second-story terrace, jumps down to the hall floor without hesitating, and... Ow! Hugs herself from the pain of the fall. Shiro, are you... Wait, Archer! Why are you all beat up? Tosuka raises her voice to match the distress with which she arrived. Lancer rescued her just as promised. Plus, I'm honestly amazed to see Tosuka alive and well. She can't decide if she wants to check if I'm okay or be upset at Archer for getting injured. You are truly naive.
Oh, wait, what? You were truly naive. If only you'd been a slightly more ruthless person, I wouldn't have gone back to being my old self.
The Red Knight's words are sarcastic, but I can only hear warmth behind them. After giving Tosuka a look, he turns on his heel as if to leave the stage.
Anyway, the matter is settled. Now that I've accepted you, the hero Emiya can't stay here any longer. The loser should depart quickly.
He isn't even going to say goodbye to Tosuka? He's heavily wounded and he doesn't have a master. Is he going to disappear here and return to where the other heroic spirits come? Eh? It all happened in an instant. A lethal attack just as I began to relax around Tosuka. Multiple swords rain down. The torrent of blades comes down to skewer me as I stand around spacing out. I hit the ground. Someone pushes me and I fall backwards onto some rubble. I was shoved about a meter away. From where I am, I can only watch. My broken limbs can't support my body and I'm too weak to even stand up. Instead, all I can do is watch another version of me get skewered before my very eyes. Who's there? Saber's challenge breaks the silence. Her voice is directed at the second floor, at the top of the broken stairs.
I rather enjoyed that. It was a truly pathetic fight between two fakes.
You fucker! Archer!
It's been 10 long years, Saber. I meant to come see you sooner, but plans changed. Unforeseen accidents keep popping up, you see, and they threw off my calculations.
It's Gilgamesh, the servant who defeated Berserker and killed Ilya. He ignores Saber's glare and looks down at me and Archer.
Do you understand the weight of the genuine article now? No matter how similar in appearance and strength it may be, a forgery is a forgery. It can never reach the brilliance of the original.
He raises a hand, as if about to command an army.
The mere sight of a fake's counterfeits offends my sight. You scum. You lack even a single genuine work in your hoard. Fakes who can only copy the works of others should be disposed of like the trash you are.
He unleashes countless noble phantasms into the hall.
An unavoidable torrent falls on us. I count just under 30 noble phantasms.
Even if I was still in one piece, there's nothing I could do to defend myself against this assault. Dust fills the air. The halls collapse even further, rocked by explosion. The hall collapses even further, rocked by explosions, rather. In the middle of it all, I see him. A fluttering red cloak. He runs toward me, looking like a pincushion, and gives me another shove. I watch his red figure fade into the distance. His eyes convey a firm message. You defeat him. He tells me that since he lost to me, and I'm going to become a hero of justice, this is a villain I have to defeat. A cloud of dust blocks out my vision. The red cloak sinks into the rubble. I'm sure I saw him before he left. His confident eyes declare, "This servant is no match for us." It won't be Saber or Tosaka who defeats him. My other self tells me that Shido Emiya is the Golden Servant's natural enemy. My vision clears up. A layer of dust settles over the hall, now covered in a new layer of rubble. Nothing else happens. The Red Knight disappeared after he was buried under the rubble. What a surprise.
What a surprise, Archer. So you still had enough in you to protect someone with all those wounds.
His tone is filled with derision and irony. The man's lips curl into a smirk. He looks down at Archer's bloody remains. Silence falls. Gilgamesh is the strongest being in this place now. One wrong move, and we'll follow Archer. Saber's lips are tightly sealed. She's watching for a chance to face the enemy. However... Who gave you permission to touch my Archer? Tosaka loses her temper after losing Archer. Light flies through the air. Tosaka charges a jewel with just as much energy as she can and fires pure destructive energy without any modifications. Gilgamesh doesn't even try to dodge it. The attack doesn't leave a scratch on him.
I was going to finish off the stubborn survivor first, but you've changed my priorities, woman.
The swords floating behind him sentence Tosaka to death. They hurtle toward her at high speed, but Saber arrives even faster to deflect them, protecting her master. Saber! Get back, Ren. That man is dangerous. He'll kill you if you attack him.
Oh, so that girl is your master now. Very well. I'll pardon your impudence. It would hurt my entertainment to lose Saber now.
Saber just glares up at our enemy, her invisible sword at the ready. What are you doing here, Archer? You were summoned to the previous Holy Grail War. How are you still in the mortal world?
It's very simple. I simply stayed behind after the last war ended.
That's impossible. Servants lose their connection to this world once the Holy Grail disappears. You couldn't have remained for 10 whole years.
Not necessarily. To begin with, our anchor to this world isn't the Holy Grail, but our masters. The Grail's no more than the path we take to get here. Once it's gone, we can stay in this world if a mage supplies us magical energy. Of course, no master could sustain a servant without the support of the Holy Grail. On this point, my vessel did lack magical energy.
Regardless, you couldn't have stayed. If your master couldn't support you, then you would have been exhausted along with your summoner.
There are ways. Some mages can make up for their lack of magic circuits with knowledge. On that note, my master happened to be a particularly enterprising man.
Past tense? So his master is no longer alive? No, Shinji was his master. The fact that the ungovernable Gilgamesh was following Shinji's orders was proof enough of that. Then is your master the same person Ryder was contracted to?
Yes. If he can't supply me with energy, then I take it from others, of course. But as it turned out, I didn't even need to bother. I was the only servant to bathe in the Holy Grail. 10 years ago, I was incarnated in a flesh and blood body that allowed me to remain in this era.
Saber stares at him in shock. The mention of 10 years ago seems to pain her. That's right.
Oh, that's right. It was all thanks to you, Saber. I know better than anyone what that thing is. After all, I was submerged into its depths and saw what was inside it.
So back then, you...
Yes. I understood the true nature of the Holy Grail. And that's when I decided that I should be the only one to handle it.
He speaks to Saber. No, the Golden Servant's decree is directed at all of us. You'll use the Holy Grail?
I will. I have no obligation to share it with parasites such as the Masters. I'll use the Holy Grail for my own purposes. The greatest obstacle, my summoner, is gone now. He left behind a mage unfit even to be a vessel. That failure is quite suitable for my wish. With your flesh, of course, I might be able to make a more complete Holy Grail. The man eyes Tosaka. Tosaka shrinks away and goes a little pale, realizing how dangerous he is. His red eyes are ominous beyond comparison. Anyone would feel intensely uncomfortable under their gaze. His eyes are so bizarre that they scare even the unflappable Tosaka. That can't be. Masters acquire the Holy Grail. We servants work with masters because we cannot obtain it ourselves. That's the strange thing about it, you see. Why is it that only masters can acquire the Holy Grail when only servants can touch it?
But...
It's all a farce. 7 masters fighting over the Holy Grail. Only the last surviving master performs the ritual to obtain the Holy Grail. That's all a pretext to hide the truth. The Holy Grail has already been summoned. Every time the mages prepare it, and then summon 7 servants. Do you understand yet, King of Knights? What they need is not the Holy Grail, but something to fill it with. The masters are only a conduit to summon us. The mages who created this ritual couldn't supply the contents of the Holy Grail. Didn't I just say it earlier? Oh, wait.
Masters are... I guess this is a back and forth.
Didn't I just say it earlier? They couldn't provide the energy on their own, so they must take it from others. They need magical energy of the highest purity to fill the Holy Grail. So they sought the most powerful souls of the prime species, also known as Guardians. It seemed that the 7 servants were always meant to be sacrifices to the Holy Grail. Oh shit.
What? Saber stares at him in shock. Her eyes tried to deny his words. It can't be true. The Holy Grail I sought can't be something this abhorrent, she seems to be telling herself. It's hardly something to be surprised about. The Holy Grail's a strainer for souls. It takes power which cannot... Oh, wait, sorry, that's not narration.
It's hardly something to be surprised about. The Holy Grail's a strainer for souls. It takes power which cannot be controlled except by the owner of the soul and converts it into pure magical energy. You can indeed grant a wish using that. As far as the mages are concerned, it's an inexhaustible source of magical energy. Thus, the more sacrifices there are, one could well call it omnipotent once it's been being filled with 6 servants. The Holy Grail's absorbed 5 servants. We just need one more to turn it into the omnipotent pot they desire.
Then the Holy Grail can only be truly only be handled by masters. If it's meant to be a reserve of magical energy, then only mages can use it. But if one's master is a capable mage,
then they could grant any wish for you. Such miracles are not granted to mere humans, you fool. It's the fate of humans to destroy themselves, no matter how much power they wield. But don't worry, Saber. This Holy Grail is the real thing. Once 7 heroic spirits are incorporated into it, I guarantee it will reach the origin of all things.
The origin of... Hold on. Are you saying that the Holy Grail is...
I don't know who, but whoever first designed this scheme was unmistakably a genius worthy of the gods. Still, it has nothing to do with me. I have no interest in such things. I only care about its power as a gate.
The Holy Grail is a gate?
Recall, Saber, that 10 years ago, when I was one step away from obtaining the Holy Grail, you denied me my prize. You clove it in two with your sacred sword, and what spilled out set fire to the town. I stood directly under the Grail and was submerged in its contents. That's when I learned its true nature. It's truly absurd, but it has its uses. Among my many weapons, none are as specialized at killing people as this. It can stay the way it is. I have no need for some all-powerful cauldron.
A weapon? Do you say that because it can summon servants, Archer?
Of course. We've always been weapons, but this thing has perfected that task. The Holy Grail's a gate to hell. Once open, it will brim with 5.6 billion curses. Didn't Kotamine tell you? The name of the Holy Grail is Anramanyu, all the evil in the world. And as its name suggests, it is an apocalyptic mud which consumes all humans. Anramanyu. If I recall correctly, that's the name of the devil from Zoroastrianism. It's said to be a ruler of evil who's been fighting the gods for thousands of years. It's depicted as an embodiment of all humanity's malice, to be a reflection of humanity's goodwill. So why is the Holy Grail named after some ancient Persian demon?
Then your objective is
To purge all humans, yes. Like Kotamine, I don't intend to cherish humanity. I only treasure beautiful things.
Okay, hold on. 1 second. YouTube out, please. Hold on. No worries, Evie. I was just seeing that in the corner of my eye, and I was getting a little pissed off about it, so, get banned. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to do, but if you're trying to make somebody in the chat uncomfortable, please, no. Go away immediately. Anywho, sorry about that.
This world is enjoyable, but it is unspeakably hideous. It's blasphemy for the king for the teeming masses of mongrels to be allowed to celebrate their lives. I have no desire to rule over such a realm.
Are you stupid? What blasphemy? It doesn't matter to a king whether one person dies or not?
If they die, then that's for the best. If they're killed by their own sins, then their lives were not worth living to begin with. What I desire are not mongrels. Only those who can survive the depths of hell are worthy of my rule. This is what made last time a failure. The humans of today are truly feeble if they died from a fire of that magnitude. His lips curve up in a smile. For the first time, he looks at me, one of the failures. I don't know what this Anramanyu is, but is it not... Oh. I don't know what this Anramanyu is, but is it not convenient? It's a sin that falls on all of mankind equally. It's a bottomless darkness created by humans which exists only to kill humans. A perfectly suitable hunting dog to delegate my work to. Gilgamesh raises an arm. Noble phantasms float at the ready behind him, awaiting his command. Now, let us pick up from 10 years ago. Last time we were interrupted by some mongrel trash, but we don't have to worry about that now. Of course, an even more vile faker scum darkens the room now. All of the swords turn to point at me. I try to stand up, but my broken leg won't move the way I want it to. Crap, I can't even block a single one of those swords. Then why did Archer entrust his will to me? The swords disappear. The golden servant suddenly puts down his arm. He looks up at the ceiling with displeasure and brushes something from his shoulder. My clothes got dirty. You've escaped with your life today, boy. The castle is on fire. I don't know who set it alight, but it seems like a pretty intense blaze.
The third floor is already surrounded by flames, and they've reached the second floor. No, that's not what I should be surprised about. He really decided not to fight because his clothes got dirty. Running away, Archer!
I'm changing the location, Saber. I have the Holy Grail in hand. I prefer to settle things quickly. I'll promptly create a Holy Grail and open the hole to hell.
His blonde hair flutters. Gilgamesh walks towards the terrace that isn't on fire.
If you want to take it back, then hurry. However, this Holy Grail will be a rushed defective product. If you don't come soon, it might spill out.
His muffled laughter echoes. Then he leaves the burning castle. Sparks have started to dance around the great hall, and the ceiling is crumbling by the second. The formerly ornate castle doesn't resemble itself anymore. Its master gone, it crumbles away without a trace, as if to follow the pale girl. Shinji Mato wanders through the forest, his breathing ragged and bestial. He was headed in a concrete direction, to be clear, but his mental state is utterly lost. With no objective, all he can do is run. Wandering is the only appropriate word to describe his behavior.
Shit! Just a little more! I was so close, but they all had to get in my way!
He pushes tree branches aside with one arm, splashing through the mud. Shinji heads for the forest exit, his bloodstains marking his trail. Of course, the shoulder wound Lancer gave him hasn't healed. He's already lost sensation in his right arm. His wound is red and inflamed, and his arm won't move, like a necrotized limb. He trips and stumbles into a tree. It must be difficult running with only one arm. His right arm hangs like dead weight. Then he realizes that a part of his body's become dead weight and starts to laugh. His laugh turns into a coughing fit. It hurts. He feels hot and feverish, perhaps due to the wound. His hazy mind imagines his arm rotting away. Then he starts to hallucinate about all the people around him also rotting away. Not just their arms. All those other idiots should know their place and be hurt even worse than he is. He can't stop laughing. The thought makes the pain slightly more bearable. He has a real purpose now. His first goal is to gather arms. He'll take arms from everyone, no exceptions.
That's good. Now to decide on the first.
The girl who wouldn't do what he said. Oh, no worries at all, Evie. It's not your fault. I don't know what the fuck that person's problem was. I'm glad you reported them. And if they come back on some alt or whatever and try to harangue anyone or whatever else, then I'll just ban them again. She's the one he likes the most, and he can't stand the thought of her looking prettier than him.
Just you wait, Tosuka. I'll make you lower than me.
Shinji mumbles a laugh, then looks up. That servant is standing in front of him. When did he get there? He stares at the servant. The golden servant looks down at Shinji, the one might look at livestock.
You're injured. It looks bad. That must hurt.
His tone is utterly disinterested. Shinji's face distorts. He glares at the man in front of him, failing to realize what the servant's words might have implied.
That must hurt! Whose fault do you think that is? Lancer did this to me because you are so stupid! You're not even good as a guard dog! How dare you talk to me that way!
Shinji rages at the servant. The golden servant nods, unconcerned.
So, Lancer gave you that wound. Then he must have let that master go.
Yeah, you got that right. Tosuka got away because you're scum! I want to throw up just thinking about how that cockroach got me!
I see. That's too bad.
What are you trying to act all cool for? We need Tosuka to get the Holy Grail, don't we? Damn it, you ruined everything! Don't you get that? What are we gonna do?
Settle down. The plan hasn't changed. I can still make a Holy Grail.
The servant speaks emotionlessly. Shinji doesn't realize that the servant's red eyes aren't even looking at him.
How? Kotomine said that we can't do anything unless we have a vessel. We need more than that kid's heart. It won't turn into a Holy Grail unless we connect it to quality magic circuits.
Shinji approaches his servant and berates him for his incompetence. The golden servant nods again.
Then there's no problem. We still have another master that can serve as a Holy Grail right here.
Then he casually thrusts his arm out. Squish. Shinji doesn't realize what the noise was until the very end. Huh? His stomach feels strange. When he looks down, he sees a servant's arm. The fist is embedded in his body. It doesn't hurt, nor is there any blood. The servant's arm sinks deep into his stomach, as if performing some outlandish spiritual surgery.
You desire the Holy Grail? Then I'll give it to you. It's important, so don't let go of it again.
Blood vessels swell. Wriggle, 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 wriggle. He feels something alien swarming and writhing inside him. And then he ceases to be Shinji Mato. God damn. He convulses. There's just a swollen hunk of meat there now. Oh my god! It has no clear shape. It's made up of only naked muscles and blood vessels, sudden growths of meat and short-lived decaying meat.
Ow! It hurts! It hurts! It's growing! Help! Help! Stop!
His mind breaks, unable to withstand the discomfort of something wriggling inside him and the pain of endless growth and decay. The servant watches for a while, and then departs as if nothing remarkable happened.
So hideous. A powerful mage wouldn't have morphed like this, but I suppose there's no helping it.
Chains extend out. The chain of the heavens appears in midair to bind the infinitely expanding and rotting mass of flesh. Currently, it's teetering between growth and decay, but the Holy Grail should quickly learn how to use its host. Once that happens, the growth should greatly exceed the decay. At this rate, his Holy Grail will soon be complete.
Bizarre, ugly foods taste better. And most of all, I'm sure you'll spit out the mud that I need. Won't you, Shinji?
The servant chortles. In his shadow, the mass of flesh repeats, "Help me," in a no longer human voice. Some real I have no mouth and I must scream shit here, huh? Shiro, how's your injury?
Oh, this? Right. It should be okay. I feel fine right now and I can still use my circuits.
Is that so? Then I suppose it should be fine.
She ends the conversation, but it seems something else is still on her mind. It's been an hour since we've returned.
We both have something on our minds, but nothing is said. We don't have time to be glad that Tosuka's safe for now, nor do we have the time to celebrate our reunion. We're still in a dire situation. The last servant, Gilgamesh. As long as he holds the Holy Grail, we have no choice but to fight him. We don't have a plan to break out of this predicament. The more we think about it, the more we're hit with the feeling of despair. Of course, we wouldn't have anything to say to each other. However, that's not the only reason we're silent. It's probably because this is the last. This will be the last time we're heading into battle. It doesn't matter what's the result, win or lose. What awaits us will be the same. The Holy Grail War will end here. After that, the three of us won't be able to talk like this again. Thinking back, we've only spent 10 short days together. We were thrust into one happening after another during those 10 days, so much so that we don't even have time to think about what happened yesterday. But it's not all bad memories during these 10 days. Now thinking back, there are irreplaceable memories I've made in these 10 days. And that's the reason we're not saying anything. We don't want to admit our first time together. We don't want to admit our time together is ending. Not first. That was a while ago, actually. The first route was that ended quite a while ago, actually. And we're swallowing the words we want to say. Tosaka, Saber, and myself all have the answers in our heads. The reason we won't say it out loud, it's because we don't want to end what we had in the manner we have now. Fine. Then I'll start. I'm going to avenge Archer. I know he was a terrible person who betrayed me. But he's also Shido. Tosaka said so with determination in her voice. We will face Gilgamesh. She had said it clearly that we'll end this fight. What about you, Shido? I'll have Saber join me no matter what, but since you're not a master anymore, I won't force you. And it seems that Goldie sees you as a thorn in his side, so if you were to join us in this fight, he'd probably come after you first. Maybe she's being considerate. She's even given me a reason to back out. But I have my answer already. I can't leave Gilgamesh alone. Also, I have a hunch that the Holy Grail he's trying to use is not something that should exist. But there's another reason why I can't back out. You will defeat him. He left behind those words and chose to keep me alive instead of himself. The same man whose existence is to deny Shido Emiya. Now that I've made him admit defeat, there's only one path left for me to take. I'm going to defeat him. No, I'm going to defeat him. I've already decided that I'll fight. If I don't keep my words until the end, I don't know what Archer would say about me next time. I see. If you already made up your mind, then I won't stop you. Thank you. Besides, I can't leave the Holy Grail alone. If the Holy Grail does exactly what Gilgamesh described, then it's better if we destroy it completely, so the same event doesn't happen again. Saber's been fighting for the sole purpose of gaining the Holy Grail. That hesitation and regret are not something that can be easily erased. Even then. I understand. If the Holy Grail is exactly how Gilgamesh described, that is something that should not exist in this world. She agrees to our plan by sacrificing her own wish. All right. I stand up from the floor and start walking towards the kitchen. I reach for my equipment in the kitchen. I put on my apron and roll up my sleeves, getting ready for a different kind of battle. Shido? What's happening? Did you come up with a good idea? Huh? No, I was just thinking about cooking. You're both hungry, right? Ignoring the dumbfounded two, I start making preparations for dinner. We came to a conclusion, now we just need to go on with our day as usual. Let's eat dinner together, and then we can go beat him up afterwards. I take out the bowl and frying pan. I'll use up everything I have in the fridge. There's no need to hold back. We're going to have a feast. Yes, you're right. Let's enjoy our dinner as usual. That makes more sense for us. You're right. Then let me help you too. Oh, Saber, can you go prep the bath? The heavy atmosphere we had just moments ago is gone. The living room feels brighter and livelier. A night with the three of us together that will never come again. But in order to make it feel like any other day, we do our best to make sure we can enjoy our dinner in the most lively way possible. And after we finish and clear our Western and Japanese mixed-style dinner, we resume our strategizing session. Rin, are you saying the Holy Grail is at Ryudo Temple? Yes. They've been eyeing the temple as the place to manifest the Grail. The Overseer placed a familiar there to counter Castor, but that thing was destroyed recently. Seeing as Goldie's holed up in that temple, I'm certain the Grail is there. Ryudo Temple, huh? That's a problem. You can only enter the temple from its front gate. Of course, we can expect Gilgamesh to be waiting for us there. You're right, but think on the flip side. We now know the exact location. Sure, Gilgamesh is trouble, but we should prioritize stopping the Grail. We'll have Saber slow him now, and use that opportunity to destroy the Grail. That would be ideal. Wait. Oh, wait. Don't we need Saber to destroy the Holy Grail? We won't be able to even touch it. That's right. We won't be able to destroy the Grail once it's summoned, but we can destroy the Grail's vessel. To be precise, we're going to stop the Grail before it's activated. What do you mean, stop the Grail? I don't really want to think about it, but if we sum up all the information we have right now, the Holy Grail is probably Ilias Vale's heart. Or rather, the Holy Grail is Ilias Vale's heart and her body, her magic circuits. Goldie doesn't want Ilias Vale to become the Holy Grail. That's why he only pulled out the organ that represents its core. If that's the case, in order for the Holy Grail to properly function, he's going to need another mage's body to use as its vessel. There are only 2 masters left, including me. If I'm here, then there's only one more person left for him to choose as the Grail's foundation.
Are you talking about Shinji? But if I remember correctly...
You want to say he doesn't have any magic circuits, right? I don't think that matters too much. He wanted to create an incomplete Grail to begin with, so it makes sense for him to just plant its core in an incomplete master. Even if their bloodline has fallen, anyone with the blood of Mato flowing in them still has traces of magic circuits left in their DNA. If a magical nuclear reactor like Ilias Vale's heart's shoved into their body, even a once shut-off circuit will be forced open.
In that case, what we need to do first is separate Shinji from the Grail. I don't understand what it means to become the foundation for the Grail, but we must stop it if we can still make it.
However, I do not believe Gilgamesh will let that happen. But in the end, defeating Gilgamesh does not automatically equate to stopping the Holy Grail. That's right. It's obvious that he's protecting the Grail, so we can't go anywhere until we do something about him first. Right. I'm pretty sure he's going to anticipate us at the gate. If Saber, our most powerful trump card, can only enter via the gate, it's only logical for him to think that that's our only route of entry. That's why. I see. I'll attack the gate by myself. Rin and Shida will use the opportunity to enter the temple from the back. Ryudo Temple's bounded field means little if there are two masters. Precisely. I know we have no choice but to rely on you, Saber. All you need to do is buy us some time by slowing him down, and we'll rush to your side once we stop the Holy Grail.
Wait, that's too reckless. Just Saber by herself is no match for that bastard. I don't think she'll be able to slow him down. Actually, I'm sure of it.
What? What the hell, Shido? You're sure giving him a lot of credit. I agree. He's indeed a powerful opponent, but if I focus on my defense, it's not easy for him to defeat me. Shido, I want you to tell me your reason behind that statement. Oh well.
Oh well, that's not what I'm trying to say. From what I saw, Saber's definitely more powerful than him. I know that for sure. I'm even willing to bet on it.
That makes no sense. That's not what you said earlier.
What I'm saying is that Saber's no match for him as a heroic spirit. How do I put this? First, if he only has the same type of noble phantasm as Saber, then Saber definitely won't lose. We're not even talking about their differences in sword-wielding skills. But what makes Gilgamesh powerful isn't his strength as a singular entity. No matter how strong a soldier is, they're no match against the destructive might of the war itself. That's the kind of servant he is. If you don't stand against him with the equal scale of force, he'll just swallow you whole.
So he is the absolute worst matchup for me, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why, Tosaka, you can't just send Saber in without any sort of countermeasure. Unless we find some kind of weakness, there's no way Saber can win.
Ugh, I know that. You don't have to remind me. That's why I'm here trying to think of something, isn't it? Rin, do you have a good plan? Listen, I can't just think of something on the spot like that. Like what Shido said, his noble phantasm represents war itself. In war, victory and defeat are decided by how much military strength each side's able to gather. It's not about mastery of weaponry, but rather how well you can match your opponent's military might.
What is it, Tosaka? Why'd you go quiet all of a sudden?
I see now. That's why he sees you as a thorn in his side. Of course, if a heroic spirit doesn't possess a noble phantasm, it means you don't have a weapon that originated from somewhere. They don't have a weapon that originated from somewhere. Oh, wait, I get it. Ren, what's wrong? Why are you behind me right now? Nothing. I need to think for a bit here. The two of you just go ahead and talk about whatever.
Saber and I look at each other. Well, if Tosaka has an idea, then it's better we leave her alone.
So, I should avoid direct confrontation with Archer by myself, is that what you're saying? But I have Rin's backup. As long as I have her magical energy, I'll be able to use my sealed noble phantasm without any issue.
Oh, whoops, I did not mean to click.
In that case, I have the possibility of defeating him before he gets the chance to use his noble phantasm.
Saber's noble phantasm? Isn't that invisible air?
No, it's not. Invisible air is simply a scabbard. As long as Rin wishes so, I can unsheath my true sacred sword. I used the same sword to destroy the Holy Grail in the last war. I see.
Oh, I see. So Tosaka ultimately has to decide whether to use it or not?
Correct. If I were to use the sacred sword, I would cast burden not only upon myself but Rin as well, as it uses the majority of her magical energy. You heard her, Tosuka. How much more magical energy can you spare? How much magical energy? How come you know exactly what I'm thinking? Huh? Nothing. I told you to leave me alone. I know about Saber's noble phantasm. To be frank, Saber and I can only use her noble phantasm twice. We'll use it once to destroy the Holy Grail, so if you must use it against Gilgamesh, then you can only use it once.
Well, Saber, that's what Tosuka said, but what do you think?
I'm not sure. If Archer truly possesses any and all noble phantasms there are, then he must have something that can contend with my sword. Then it will come down to whose noble phantasm is truly superior.
So in the end, is it still going to end up as a competition of noble phantasms? If it ends up like that, Gilgamesh will have the upper hand. I won't let Saber walk into a reckless fight like that, but... Damn it, I can't put my thoughts together. By the way, what exactly is Tosuka doing? She's been acting weird. I say that because she's been looking in my direction, then quickly looking away. Hey, Tosuka, if something is on your mind, then say it. I'm sure you have an idea or two.
No, I don't. Well, it's not like I can tell you right here, you idiot.
I don't understand what made her say something like that, then quickly look away as if something weird's on my face.
Shido?
It's nothing. She's just weird. We'll leave her alone and keep thinking of something. And so we're continuing our strategy meeting with just the two of us. But without Tosuka, the brain of our operation, we can't really think of an effective strategy to overcome our predicament.
If we can't come up with anything, then I suppose our earlier idea would have to suffice. We'll move out right before dawn, so go back to your room and make sure you get enough rest.
Tosuka has unilaterally decided the direction for us. Time is passing by. The hands on the clock are about to signal a new day. Tosuka told me to at least take a nap, but I'm not really in any condition to fall asleep. In a few hours, we'll have to face that servant. If we move right before dawn, that means everything will be over by the time sun rises. There's no way I can stay still in a time like this. I should...
Okay. I know from seeing that this is the split point where I should save because this route has two endings. Unlike the last one, which only had the one. So, okay. We're gonna go for true first and then good after that. So.
That's right. There's no way I can sleep like this. A strategy against Gilgamesh. If we're to face a cold-hearted enemy like that, we'll end up with nothing but regret if we don't try to find an opportunity. If we go to Ryudo Temple now, I'm sure someone is going to die. Rather than end up with a regret like that, it's not a shame to try to do anything, to struggle until the very last moment. Tosuka, are you still awake? I knock on her door.
Wait a minute! Don't you dare come in right now!
Knowing Tosuka, I thought she'd be sleeping by now, but it seems she's still awake. Not only that, she's panicking. I can hear her running around the room for something. It seems she's finally calming down. After a loud, deep breath that I can hear through the wall, she opens the door.
And what do you want?
She glares at me as soon as we see each other. Well, it's to continue our conversation from earlier. I want to think more about how we can counter Gilgamesh. Why are you staring me down like that? Tosuka, are you in a really bad mood right now? I already know what she's going to say, but it doesn't hurt to ask.
What do you think?
She'd obviously yell at me, but I'm really curious, so I end up asking her anyway. However...
Never mind. It's not like I'm actually mad at you.
Well, now she's making me even more confused. Tosuka, do you have a fever or something?
No, I don't. Look, will you just come in? If you want to talk about Gilgamesh, then I actually wanted to go to your room and discuss something with you.
Tosuka drags me inside the room and locks the door. Then she slowly moves back into the room. Anyway, I start to move toward the center of the room.
Facing toward Tosaka, I sit down across from her. Silence. She said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about, yet she's not saying a word right now. Tosaka, about Gilgamesh. I know. You're going to tell me that you don't want to have Saber fight him, right? You're really considerate of her. Now hold on, that's not what this is about. I'm simply saying that Gilgamesh is a bad match for Saber, so we should rethink our formation, that's all. If Saber's defeated and no one is left to slow him down, Tosaka would be next. You said you wanted to change our current formation, but what exactly? I'm not going up against that Goldie. He's taking advantage of his treasury and has anti-magecraft armor on. He's a bad match for Saber, but an even worse match for me. Same for you. She is right. But I can't just forget those eyes. What Archer's gaze was trying to tell me. That golden servant. Only Shido Emiya can go up against Gilgamesh. Tosaka, promise me you won't get mad. But I'm thinking that maybe I should take on Gilgamesh, right? I'm surprised, so you did notice. The only thing that could counter Gilgamesh's noble phantasm is Archer's magecraft. Oh. I'm surprised, so you did notice. The only thing that could counter Gilgamesh's noble phantasm is Archer's magecraft. My jaw dropped. What do you mean, what? Don't tell me. You were thinking of something crazy like that without even realizing the most important part?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I didn't have concrete evidence, but I had a feeling that maybe I had the best chance against him.
I see. I'm not sure who gave you that idea, but you weren't wrong about that. What makes Gilgamesh the most powerful servant is the number of his noble phantasms. But following that same line of thought, whoever possesses the same amount of noble phantasms could potentially go up against him.
Same amount of noble phantasms. Basically, I just need to copy every single one of his weapons as soon as he unleashes them.
That's right. I know he mocks you and calls you two fakers, but I'm sure that's just because he sees you two as threats. He has no choice but to admit that the heroic spirit Emiya gets to fight him on the same ground.
That's true, but maybe that's the case, but there's a limit. He can tell that as soon as I project one of Archer's swords. He can tell that as soon as I project one of Archer's swords. There's no way I can project fast enough, and I don't have enough magical energy to do so.
And that's only if your magecraft stays the same as before. But you do remember what Archer's noble phantasm is, right? That magecraft. As long as you master that reality marble, you'll have a chance against Gilgamesh.
Tosaka stares at me with high expectations. Unfortunately, I can't answer her expectations. No way. Reality marbles forbidden
no way. Reality marbles forbidden even amongst the most dangerous spells, right? Wait, no, that is... that is still...
No way. Reality marbles forbidden even amongst the most dangerous spells, right? Besides, I don't even know how to do it, and I don't even have a fraction of the magical energy needed when Archer created his world.
I know it'd be difficult. However, you should already know how to do it. That's because your magecraft all originates from it. Whether it's strengthening or projection, it's just a byproduct of your reality marble. As long as you have enough magical energy, I'm sure even you'll be surprised at how gears just fall into places by themselves.
Even if that's the case, it still doesn't change the impossible. I don't have the magical energy to put up or sustain the reality marble. I'm sure Archer spent his lifetime strengthening his magic circuits, but I don't have what he has.
I understand. But Gilgamesh said so too, remember? A true mage would compensate for what's lacking in themselves from elsewhere.
Listen to me, I'm not skilled enough to try to siphon magical energy from other places, and I don't know how to store my magical energy into gems like you. Wait, are you asking me to use those gems? Of course, I don't think she'll agree to that, saying that I don't have training in magecraft to be able to utilize those gems.
If that worked, I would have given you the gems already. Besides, only I'm capable of transferring those gems into energy, so no, that wouldn't work. But maybe that's our only approach. There are lots of steps we have to take in order to make someone else's magical energy your own, but I think that's the only option we're left with considering our situation. Hey, Tosaka, you mind sharing what's on your mind? I can't help if you don't tell me what's going on. What? There's no way I can tell you something like that! It seems like she's thinking about something that's hard to tell me. It's nothing. There are a couple of options, but I simply went through the process of elimination and got rid of the ones with a low chance of success.
Is that so? Then does that mean you have a good plan now?
Well, to be honest, this is a problem between me and you. There's a way to connect two mages' pools of magical energy together to make this work.
So it'd be like creating a path for the magical energy to pass through between us?
Right. Even if you don't have enough magical energy for your reality marble, I do. You'll use my magical energy to fight Gilgamesh, and Saber and I will destroy the Holy Grail during that time. I have Saber with me, so we should be okay on our end, even if I'm short on some magical energy. If I can use my reality marble
to hold Gilgamesh back, without any other servants and masters, the Holy Grail's left wide open. Tosaka being a mage and having Saber by her side, our chance of success is high enough.
But that brings another issue. The hard part's the step before that. I don't know how to create a path for magical energy to pass through.
No. Oh. But that brings another issue. The hard part's the step before that. I don't know how to create a path for magical energy to pass through.
That much I'm aware. It'll be up to me to think of a way.
Tosaka is thinking of something, but she doesn't look optimistic about it.
About creating a path, there's only a handful of methods that are immediate and can allow magical energy to pass through. The most effective one would be to transplant our magic circuits into each other.
Transplant our magic circuits into each other? Magic circuits are secondary pseudo-nerves that can be said to define a mage. Using ode to... wait, I forget. Shit, it's been so long since I've had to say it. I can't remember if it was odd or ode. Either way. To exert influence on mana, the core mechanism of a mage. It's a living inheritance to make sure one's bloodline can have the foundation necessary to realize their family's great work when they've reached the pinnacle. You can say it's like one's blood and bone that strengthen as time goes on. Magic circuits? Like the ones in you and me?
Yes. If we transplant our essences as mages to each other, it would guarantee a path. There's no easier way to transfer your magical energy to someone else when you have a part of their circuit as your own.
Her explanation's short and simple, yet contains a sense of guilt. Of course it would. I can't even begin to imagine the consequences of doing something as crazy as transplanting your magic circuits into somebody else. For a person to offer their own magic circuits to be transplanted, it also means they're giving up their integrity as a mage. But that makes this easier. Okay. I'll give you my magic circuits.
Guys, we don't need to talk about it too much. I know what you're thinking of, but we don't need to get on the topic too deeply. Please and thank you.
What, Tosaka?
I'm happy that you'd think that, but that's meaningless.
Right in my face. She just ends up throwing my resolve right back in my face. What? Why?
Look, the reason we're even talking about all this is so that we can use your reality marble, right? Then why would we want to weaken your circuit? Using the reality marble is only possible when we fully exert all of our magic circuits.
I see. I'm the one who will use the reality marble. I'll only barely be able to create a fantasy big enough to corrode the world itself when I fully exert my magic circuits. If I were to transplant some of my magic circuits into Tosaka to create a path, then I wouldn't have enough circuits to perform my magecraft, which would defeat the purpose.
Got it? That'd be like spending all this effort to just make us weaker, Shiro.
I'm sorry, I didn't think that far ahead.
It's okay, no need to apologize. I thought you'd come up with something like that. I didn't expect you would say it so quickly, though.
So we transplant your magic circuits into me? But that also means...
It's true that instead of transplanting your circuit into me, the reverse would be better secure our chances. However, I'm the one performing the ritual for the transplant. Taking part of the circuit away while using it can't guarantee the stability of the ritual itself. My mind would be more at ease if this was standardized, like the ritual we perform to form contracts with our familiars, but creating a path of magical energy between two mages is not something that happens every day.
So this could end up bad for the both of us?
Right. I can't take your magical circuit, and unfortunately me giving you my magic circuit's also incorrect. Oh, whoops. Yeah, my magical circuit. Thank you, Anaplex. And that's why.
That's why?
I'm going to transplant my magic crest into you.
Oh shit. Magic crest. It records the secrets and hidden arts of a mage's family. It's their history. If magic circuits are the blood and bones of a mage, then one could say that the crest is their muscle. A magic crest is magecraft taking form. Through the life work of the mage leading the family in that generation, what was supposed to be formless is then given form. It's the proof of a mage's existence. Tosaka having inherited her family's crest, she gets to enact the magecraft that this generation's family had created. Wait, but that means
It's much easier to give a magic crest to someone. Unlike magic circuits, crests are meant to be given to others. Well, it doesn't define me as much as my magic circuits do. The crest is still created by the Tosaka family, so it should suffice for our purposes.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Well, the magecraft that was crystallized into the crest would probably be rendered useless, but at least I can turn that into a receiver for magical energy. Or are you talking about the success rate? Like, is it possible to transplant the magic crest to someone outside of my family's bloodline?
Yeah, that part worries me too, but
Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll back you up, and we'll get that holy grail without you, me, and... with you, me, and Saber. The three of us. That's right. We already made up our minds. I'll overcome my biggest failure with everything I've got.
she asserts confidently with a bright smile. There's nothing else that needs to be said. Removing her magic crest. That's the same as delaying her family's ultimate wish with her own hands. I've seen that so many times. The fact that she could overcome that truth with a simple smile and with such determination is her strength, and I've seen it so many times.
What? Why are you smiling like that? Is something weird on my face?
What? Right. It's the same as when we went to the church. I don't know how to put this, but it's hard to know what to like about you.
That's rude. That reminds me, was my face weird at that time?
The fated night when I summoned Saber, Tosaka looked seriously worried about me, someone who was just her enemy, when I got sick at the church. I'll never forget how much that expression saved me. I can't say too much about others, but Tosaka was a really nice person, probably nicer than anyone I've ever met. Well, yeah, it was weird. At the time, I only thought of you as a goody two-shoes at school, so I didn't think you'd make a face like that.
Whatever. That's right. I'm just a woman who's cold as the iceberg. Sorry I couldn't make it more obvious before.
Yes, but I have been saved by her. She's kind yet realistic, and has the heart of steel who's willing to discard her weakness at a moment's notice. She hides her hesitation and troubles in her heart, and always shows the elegant side of her to everyone, treading forward on her own path with grace.
And? It's fine what you think about me, but why are you still staring at me?
What? Oh, I suppose I was captivated by you. I know it might be too late, but maybe I fell for you because of your charm.
Hold on just a second. What is that man yelling about in there? Hold on. I'm literally like, brother, I can hear you on the stream. Tell your chat I said hi. Austin says hi. Anyway.
Then I can't lose. She's willing to transplant her magical crest to me without hesitation and regret. Then I must repay her kindness with my own trust.
What do you mean you fell for me? Now's not the time for that. But at least I can hear what else you want to say.
Tosaka's readying herself. I'm glad. It seems she's prepared and has noticed my resolve. Yeah, I understand. We're short on time, so we probably shouldn't waste time on small talk, right? Come on, let's start the transplant. Specifically, what am I supposed to do, Tosaka? Her mouth is wide open. That's weird. Did I just say something funny? What is it now? Did you just think of something we should be worried about?
For example, some kind of jinx that prevents us from performing the ritual at a certain time of day. Nothing. I'm just having a headache right now. I thought I should be used to it by now, but I underestimated how bad you are with timing. It's fine, since this isn't the first time you've been like this. What you said, well, it wasn't exactly bad, so I'll let you off the hook for now. Hmm? She swings her body and turns away from me, and then she starts to take various items out of her bag. Here, take this. Just think of it as a painkiller. Okay. I put the lozenge in my mouth. I see. I was just thinking about Steam trading cards earlier, because I realized that that game that I played the other day that I really liked didn't have any, and I was sad. Oh, I also realized that I had like a shit ton of Steam points for like the backgrounds and like animated borders and like mini profile banners and stuff that I just never used. In fact, I have so many points that I don't think I can use them all right now. I don't think it's actually possible for me to. Tosuka turns off the light in the room and starts to draw some kind of pattern on the floor. About 5 minutes have passed. After the preparation's complete, Tosuka sits down on the bed. Okay, Tosuka, what am I supposed to do now? It doesn't seem like she didn't hear my question, but Tosuka's having this strange, troubled look on her face. What's going on? Is it something you can't tell me? I'm prepared for anything, so it won't faze me unless it's something really surprising. This is what I meant by trust. Tosuka nods her head. Oh, whoops, I accidentally muted myself. Fine. It's hard for me to say this, but just take off your clothes. With nervousness in her tone, she issued me a command I'm not used to. Let's assess the situation. The lights are off. Tosuka's sitting on the bed with her head down, clearly nervous. Why am I only realizing this now? Tosuka's soft-looking body and her supple legs dangling above the floor are making her look all very seductive, and she's asking me to take off my clothes. Hey, you there! Don't get the wrong idea! I'm just telling you to take off your clothes! I'm also going to take off my clothes, so it's fair. I took my weird fantasy back after she yelled at me. Wait, are you taking your clothes off too? I don't know how else to interpret what she said other than taking it exactly as what it is. I told you not to twist my words. I asked you to take off your clothes so we can sense each other's body warmth directly, nothing else. Listen, we must highly synchronize our senses in order to perform the magic crest transplant. In order for that to happen, we have to get rid of as much interference as possible. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Of course. I'm not sure what transplanting a magic crest actually looks like, but from the sound of it, it could be similar to a medical transplant. I guess you wouldn't operate on a patient when they're fully clothed. You could have told me that from the beginning. I just need to take the top off, right? Of course. I'll throw the heater at you if you dare take your pants off. It's scary thinking of what she might actually do. Taking off my top. I've had her take care of my injuries a few times already, but it still feels a little embarrassing. I can hear Tosuka taking a deep breath in the dark. Okay. Now for the next step. Shiro, turn around. Right, I forgot you had to take your clothes off too. No answer. Taking her silence as affirmation, I quietly turn around. As I turn my back towards her, I take a deep breath to calm myself. I'm going to receive her magic crest and create a path between us. Her magical energy will pass through it and allow me to activate the reality marble in order to defeat that servant. This is simply a process in this long and dangerous fight. I should be able to suppress unnecessary thoughts by just reaffirming that fact to myself. You can turn around now, Shiro. My heart skips a beat. I turn around slowly to face Tosuka. I let out a sound. It might seem rude, but I'm troubled by what I'm seeing. Say, Tosuka, why are you taking off your clothes so reluctantly? Tosuka's taken off some clothes, but from the way she removed them, I don't feel any resolve in her. What? Do you have a problem with me? Not really a problem per se, but it's not symmetrical. Basically, I took off everything that I was wearing on top, and you've only taken off that much clothing. But you've only taken off that much clothing. The ratio just doesn't match. It's got to be relatively the same between us. Fine, I'll take my leggings off as well. Jeez, he's more of a maniac than I thought. Well, I shouldn't press further on what we're talking about. It's fine. You're the one performing the ritual, so as long as the ritual can be successful, I won't complain. I mean, the ritual will be more difficult when we have more clothes on, but it's such a waste if I just show you everything now. Tosuka's murmuring to herself. Fortunately, it's taking everything in me to keep calm, so I don't have any energy left to argue with Tosuka. Fine, then, Shiro, turn around again. She whispers to me, and I turn around immediately. This time, the sound of Tosuka's clothes rustling lasts a little longer than before. Once again, I remind myself that this is a serious ritual. Even if Tosuka is at her most exposed and defenseless form, my becoming frantic will ruin this whole thing. How about now, Shiro? Tosuka's voice trembles. I slowly look over Tosuka's body. I can faintly see the soft outline of her body under the dim lamplight. Her shoulder, neck, and collarbone form the most beautiful silhouette. Well, are you happy now? I'm relieved that even when she looks so beautiful, she is still the same snappy Tosuka. I try to relax my expression, as I feel that I may have unknowingly broken into a smile. Gona, cute undershirt. I agree. I want this undershirt, actually. I steal her fit, please. Honestly, I would steal most of Rin's fits, actually. I think that they would look good on me. That's just my personal opinion, though. Also, she put her socks back on. I didn't even notice. That's really funny. Jeez. I try to relax my expression as I feel I may have unknowingly broken into a smile. This is actually making it a bit difficult for me. I cover my face with my hands and take a very deep breath. If I don't at least hide my face, which is probably red as an apple right now, I'll lose my composure. Since I get to see you like that, let's call it even. Oh, since I get to see you like that, let's call it even. Shiro, come here. Tosuka makes a gesture, beckoning me to join her at the bed. We sit facing each other on the bed. The bed bounces, reacting to our weight. Without saying a word, we both take in a deep breath. Tosuka's going to start the magic crest transplant ritual. I force myself to calm down before this intimate encounter. My consciousness is getting clearer as I focus my mind. I'm gonna start now, Shiro. Hold this against your chest. She reaches out her left hand with the magic crest. As I began receiving magical energy, the pattern on the upper area of my exposed arm faintly started to shine. After we sync up, I'll transplant my magic crest into your magic circuit. Ultimately, the magic crest is part of someone else's body. Having it transplanted into you is the same as getting a foreign object put inside you, so it's possible that your body may show signs of rejection. I understand. I'm used to rough stuff like that. This is no different from how I was training to use my magic circuit. Activating a foreign nerve system while learning to control it. Not sure if it will be the same experience as with the magic crest. It seems you are. I heard you have the tendency of exhausting your body. Maybe because this reminded her of my unusual training, but Tosuka lets out a small giggle. However, that's that. If you do anything weird right now, I'll kill you. She glares at me with narrowed eyes. What do you mean by weird? She ignored me. I shortened the distance between us to the point that our shoulders are practically bumping together. It looks like I'm embracing Tosuka's left hand. I can feel Tosuka's breath on my neck, but then I realize she isn't just breathing. A bunch of words that I can't pronounce without totally fucking it up. Yay! That, yeah, no, I'm not even gonna try it. Her breath trembles as she utters the incantation. I can sense that magical energy is filling her body through her left hand. Her delicate fingers are placed on my chest, through them I can feel her pulse together with my own heartbeat. Ooh. That's a really cool looking glow there. I close my eyes to concentrate even further. My heartbeat is syncing with the pulse of her magical energy. She's adjusting her pulse to match mine, while I maintain a steady rhythm. Ooh! The gradually appearing crest. Oh, that's so cool. I focus my mind and try to keep it in a serene state like I do during my own training. This is the only thing I can do since I've never experienced synchronization and I don't have a feel for it. My eyelids are closed as if they've been sewn shut. My sense of smell is weakening and my sense of taste is fading. My body's sensors are getting distorted. I can't tell clearly if I'm sitting down or if I'm standing up. In contrast, I can feel the warmth of Tosuka's skin intimately, my own heartbeat and Tosuka's pulse. I can't tell which is which anymore. A phantom pain as if someone was having a hold over my heart. A phantom experience as if I'm gripping someone's heart. I move around my fingers trying to identify this feeling I have in my palm. My hearing still works. I heard a sound just now. Wait, my senses are mixed up. I can't tell if that was my body if I touched or if that was Tosuka's voice I heard. Ooh, that's such an interesting description. The breaths that escape from her mouth are pained. Even while knowing that it isn't my own breath that I'm hearing, I can't help but listen to it. Hey, try to pull yourself together, Shido. A voice from inside of me just yelled at me. I try to ask what's happening and what's going to happen. We're only at the first phase of synchronization. That's why our senses have swapped and are all mixed up. The real challenge is coming. If you don't focus, you'll be pulled about by our shared senses. That was as much as I could hear before I suddenly lost myself. It feels like my body's turned to paper and is rapidly being folded up. Slowly, the paper that is my body is being carefully tucked away. But since time has stopped for the surrounding world, from the outside it probably seems like all of this is happening at the speed of light. There's no limit to this repeated process of accumulation and contraction. Even though there's a limit to how many times you can fold up a two-dimensional surface, no matter how much area it has, my body keeps folding inward. My vision turns blue while it was red before I was folded up. I'm floating. I'm falling yet floating at the same time, and the world's passing me by at a rapid speed. I try to reach out my hand to familiarize myself in this world where acceleration and termination exist at the same time. I just realized that my arms were already folded away, so there's nothing for me to reach out with. Now that's an issue. I already severed things that I've deemed unnecessary to this place, but I didn't think I'd lose my arms and legs. If this keeps on, then I'll lose my sense of self. That's why the first thing I need to do is not confirm the world, but to assume my own form. Oh shit. Fish? I squeeze my hands. Wait. Didn't I do this last time? Yeah. I squeeze my hands. Although temporary, I have certainly achieved a sense of self. I'm floating in a blue celestial sphere. There's no up or down, no sky or earth. It's quiet. I'm not talking about sound, but my current finite state of serenity. Time is flowing on the outside. Blue sea fills the outside. There's nothing within the celestial sphere. That means the celestial sphere is the sky to the blue sea. The egg of the world. Is the celestial sphere being covered in shells? Or is the celestial sphere flipped inside out? Does the void give birth to all? Or does the void seep out from all? The celestial sphere continues to rotate while inverted. Here, time is eternal. The formless gains form over the course of an eternity. Nothing shares the same form, and no lives differ from one another. It's a phenomenon that's common to all things. Common forms congregate and thus give form to different laws. Each rare occurrence also represents each great result. Beautiful, just like fish traversing through the vast sea. Will does not exist in this complete world. This world doesn't create persistence or preservation, no symbiosis or hostility. This place welcomes visitors. If a foreign object falls in here for them to exploit, they will of course respond to it. The tremendous flow of time is wavering. The collective of Magic Crest senses this foreign object's intention, but you must be careful. My senses are subverted. I'm seeing illusions. A hidden past not of my own passes me. It was an old memory. Someone else's memory. A memory of parting with someone in the morning. A memory of being placed in a mansion away from Fuyuki once the battle had started. You must be careful, no matter what kind of response to whatever intention. Any process conducted by them can only be perceived by humans as divine punishment. In a body that has no need for eyeballs and a brain, I'm getting dizzy. Information's passing by me. I'm seeing old memories, parting with a certain someone in the morning. The memory of a person who watched their loved one leave, knowing she would never hold his hands again. Lines from the magic crests are swimming around me, surrounding me while looking for bait. There's nothing I can do. Well, there's nothing a bait can do to begin with. This won't result to anything unless I observe and accept everything like this. Change is ever so slow. Time surrounds me in a spiral, passing through my body. It starts to corrode me, like it's been devouring the void. Characters: 2. Season: winter. Name: farewell. Flowers are being offered. A young girl standing in front of the grave. A priest standing, towering behind the young girl. There are no words. The girl's determined to bury her own sadness yet again today. Foreign substances are invading. Spiral blades are closing in on the body. It's like a malicious bulbul. The PRESTREAM transplant has started. I observe the gruesome reality. Fortunately, my function to feel pain is still folded away. I see myself being cuffed, binded, severed, dismembered, compressed, and played with, yet it feels like someone else. Oh, how easy is it to cut the flesh. Oh, how easy is it to shave the bone. The only thing left felt like a soul being eternally tormented. One of my arms turned into that of an insect's. Or it seems like it. Oh, disgusting. This is also her suffering, a type of pain that I've heard resides within the Magic Crest. I respect her. She harbors this kind of discomfort, or rather horror, that's several times more repulsive inside her body, yet she's able to laugh like that. She doesn't feel any disgust. When you think like that, what is there to be afraid of? Suddenly, I've come into contact with a particularly deep spot. This is mixed in amongst memories of farewell and departure. It was an encounter that seared into her heart. Someone was running in the schoolyard. It's high jump. Someone was running towards the bar again and again. She was standing there watching the whole thing. It was meaningless, yet he kept trying until sunset. She thought to herself, what is the meaning of this? Yet she kept on watching as if she was betrayed by something. As if she just witnessed something precious. That was it. An after-school sight that's not unusual at any school. But to her, it was a sight that stirred up a revolution in her heart. Faintly. It was a sight familiar also to me, a sight from bygone days. Time's returning to the outside. The world's returning completely. The strong self-awareness gained in exchange for my folded-away bodies evaporating. Just like foam disappearing on the surface of the sea. I was cut away from the inner world as I welcome a strange substance in my arm. My body feels heavy. I open my eyes while I'm still half asleep and try to faintly grasp my surroundings. God, that was really cool. I liked that scene a lot. My consciousness is coming back. I'm lying on the bed facing up, with the top half of my body naked, my left shoulder's burning and sweating. When I try to wipe the sweat away, it hurts as if it's suffering from a burn. I thought I was seeing more fingers. It's obvious I'm not the same self from earlier. By the way, Tosaka, was the ritual successful? Just how many hours have passed since then? Don't tell me. Did I end up passing out and sleeping while time just passed by?
Thank goodness.
Tosaka, you're still there. That's a relief. I thought for sure I'd overslept and... Am I imagining this, or was she glaring at me? Oh, that was his, thank goodness. Yeah. Tosaka? Was it successful? Of course it was successful. It was a resounding success. It was so successful, there's not even a slight trace of side effects. It was so perfectly done, even Kiddo would praise me with that devious face of his. Oh, okay. I'm sure that must be quite the achievement. But somehow Tosaka isn't proud about it, and she doesn't feel like her usual arrogant self. Rather, she's angry. She's really, really angry. I can sense the tension between us. She's clearly sulking about something. I don't know why, but it seems something's gone wrong. I feel like I need to read her mind immediately and calm her down, but I'm such a bad pupil, I'm not able to think of any reason as to why Tosaka would be angry. This persistent pain in my left arm. A strange feeling that's like a combination of sharp pain from deep cuts and stinging pain from being burnt. Whoa. Without a doubt. A streak of an elaborately designed seals branded on my left arm. It looks like Tosaka's magic crest, and it emits a faint blue light. Tosaka, is this? Yes. This is the magic crest I transplanted. It already became a part of your circuit, and any traces of its original magecraft's nowhere to be seen. I see. Well, this sure is something. I thought it hurt, but it doesn't really hurt at all. If anything, my arm only feels a bit more heavy than before. You'll get used to it soon. Since its sole purpose is to connect our magical energies together, it shouldn't have any effect on the human body. The magic crest, or rather the circuit, will slowly assimilate into your body, and you won't even feel a thing in about half a year. Is that so? Then this means... The transplant's complete. It's basically a one-way path from me to you, so it's not possible for you to send your magical energy to me. All I can do for you now is send you my magical energy. It's all up to you now. We've secured the magical energy necessary to create the reality marble. All that's left is my problem. All I need to do is fully activate my magic circuit and successfully create the reality marble. You're right. Thank you, Tosaka. I'll make good use of your magic crest. You better. Also, don't expect me to apologize. You don't just owe me one, you owe me 1 trillion, and it's a lifetime worth of debt. You're right about that. Oh, why were you so angry just now? You saw it, right? By the way, can I just say, in a perfectly roundabout tsundere-ish way, that is such a fucking thing to say. You owe me a lifetime of debt. Yeah, how are you gonna pay that? By staying with me for a lifetime? Perhaps? By being with you always? Oh, jeez. Oh, man. They're cute. Huh? What did I say exactly? Don't tell me that when I thought I blanked out during the ritual, my body actually acted on its own and did something to Tosaka? Oh, wait a minute, did I do something? Don't act so innocent, you saw it, you animal! Animal? Not possible, did I actually do something to her that was so rough that she'd use that word to describe me? Wait, there's no way that happened. I mean, the bed's tidy, and besides, I wouldn't be alive if anything like that happened. Now I remember. First and foremost, my eyes weren't functioning during the ritual, so I really couldn't see anything other than what looked like a magic circuit and... maybe that's what Tosaka was talking about. An illusion I saw for a brief moment. In the state where we were sharing our senses due to the synchronization, it's possible that we could see imagery from each other's mind. It wouldn't be too much different than when I saw Saber's dream or heroic spirit Emiya's dream. It all makes sense now. If this is the case, then the only thing I saw that she would care about is the scene taking place at a schoolyard during sunset, something that I haven't seen in my other dreams. I got it. It must be that. Tosaka, you've been having a weird dream, right? At some schoolyard somewhere. You kept looking at an idiot who wouldn't give up on high jumping until sunset. What was that about? What? I was hit by a pillow before I could finish my sentence. It was a swift and powerful swing, a critical strike even Saber and Fujine would be proud of. There's another problem. It's the fact that a normal soft pillow can have the impact and damage as if it was filled with water or something.
Tosaka, what are you... Shut up, shut up, shut up!
She keeps on hitting me with the pillow. Still looking like she did when she started the ritual, Tosaka continues her assault with the pillow.
Ouch, ouch! Did you fuse some magical energy into that thing? Would you just quit it and tell me what's up with you? Shut up, you animal! How dare you peek at someone's secret and just act like nothing happened! Ow, ow, wait a minute, what, that's a secret to you?
When I was surprised by her answer, she saw the opening and hit me in the face. Oh. Eek. That was a swift and powerful pillow uppercut. Maybe it's also the exhaustion from the transplant, but I'm haphazardly knocked down again. Tosaka must still be angry because she grabs me by the back of the neck and starts dragging me across the floor.
Fine. You just remember this moment. One day I'll peek at your embarrassing memories and it'll be too late to beg me for forgiveness.
Please forgive me. Wait, what are you doing? She won't hear me out at all. She grabs the back of my neck and throws me out of her room.
Mr. Emiya, just so you know, a girl has a lot to do to get ready, so would you return to your room now?
With that evil grin of hers, Tosaka slams the door. Thrown out into the hallway looking like this, I blankly look up at the door.
Don't be ridiculous, guys have a lot of stuff to do too!
I hold my dizzy head and get up. I thought of saying something back to Tosaka on the other side of the door, but I decide not to. I wasn't able to ask Tosaka what that scene I saw meant to her. Well, if she's that bad about it must have some special meaning to her. Muttering silly stuff like that to myself, I go back to my room. It was probably just an excuse for Tosaka to kick me out, but it's true that there's no time. The date's already changed. There's probably less than an hour left before we head to the temple. Yeah, this is... I close my eyes and feel the magical energy from Tosaka pouring into me. Tosaka isn't consciously supplying me, yet it's filling my body up. If my maximum magical energy capacity is 20 or 30 units, then she always has 500 units of magical energy. I'm sure it'd take years to stock up, but her maximum capacity might reach 1,000 units if someone supplied her. I'm surprised. She really is amazing. That reconfirms it, or rather I finally realize now. Well, she's depleted now, and mages usually only keep about 80% of their magical energy, so Tosaka's magical energy is at about 400 units right now. But that's still a massive amount of magical energy. I use about 2 units of magical energy to use Strengthening Magecraft once. To use Projection once, I use about 5 units of magical energy on average. Using that example, the projection that I can use only 6 times at most can be used 30 or even 60 times with the help of Tosaka. Well, a cheap vehicle will overheat no matter how much fuel there is, but it still has tremendously increased my power. I might even have a chance at winning against that king of heroes like this. All that's left is... There's 1 more hour. I should rest my body until then. I'll rest my body and regain my mental and physical strength for the final battle at Ryudo Temple. Everything's set. I'll face the last night with a fully prepared body for Tosaka's sake too, since she gave her magic crest and opened up to me. I'm going to make a new save, though, so that I can come back to that one later when we need to do the other ending shit. Eden. Alrighty. I turn off the lights in the house. It's 4 in the morning. We leave the Emiya residence with a few hours left until dawn. We have our plan. There's nothing else to discuss. Now we just need to go to the battlefield and carry out each of our responsibilities. There's no guarantee we'll come back safely. Well, until now it's been a recurring event, but this time there's no guarantee we'll return. So I need to make sure to turn off all the lights in my house. Someone's standing in the garden. A blonde girl gazes up at the night sky, doing nothing in particular. Hey, what are you up to, Saber?
I was looking at the sky, and this house.
She answers me in a very gentle voice. When we first met, she looked at this house with a different expression.
So much has happened.
I want to burn it into my memory, so that I always remember.
Her voice. It reflects a determination that she might never come back, even greater than mine. Yeah? Well, remember it as long as you can. I make a humble request of her from the windowed hallway.
Yes. I have a favor to ask of you as well. I'll protect you, so please, make sure you both return to this house.
Yeah, we will. That's the only answer I can give now. We're going to destroy the Holy Grail. When that happens, Saber will leave too because she's a servant. I'd like her to stay here, and she's even developed an attachment to our home. But that's a rule she can't break as long as she's a servant.
Hey, what are you two doing? We need to hurry, there isn't much time.
A voice beckons us from the front door. Tosuka seems to have finished preparations and is already at the gate.
Let us be off, Shiro.
Yeah. Time to finish this, Saber. I turn off the last light and leave the house with Saber. The night's quiet. In the garden, under the starry sky, the illusion of a girl gazing up at the stars still remains. Our direction's set. Saber's going to breach Ryudo Temple from the front gate, while Tosuka and I will infiltrate from the back of the mountain. We plan to have Saber enter the temple slightly sooner than us to draw Gilgamesh's attention. We'll use the opening to sneak into Ryudo Temple from the back, stop the Holy Grail as soon as possible, and then back Saber up. Then, I'll counter Gilgamesh's noble phantasm with my projection, so Saber can close in and finish him off. That's our only strategy right now. There's a barely intact path in the hills behind the temple. Tosuka scales the slope as surely as if she'd scoped out the area beforehand. At night, the mountains are dark and sinister. The mountain is an inviolable and spiritual ground, so it naturally repels us. While the dark mountain itself is dangerous to human hikers, it also embodies a sacred realm with high spiritual purity. However,
this isn't normal. The air is so fishy it's making me nauseous.
Tosuka gags, squinting at Ryudo Temple at the summit. Fishy is just her figure of speech. There isn't actually a fishy smell coming from the mountain. It just feels bizarre. The air feels uncomfortably lukewarm and it sticks to my skin. The life energy in the air feels so raw, I can't tell if I'm breathing or if the mountain is breathing. I even hallucinate that we're hiking up a giant intestine, not a mountain.
I should have asked sooner, but how do you feel, Shiro?
Suddenly, Tosuka asked me how I was. Well, not good or bad. Honestly, I have so much that I don't know what to do with all this. I tell her my honest feelings. With this much magical energy, 10 or 20 projections would be a piece of cake. But you could compare it to putting a jet engine on a worn-out plane. I feel like I can't relax, as if I'll spring a fuel leak and explode if I lose focus.
Wow, that's a nice problem to have. Glad it worked out, though. I was worried because it was my first time.
Worried? Don't tell me that was actually a really risky ritual?
Not the process, but the aftermath. I have to balance the energy I share with you with the energy Saber takes. You know, Saber's output's lower because I have to juggle you both, right?
Right, that's true. Then Saber can't fight the way she wants?
Hey, don't underestimate me. I'm not that sloppy, and I'm not giving you that much power compared to Saber, so it'll work itself out. Still, we can't be reckless. Saber can only use her sacred sword once right now.
She can only use it once? Then she can't use it on Gilgamesh. We need Saber's noble phantasm to destroy the Holy Grail. Then Saber is going to stop Gilgamesh without her trump card?
Yeah, that's why we need to regroup with her as soon as possible. Saber said that she'll use her sacred sword when she determines that she can't stop Gilgamesh. But if she does that, she's finished. She can't destroy the Holy Grail without it. So when that happens...
He holds his breath. When that happens...
She's prepared to use the sacred sword knowing that she'll disappear afterward.
Tosuka, you mean...
We don't really have a choice. It was Saber's idea. She'll destroy the Holy Grail even if I try to stop her.
Tosuka doesn't look at me as she murmurs. Damn it. What a fool she is. This is just as hard on Tosuka. She doesn't want Saber to disappear either. Then... Let's hurry. I won't let Gilgamesh have Saber.
Of course not. Saber belongs to me. I won't let a guy like that kill her. We run up a game trail. I know that what we needed to do. We'll stop the Holy Grail as fast as we can, and then go settle things with Gilgamesh. Interlude. What's up, Saber? I assume that it's going to be your POV. The mountain is rumbling. Dark clouds shroud the sky, and the trees seem to tremble nervously due to the tremors. Saber watches it all from the mountain gate. She sensed it as soon as she felt the noxious, indescribable aura oozing from Ryudo Temple. The Golden Servant isn't the only one awaiting her at the top of these stairs. Something aberrant lies in wait for her and her allies. Wait, why did I say aberrant? Aberrant. Learn to speak. Okay, anyway. She can't make any mistakes up ahead. If the summit's going to be the place where they die, then she'll be the one to face the threat of death. She hopes the other two can survive this ominous realm. For their sakes, she can't afford to hold back. She can fire her sacred sword twice. She's well aware that she'll disappear the instant she uses it the second time. No matter. This was never an opponent we could beat unscathed. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. The only way to defeat the man with 1,000 noble phantasms is with a decisive strike from her sacred sword. See you, Saber. Start after 30 minutes. She recalls Rin's words. There's 1 minute left until the appointed time. Saber breathes in deeply and considers her condition. A breeze blows from the summit. She begins up the stone steps once the ill wind begins to shake the trees. She dashes up the steps in a single breath. As soon as she stepped foot on the stairs, the enemy would have realized her assault. The last servant she needs to defeat should appear within the temple grounds. She needs to get there as fast as she can and defeat Gilgamesh before Rin and Chido arrive. She isn't defying her master's orders. She began her assault after 30 minutes, just as Rin commanded. Even if she enters the temple grounds earlier than expected and engages Gilgamesh, that isn't a violation of her orders. She's just deviated from her master's projections in the course of protecting her master's life. While the air from the summit is putrid, she's like a gust of cleansing wind that cuts at the rot as she ascends the steps. It will take her less than a minute to reach the temple. That should put her at about 5 minutes ahead of Rin's projections. It will give her plenty of time to end the battle with Gilgamesh. She runs, enduring the ominous chill from the mountain gate. Like a silver speeding bullet, she races toward the summit. Just as she comes up to the gate... What? She didn't mean to stop, but she comes to a sudden halt. Sweat coats her forehead. Saber gazes up at the mountain gate in astonishment.
I've been waiting. I'm glad you made it, Saber.
A smooth voice cuts through the night. Oh, wait, shit, no. Moonlight glints off the 5-foot longsword. That is not who I expected that to be. An enemy that shouldn't be here. Stands at the top of the steps. Assassin. Her voice lacks its usual grace. She's faced with an enemy, an obstacle that shouldn't be here. That fact robs her of her composure.
What's wrong, Saber? Is it so strange to see me? I'm the gatekeeper here. You know that.
His voice is delighted, yet cool. The swordsman seems completely unchanged, his back to the ill wind from the summit.
This can't be. How are you here, assassin? Castor summoned you. You shouldn't be able to remain now that she's gone.
That would be true for a normal servant, but I'm a special case. I'm bound not to a person, but to this land. For me, this mountain gate is equivalent to the hosts you call masters.
The land is your host?
Indeed. A servant cannot maintain themselves without a physical body, even if one is a mage. Apparently, we need a host in the current era. That vixen summoned me and chose this land as my host. That's why I can only manifest at this mountain gate. I won't disappear as long as this gate exists, even if my summoner's gone. Still, I'm little more than a day laborer. The vixen only gave me enough magical energy for 20 days. You can see for yourself how close I am to that limit.
The swordsman explains in a sing-song voice and lifts his right arm. In his elegant garment, his pale arms transparent like glass. Assassin, you.
As you can see, I won't even last until dawn. I'm already past the 20-day limit. I consider it a stroke of luck that I've lasted this long.
She looks up at the swordsman in shock. His aura emits neither bloodlust nor hostility. It simply demands combat. He desires a pointless duel to the death, irrespective of victory or loss. So you stayed here to fight me, assassin?
Don't make me spell it out, Saber. If I say it, that would be boring.
Assassin chuckles. Saber can understand the swordsman's reasons, but she doesn't have time for this. Unless she hurries, her allies will arrive while she's fighting Gilgamesh. Now, in the worst case, they might arrive first and be forced to engage him without her. Move aside, assassin. Caster ordered you to guard the gate, and now she's gone. There's no point in guarding it now. Saber takes a step forward. However,
No. For me, there's no point in fighting.
he declares that the duel will begin if she proceeds any further. The tip of his long katana is pointed at Saber.
Yes, there's no meaning to this duel. I've never had anything, after all. No pride as a heroic spirit, nor anything to wish for. No, my summoning itself was a mistake. After all, I'm not even Sasaki Kojiro. Oh?
Saber's extremely confused. Sasaki Kojiro. That should be the servant's true name. But Assassin's just admitted that he's an imposter.
Don't be so surprised. Sasaki Kojiro has always been a fictional swordsman with no identity. He's believed to have existed, but the records about him are incredibly vague. He's a fictional swordsman fabricated in histories to be a nemesis to a certain renowned swordsmaster. A man named Sasaki Kojiro may have well existed. There was probably even a martial artist with a longsword named Monohoshi Zao, but those traits don't belong to a single individual. The swordsman Sasaki Kojiro was a fictional martial artist created as a character foil.
You're a fictional heroic spirit?
Yes. All I am is a swordsman who was deemed most suitable to wear the shell of Sasaki Kojiro. I have no name. I don't even know how to read and write, and I wasn't wealthy enough to have a name of my own. Oh shit! I'm just a wraith summoned here for my ability to demonstrate the secret technique attributed to Sasaki Kojiro in the histories. A fake servant can't last long. That's why Caster treated me as expendable. See? There was never any point to my fights. Even if I accomplished anything noteworthy, all the credit would go to Sasaki Kojiro. I wouldn't profit from it at all. Everything is meaningless to me, because I am no one. Even my own self isn't set in stone. I'm just a nameless, disposable swordsman who plays the role of Sasaki Kojiro.
The longsword sways. The swordsman created as a fictional character stands in Saber's way, prepared to fulfill his role.
But if there's any meaning to my existence, then it would be now. If I, who died with no name, were to have a wish, then surely the nameless swordsman would have dreamed of facing a superior swordsman, something he was never allowed to witness in life.
Assassin. She takes up her sword. There's no persuading this foe. The only response to a swordsman ready to lay down his life is to meet him with steel.
Then let us begin. This body was always meant to die. There could be no greater ending to my life than to face you here.
His longsword sweeps through the air. Saber's sword parries the moonlit blade. The katana suddenly changes direction. If she uses her strength against this man, she won't be strong enough to face Gilgamesh at the summit. But she can't afford to hold back against Assassin. No. Can she win even if she goes all out against him? The katana's attacks grow sharper with each swing. A fictional swordsman, a master of the sword with no noble phantasm, who can fight on equal ground with heroic spirits. She must settle this duel with him now. Damn. That's really cool, though. Like, kind of a sad state of affairs for Assassin, honestly, but pretty cool. The summit is close.
We'll arrive at the back of the temple grounds once we climb this hill. There should be a large pond there, untouched by humans.
I see it. We're almost there. Tosuka climbs the slope, pushing the branches aside. I watch her back, keeping an eye on her surroundings. And then, just as the slope levels out onto flat ground, we come face to face with it. Oh boy. What is that? It's a squirming hunk of flesh. The thing enshrined in the center of the pond seems to writhe and beg for help as it spews rotting black liquid around it. How big is that thing? The flesh hunk is slowly getting bigger. It looks like a floating island. The pond water looks muddy and sticky as if there's an oil spill. No way. That's the Holy Grail? I avert my gaze, feeling uncomfortable. We'd been breathing in this thing's exhaust as we went through the forest. It endlessly spews out magical energy, polluting the pond. Its blood isn't colorless magical energy at all. That dark stuff is a visible curse. Even looking at the black mud gives me chills. The curse breaches my retinas. It hammers a single cold command into my brain. No one said anything about this. How are we supposed to... Stop it. The flesh hunk is about 30 meters away. The pond is shallow, so walking through the water shouldn't pose any problem. Pushing our way through the black mud would be suicide. It's a curse that erodes the mind just by looking at it. Hold on a second. Okay. If we go into it, we'll be weakened and drowned before we even walk a meter. That thing's about to explode. I don't know if it always looked like that, but it's way too small to be a host. Whatever's inside's about to break the vessel and come pouring out. It'll break the vessel? Then... If Shinji is the Holy Grail, then it will destroy him. See up there? There's a humanoid shape at the back of the mountain. You should be able to make it out. Huh? I follow Tosuka's line of sight. Within the rotting and growing flesh hunk, I do see something that looks vaguely human. Is he getting crucified? Torn clothes and a naked body. Ugly muscles ripple under the skin, connecting the body to the flesh hunk. It's like the shape is different. It's a bizarre image, like a bunch of grapes shaped into a human form. It's Shinji. I can't see his face, but that definitely looks like him. I see. Is he alive? I don't know. He isn't dead, but I don't know if I can call that alive. His body is still breathing, at least. I can't say that I see anything like human limbs. I knew it. This Holy Grail was originally humanoid, so it would need a human component to function. Shinji turned out like that because he wasn't a suitable part, but the Holy Grail basically needs a living host to function. But it's about to explode. You said it's going to break Shinji, who's the core. It's going to happen one way or another. If it does, there won't be any Holy Grail. All we'll get is that unknown stuff spilling out of the hole opened by the Holy Grail. Meaning that there's still time. The Holy Grail's active, but it won't break as long as it doesn't return to its original wish-granting form. That Goldie said he was going to open this hole. That he was only going to open the hole. His objective is to activate the Holy Grail, then destroy its vessel. If he does that, then that mud will pour out infinitely, on a whole different level. There's no time to consider it. We'll pull Shinji out of the flesh hunk and stop the Holy Grail. Tosuka, can you do anything about that mud? It looks like we could walk on it if we freeze it. Nope, that would work for water, but that's magical energy processed into curses. Even a freezing specialist would have a hard time freezing magecraft given form. Oh, then we'll just have to pray for good luck. The only option is to cross the pond before the curse corrupts us and extract Shinji. Hold on, are you going in just like that? Don't do it! It'll consume you while you're in the middle of it! I won't know that until I try. And there's no more time. Saber should be fighting right now. We can't afford to hesitate. I whirl around and move to protect Tosuka. Well, this is a surprise. To think that I'd have to look at your disfigured faces 3 times, mongrels. Gilgamesh sneers at us. He appeared by the pond instead of the temple, as if he predicted our moves. Gilgamesh! Then who is Saber fighting right now? Oh, then who is Saber fighting right now? Tosuka's words indicate that Saber's engaged with some other enemy at the moment. I don't know who that might be or how she ended up fighting them. There's no time to consider that right now. We're facing the worst person possible. This is the strongest servant whom we were supposed to take down as a trio. And now he's here, looking at us without Saber.
Oh? Saber isn't here? How dull. Then I guess I'll just kill you.
A terrible chill oozes from the sea of mud, while bloodlust radiates from the man in front of us. Noble phantasms hang ready and wait behind him. One wrong move and he'll skewer us.
No, that would be uninspired. Normally I'd never suggest this, but I'll make an exception. You're my guests, so I grant you a slight extension of your lives.
An extension? My fingers tense up and I glare at the enemy. My magic circuits are open. I've lined up 14 blueprints, as many as I can manage. If he snaps his fingers, I'll replicate as many swords as I can. That should at least let Tosuka get away.
What, you need me to spell it out for you? I'll allow you to be a scarecrow until the cocoon hatches. It's lonely watching over that thing by myself. If you bear witness to its fate, then your lives will have had meaning.
How can I listen to that? Our objective is to stop the Holy Grail. If there's still time, we need to rescue Shinji from that flesh hunk. Yeah? Sorry, but we're not playing along with your games. We're going to that flesh hunk and putting a stop to your Holy Grail. Before I can finish, Tosuka takes the initiative and stares down Gilgamesh.
Really now?
His lips twist into a smile. That laugh sounds like when someone decides to kill the person in front of them. Wait, Tosuka! That's... I want you to hold him off here. I know it's reckless, but you need to hold him off until Saber gets here. I'm going to take responsibility and pull Shinji out. What? What do you mean, pull him out? I know what you're thinking, but that guy is still Sakura's older brother, and I can't just let him die. Besides, isn't it your credo to save everyone you can save? Tosuka starts to run towards the dark lake. Is she going to go into that mud as is?
What is this ridiculousness? Are you trying to kill me with laughter?
That guy. He laughs condescendingly at Tosuka's determination. You... What's so funny?
What's that? Isn't it funny to you too, mongrel? You're a bunch of third-rates. Go through that curse. Do you think a lowly human could walk through it when even servants can't withstand that whirlpool of curses?
Don't underestimate me. I can handle curses like nothing. Besides, I'm no half-spirit like you guys. I'm a human with flesh and bones, so I'm not gonna let that thing engulf me. She's obviously bluffing, but Tosuka might actually be able to get across if she says so. Like she said, Rin Tosuka isn't so weak as to lose to a curse like that.
I see. Then do as you wish. Though I won't allow it.
Trace? The sword shoots forward. The sword flies toward Tosuka's defenseless back to skewer her. Off! But it's instantly deflected by my concho when I step in. I breathe heavily. I made it. Although I had prepared myself, this was the first time I'd been able to project so quickly. It must be thanks to Tosuka's magical energy. At this rate, we might be able to...
Why you?
Murderous rage fills his red eyes. My projection triggers him to get serious. The noble phantasms behind his back increase in number. Shiro. Behind me, I hear Tosuka's concerned voice. I don't look back and I keep my eyes on the enemy with my concho at the ready. Tosuka, go get Shinji. That's all I say to her. Leave it to me. I'll bring him back in no time. I hear the sound of splashing water. Tosuka jumps into the sea of mud without hesitation. I'm going to protect her. I won't allow a single noble phantasm to reach Tosuka. You need to deal with me. If you want to get to Tosuka, you'll have to beat me first. I take a step forward. This must have ticked him off. The golden servant takes his eyes away from Tosuka and focuses on me.
That girl will die anyway. Dealing my hand in her death was just my way of showing mercy.
A swarm of noble phantasms point toward me. He ignites his murderous intent like a sharp blade.
But it seems I need to teach you a lesson before that. You filthy fake. You'll learn the difference between real and fake.
He deploys his own treasures without reserve. The long sword slashes the darkness. Assassin freely wields a nearly 2-meter-long sword, and Saber still unable to step within range. She can't avoid it and falls back. The distance between the two sides does not shrink. There's 1 meter between Saber and Assassin, but that distance is enough to prevent Saber from even running up a few stone steps. She bites her lip. She doesn't have time for these skirmishes. Her opponent's typically someone she can best in strength. She could overpower him if she used the full might of her magical energy in her sword. Just 1 blow. If she can just withstand that 1 blow, she'll easily be able to hold him down. It can be an arm or a leg. If she doesn't show she's sustained a few scratches, there won't be another attack. The moment she receives the blow, she's confident she can step into Assassin's range and cut her enemy in 2. Philip with the 10. So, I'll be honest, as much as this climax slaps, my only issue is that Gil's motivation is a bit underwhelming compared to his Fate Route self, and especially in comparison to the Archer fight. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Also, I don't know why Streamlabs decided not to show your donation, but okay, that's sure, whatever. But yeah, I kind of agree. And yet, if that first blow manages to get to her neck, there would be no way she can overpower him. That's the kind of blow that this servant in front of her can execute. There's no restraint, and there are always blows that are meant to take one's life. The only possible way to prevent that is to retreat. She is at a positional disadvantage, since she can't turn and attack from the side, and the enemy's skills prevent her from moving forward. Thus, she can't step forward. She needs to reach the temple compound alive. As she stands there, Shido and Rin are going up against Gilgamesh. If she's late, one of them might die. Or worse, the 2 of them are already... She runs. She yells as if to dispel the ominous imagery that pops into her mind and rushes up the steps. 2 trajectories collide. Seeing her rush up with abandon, Assassin swings his sword not at Saber's body, but at the sword swinging down toward him.
I expected nothing short from Saber's blade. I thought my sword would have been able to withstand a few exchanges, but I see that it's been bent after a single blow.
Sparks fly. They try to push each other out of the way as the sword and katana clash. He parried it? Assassin blocked my sword? Assassin's katana is fragile. While the katana may be able to cut iron in 2, it's still made by humans. It cannot compete against her sword, which was forged and created by non-humans. If struck from the front with force alone, the long katana will surely be shattered. Knowing this, Assassin made Saber retreat by parrying the sword and going for her body instead. But Assassin blocked her attack. No matter how well trained and how tenacious Assassin is, his katana would not be able to fully defend against Saber's blow. The long sword that caught Saber's blow is now bent at its core. At this rate, he can no longer maintain his sharp advantage. Can I win? Can I win against this man unscathed? She asks herself as she pushes back at Assassin's long katana. Her hesitation creates an opening. There's a reason Assassin blocked her sword. Before she realizes that reason, she's standing in a particular position. What? She's standing in a different position. The 2, who were once standing at the top and bottom of the stairs, are now level with each other. Without realizing it, Saber's body shifted to the side and she was forced to stand on a flat footing. This is a repeat of last time. They're standing level with each other. A suitable footing to wield the secret sword. Here, Assassin's able to execute his magical blade. Swallow reversal. The 3 arcing blades encircle the enemy, and the target has no chance of defending or evading. It ensures that the enemy is killed. A chill. She shudders from the chill running down her neck. Assassin, did you... Saber's strength leaves her. She can push back right now. As she's superior in strength, she can knock down Assassin and finish him off as she runs up to him, or she can just run up toward the temple gate. But the outcome was going to be the same either way. If she disengages, that thing is going to come. Even if she knocks him away, whether she rushes in for the final blow or exposes her back to run up the stairs, that magical blade will be released, and it will be over for her. Which means she can't push forward. She can only let herself ease up and match Assassin's stare.
Are you certain you want to ease up? At this point, even I'd be able to push you back.
Assassin looks at the cornered Saber with satisfaction. There's nothing callous in his mannerism. The swordsman with the long katana is simply admiring the determined look of his opponent, who's seeking to recover from a hopeless situation. So that's why you damaged your own weapon, assassin.
Of course. Our battle was going nowhere, so I took a risk to settle the match. I figured this would put you back to your element. I prefer you not to think of the future while we're still in battle.
She holds her breath. Assassin's words tell her that he sees right through her, yet it does not sound insulting.
What?
The compound is in flames, the sound of swords clashing and breaking. There's no doubt that it's the sound of Gilgamesh and Shidao fighting.
It appears the banquet is at its peak. Truly, this is not the time for you to be impeded by a gatekeeper like me, Saber.
Assassin!
Saber grips her sword tightly. She puts magical energy into her sword in an attempt to repel the obstacle in front of her. But she can't. This very moment is her end. If she breaks the distance between herself and Assassin, she'd be walking into Assassin's scheme. She grits her teeth in frustration. She wields her sword that's infused with magical energy. She is unable to do anything. There.
Why do you hesitate? You know very well that there's only one thing both of us can really do.
The swordsman says it clearly.
Assassin?
From the very beginning, we were simply summoned to fulfill our roles. Just as I've been tasked to guard this gate, you have something you must protect. So, you shouldn't have any time to hesitate. Besides, you're not the only one who's limited on time.
There's no pretense in his voice. This is the first and last time the fictional swordsman speaks the truth of his heart. His wish is to have a fight to the death. That's the swordsman's wish. His reward for getting summoned to this age and guarding the gate this entire time.
I've committed a discourtesy to you.
Oh. I've committed a discourtesy to you. You are correct. Neither of us has much time. She releases the magical energy in her sword. The unrestrained power that gets released blows back Assassin. He goes back about 2 meters. Saber does not move, even though she's within Assassin's best range. She neither runs to the temple gate nor toward Assassin. She unleashes her seal. Her sword's revealed, and Saber confronts Assassin. There's no hesitation in her eyes. She'll use her entire strength if need be. Her eyes declare that she will use all her strength to defeat the enemy in front of her. No words will be exchanged from now. The imaginary swordsman slowly readies his long katana.
Let us...
He readies his strongest sword technique against the greatest enemy of his life. She walks through the sea of rotten flesh. The lake's not even a meter deep. But the sticky mass of flesh has accumulated at the bottom, so she only sinks in knee-deep. This is absolutely disgusting. She grumbles under her labored breath. Every step she takes gives her chills, like she's stepping on a mass number of bugs. The rotting flesh that clings to her skin is unmistakably rotting flesh, and if she stops, it will harden around her.
Damn it!
She shakes them off with all of her might and keeps going. Slosh, squish, crush. There's no way someone can stay sane from wading through this content. After all this, slaughtering a cow should be a piece of cake. Tosuka thinks defiantly. That's how she's getting used to this. She's under so much pressure that she has to think of this as work, or else she wouldn't even be able to move. But at least she won't sustain mental damage this way. But she can't endure this with just willpower alone. With each step forward, her body heat rises. The rotting flesh immediately invades her nerves the moment it touches her leg. Even if she tries to push them away, the poison's already assaulted her body. They're curses. The malice is tangible, and it's like a disease. Only one would fall ill if they touched it. It invades the nerves, robs the body of its strength, and boils the brain. Every step taken's a step closer to fatality. What do you want, AccuWeather? Okay, yeah, I know that there's fog outside. I can see it. You didn't need to tell me. I have eyes. A normal person would stop moving after 2 steps and fall into the pool of flesh. It's unknown what would happen afterwards. She doesn't want to think about if one suffocates or assimilates to become a part of the flesh mound. She can't even think straight, given that she now has a fever over 40 degrees. Her feet and body threaten to fall over, but she pushes on, desperate to move forward. Persona 4 is your weather? I hope I don't live in Persona 4. Things would be very bad for me if that were the case. And for multiple reasons. Rin didn't jump into the pool of flesh without a plan. She had swallowed her 2 remaining precious jewels, and she's using all the magical energy she saved up to create a defensive film over herself. If the curse really is a crystallization of pure magical energy, then she should be able to repel it by shrouding herself with a strong magical energy. This is bad. Her vision blurs. Her assessment was correct, but it was way beyond the scope she imagined. The jewels she swallowed to put up defenses were no better than sheets of paper covering her. No human can go up against this corruption. There's nobody who can avoid getting engulfed in here. Here. Her own strength was her only support system to survive. Ow, it's so hot. Jumping into a sea of fire would be cooler than this place. And actually, if she did jump into a sea of fire, it wouldn't affect her since she's protected by her gems. The moment she starts complaining... She gets angry at herself for even mentioning it and regains her vigor. That's not true. Even if it's not true, she can't crack a joke like that when dealing with something like this. In her feverish state, she listens to the clash of swords behind her. She can't see the 2 anymore. Did Shido lead the battle away, or was he driven into a corner? Either way, the battle between those 2 seemed to have moved to the temple grounds.
Just a little more. I'm going to get this over with, so until then...
She runs. She's barely fast enough to walk, but she moves her feet anyway. She pushes through the decaying flesh. She breathes heavily as she reaches for lumps of flesh.
Here I go!
She moves up, crawling. She feels the mounds of flesh. Oh, this is much easier. She lets her body lean into the pulsating ground. This is much more disgusting, but the fever that invaded her nerves cools off rapidly. Huh? Wait, is that? She puts her finger on the red ground. It's the same as the black mud, but it has a form. It's something that came out from the Holy Grail, and took form using magical energy. An incarnation that should not exist in this world.
Servants. This is the same thing as servants.
She murmurs in amazement. She tries to make sense of it, but stops. Now's not the time. There's only one thing she needs to do.
Okay, I've recovered. I need to find Shinji and get the hell out of here.
She gets up and runs up the mound of flesh. The mountain of flesh is a floating island about 50 meters in diameter. She couldn't see it in its entirety from the bank of the lake, but the surface is folded over multiple times like a mountain range. There he is. At the very depths. Shinji Mato is there, hidden among the flesh. Oh shit. I repel the incoming swords. There are more than 10 noble phantasms deployed, and all of them shoot straight toward me like arrows. I throw away the swords that turn to dust and ready for the next attack. In a single gulp of air, my labored breathing goes back to normal. If my breathing's labored, I can't do projection. Without a weapon, my body will get skewered. This isn't a battle against that guy. It's a battle against myself. The moment my projection speed and accuracy go down, that's when I'll disappear. Come on, there's no time for you to rest. I respond to his voice, and a straight sword I've never seen before points toward me. It makes a loading sound and shoots toward me with lethal speed. Trace. I'm unable to deflect the full impact, and I fall to the ground on my back. I quickly roll to the side and stand up to regain my stance. What's wrong? Those things aren't high quality anymore. I wouldn't call them replicas if they break after a single hit. A scornful laugh. He's obviously enjoying this. If he releases all of the noble phantasms behind his back at once, there's no way I could defend myself. But he's only shooting them off one by one, holding back to test my limits. But I'm lucky that's happening right now. Despite Tosuka backing me up, it's difficult for me to project after only seeing the opponent's weapon. I can only replicate its appearance. I can't construct its inner abilities, which is why they get destroyed after a single hit. What'd that guy say? That guy said that I'm the only one who can beat him. But this is all I can do. I can only defend myself from his noble phantasm, and I can't rush in to attack him. 2. I need at least 2 weapons. And I'm having trouble with just 1, so how the heck am I supposed to project 2 at the same time?
What's wrong? Is your tongue the only thing of substance about you, faker?
He must like seeing me roll around as he looks entertained. I catch my breath. Things are fine as long as he's enjoying this. As long as he's acting that way, there's still a chance for me to win. Trace, on! I direct my mind to look inside me. There's only a few circuits. There, I mentally line up all the blueprints I can imagine. I visualize 17 noble phantasms. I analyze its internal structure based on their outward appearance, and I draw out the concept of a creation to choose its compositional material. I cough up blood. I'm paying the price for putting multiple blueprints inside a circuit that usually handles only 1 or 2. Since I started using projection, my nerves have become damaged, and my body started to crumble from the inside. Blood pools in my stomach, and my esophagus is working like a pump to expel the blood out from my body. Possession experience. Sympathy complete. I swallow those down and continue with my process. Kancho and Bakuya can't block his noble phantasm. If only I had archer swordsmanship, I could probably defend myself with twin swords, but I don't have that kind of skill. There's only one way for my inferior swordsmanship to prevent those noble phantasms. I just have to offset using the same exact noble phantasms that he deploys. I still have enough magical energy. Tosuka's supply has been more than enough. But my circuits moving that energy are on the verge of corrosion. My end is near. The moment that guy gets serious, I'll have to project the same amount of noble phantasms he deploys, or else I won't survive. But at the same time, my body will definitely be destroyed if I project that much. Process complete. All projections stand by. I save the images flowing in my mind. The swords that try to go outside will actualize as I imagine them, and pierce me from within. If my burned out circuits can't control it, the swords inside me will shoot out and I'll literally be a pincushion.
Oh? There's more this time. 10, 15, 17. I see, so you've replicated all my noble phantasms within your view.
What?
Don't underestimate me. What sort of heroic spirit would I be if I can't see through the hands mages tried to deal? I know exactly how much magecraft you can do.
His line catches me off guard. Is the King of Heroes, who possesses thousands of treasures, trying to say that he can perceive our magecraft just by looking at us?
So let me assess and grade them. Though, however faithful the reproductions may be, I shall not allow a single piece of them to stay in this world.
I reacted too late. I was distracted by his words and it created a fatal delay on my part. 17 noble phantasms are shot out. A portion of the king's treasure rain out like an avalanche, telling me the king's done playing around. Release! Freeze! Release all projections! My body wavers. The swords that shoot out from within me collide with the one shooting toward me, and the impact shakes everything around. I can't block them all. Even though I project 17 noble phantasms, I can only give form to them one at a time. Even if they're consecutive, I can only deploy one at a time. On the other hand, my opponent's able to shoot them off all at once. And no match from the get-go.
Your glass trinkets are holding up well, but you only have a few left. Come on, copy them quickly or you'll be torn to pieces.
I hear him taunt over the flashing swords. 12 more enemy noble phantasms. But you certainly are foolish.
You know you cannot beat me, so your decision to dismantle just even the Holy Grail is correct. You're no match for me.
My fingertips are burning. What is that grunt spelling? TSGN? Like, what? The magical energy I emit and the heat from the colliding noble phantasms mercilessly burn my fingertips.
7 more noble phantasms left. But in that case, why not just kill that boy over there? Ridding Shinji would be the most effective and absolute method to stop the Holy Grail. I'm sure you mages would have been able to find a way to kill him without even crossing that mud. To try to save him even at this point is nothing but hypocrisy. An act which sums up you Mongols perfectly. It's going to break. My circuits are going to burn out completely. It's not enough. I'm no match against this man with my measly circuits.
Damn! Why? Why can't I block them?
I said I could win. This isn't even a contest right now. So does that mean... am I making some sort of mistake? 3 noble phantasms left. I don't know if my body can hold out until I block them all. No, what I need to be thinking about right now is what the difference is between my blades and archer's blades. Huh? In that moment, all of my senses freeze up. I don't even look at the remaining 3 noble phantasms. I'm focused on the golden servant pulling out a sword. A strange sword. My mind goes blank the moment I see what looks to be a stone pillar. You say you want to save the woman, boy.
Oh, yeah, this. I kind of forgot about it, if I'm being completely honest with you.
His taunting voice echoes with the roar of the sword. I eliminate the 3 remaining blueprints in my circuit and rapidly try to read his sword. And yet... I can't get a reading on it. Until now, I've been able to read every sword, but I can't read the construction of that sword. Then show me. Show me how you can save her using those imitations of yours. The wind creates a fault line. The slashing winds released from Gilgamesh's sword push away his own noble phantasms and head toward me. My mind's still blank. I can't come up with any countermeasure, so I just release the remaining magical energy within me. Let us.
The swordsman holds up his sword. An unknown imaginary stance for an unknown imaginary man. He readies his fatal technique that cuts his enemy by simultaneously executing blows from different angles. She's experienced that attack before. The previous one only attacked in a circular motion and at a vertical axis. That was why she was able to avoid it and managed to survive. But the true technique is said to have 3 trajectories. A circular and vertical slash, and probably a horizontal slash that cuts anyone who tries to escape sideways. If all 3 of those were to be released simultaneously, there's no escape. Once in range, the other 2 attacks will hit, even if one is blocked. Escaping sideways is impossible, and this long katana will be able to make contact if the target tries to retreat back. Magical sword, swallow reversal. A divine technique that surpasses even the power of servants. This is the ultimate technique an unknown swordsman put his entire existence into perfecting. The long katana wavers. He steps in to reduce the distance between the opponents, a distance close enough to cut down Saber. From a distance that does not allow any defense, a constricting trajectory is unleashed. Saber's not going to use her sacred sword. To begin with, she can't use her noble phantasm from the distance the 2 are at. No matter how fast Saber's sacred sword may be, Assassin's Swallow Reversal is much faster. Her head will surely fly when she tries to put magical energy into her sword. Thus, the only thing she can rely on is her sword skills. The blade's arc begins to move in. Even though this is her second time seeing it, its precision and speed are astonishing. How much training did he do to be able to execute an attack like that? At that moment, Saber could only shudder. That attack cannot be blocked. This magical sword is man's attempt at challenging the gods and Buddha. Nobody but a god would be able to prevent or parry the attack. She holds her breath. In the back of her mind, there's a faint spark as small as a grain of sand. She doesn't think of what that is, or if it's the right thing to do. Sorry, just moving my hair out of my face a little bit. God. It's so fucking long now. Anyway. But she risks everything on that one instinctual inspiration. She charges toward that victory with all she has. What did the fictional swordsmaster think in seeing that? The silver armor slips through the gap between his arms. Under the swordsman's left elbow, between his waist and arm, she must have seen the slightest gap was the magical sword's blind spot. While her armor gets chipped away by the 3 blades that come flying, Saber curls herself up and rushes towards that one point. Her prediction, her outstanding intuition, allows her to execute that exquisite skill. She was able to foresee the complete form of the magical sword, which was yet to be seen, because she had experienced the incomplete swallow reversal once. However, that's not the surprising thing. What truly kept her alive was her determination. She trusted that momentary spark, and put all of her abilities into that momentary gap. She shook off the fear that she might get cut up into pieces if she was even slightly delayed, and ran through the gap that was impossible to pass. And thus, her determination was what managed to defeat that magical blade. But the match is not over. Avoiding the swallow reversal puts her enemy right next to her, and her lunge outpaces the swordsman's draw. That position's not easy to recover from. The long katana flies. The recoiling blade is quick, even if it may not be as quick as the demonic blade. And yet, her attack slightly outperforms and is faster than the swordsman's. He purses his lips. He closes his lips tightly and strains to keep himself from collapsing. The blood that flows back from his gut fills his mouth, but he swallows it, determined not to spit it out. The golden-haired knight stands below the swordsman. The swordsman's code does not allow him to do something like defile his opponent in her brilliance with the expulsions from his innards. Saber says nothing. Strands of her golden hair flutter on the stone stairs. It's a wonder her head is still attached. It's a miracle that her limbs were not sheared off. She felt her body would be cut in 4 the instant she went into that opening. There was only one factor that made a difference. The swordsman's long katana. Had his blade not bent, his magical sword would have surely been invincible. The air is rumbling. Another battle is still going on behind the temple gate. Saber does not know what to say, as she looks up at the dying swordsman. To that, "Go," the swordsman says without looking at her. How much meaning is contained in that single word? Saber draws her sword and runs up the stairs with all her might. She doesn't turn back to the swordsman. She simply runs up to fulfill her role.
I thought she was a beautiful bird, but she turned out to be a lion.
He mutters, and the swordsman laughs, realizing it was inevitable. She avoided something that even a swallow could not avoid, and thus she was not an object to be admired and loved.
I was confident in my ability to assess women. I suppose I require more training in that front as well.
The swordsman complains with a shrug. His form and his elegant haori were starting to fade. His pierced stomach and his blood-stained feet become faint, yet he looked at his situation unconcerned and sat down on the stone pavement. The trees rustle. The wind coming down from the top of the mountain shake the forest. By the time the flowers scatter, the birds disappear, the wind stops, and even the moon in the sky fades. The swordsman who was just there disappears without a trace, as if his existence was just an illusion. In that instant, I deploy the strongest weapon out of all the items I've ever replicated, but it won't even work as a shield against what's presented before me. The Sword of Rupture. The mysterious sword cuts through the wind, annihilates 6 noble phantasms, and severs my body. Captain Salty733 with the 5. You did well, Sasaki Kojiro. I will not forget you as long as I live. Not forget, sorry. Yeah. That was a really cool end for him there. Pretty cool fight. It's disappearing. My circuit gets disconnected and the magical energy from Tosaka has nowhere to go but back. Damn! I curse at my inadequacy. I knew I was inexperienced, but I seriously curse at myself for never really thinking of the implications or how that would affect me. Why do I have so few magic circuits? If only I had a little more. If only I had a little more and reached beyond that darkness a bit. I could have fought like him. I fall to the ground. I can't soften the impact and I fly dozens of meters away, falling violently on my back. There's no pain from the impact. I've lost all sensation. Even my mind goes wide and blank. Right before I head toward death, my last thought is how amazed I am that my limbs are still attached.
This ends here. A fake will always be fake. You cannot save anyone.
My heartbeat gets weaker. My lungs are not moving. My trachea is frozen.
Sparing Archer would have afforded me more amusement. He was also a fraud, but at least his principles were not uncultured.
The fact that I can't see isn't because my eyes are damaged. Right now everything inside me is messed up, and my body ceased to function properly. Maybe I'd consider that to be fortunate. I've forgotten all sensation of pain, so I should be able to die easily at this rate.
I remember now. He said your ideal is a borrowed one. How can someone who's not created a single thing from his own accord think he can accomplish anything?
I can't let that happen. Even if the pain causes me to be brain dead if I come to my senses, I tell myself I need to regain consciousness and stand up. My deeply rooted psyche is pointing to a certain place and telling me something. A hero of justice. A world where no one gets hurt.
You say such ridiculous things. There's no such world where happiness can be preserved without harming others. Humans are basically beasts that cannot enjoy their life without sacrifice. The pretense of equality is nothing more than drivel by the weak who cannot face darkness.
Oh, wait. I thought we were just retreading the Archer line from earlier, sorry. Well, I mean, I suppose it is Archer in a manner of speaking. It's just a different Archer.
A hero of justice. A world where no one gets hurt. You say such ridiculous things. There's no world where happiness can be preserved without harming others. Humans are basically beasts that cannot enjoy their life without sacrifice. The pretense of equality is nothing more than drivel by the weak who cannot face darkness. Mongrel. Your idea is just an excuse to cover up ugliness.
I raise my arm, even though it shouldn't be able to move. My body's on the ground and my consciousness is on the brink of death. I raise my arm to grab onto something like I did on that fateful day. I don't know what's funny, but someone is laughing. The high-pitched laughter that assaults my ears sounded like everyone in the entire world was laughing. A fake wish. A borrowed ideal. That dream won't come true, someone sneers. Yeah. They're right. These thoughts of mine are borrowed. I just admired the wish to help someone because it was beautiful. There's nothing that came from me. I was always driven by this curse-like obsession that my body needed to be for someone else. That's why it's fake. Such hypocrisy will save nothing in the end. First of all, I don't even know what needs to be saved. But I also still feel that's beautiful. That concept did not come from me. I just saw someone save someone else and mimicked it. On that day, I was empty inside. Everyone died indiscriminately and I couldn't save anyone. I couldn't suppress my terror at that sight that was unraveling before me, and I had no choice but to resign myself to the fact that humans were weak. That's why I admired that ideal. I cried at the preciousness of it because I didn't have it myself. Is that wrong? Is it fake because it's not my own feelings? Is it wrong for that wish to come true if it's fake? No, I don't think it's wrong. I don't care if it's fake. Even unattainable ideals just need to be fulfilled. It was a dream that couldn't be granted from the start. An unreachable utopia. Then even if Shido Emiya is a fake, the thing that is there is undeniably real. That's right. I already knew that. I know I can't save everything. I know that there's no salvation without sacrifice. Now that I'm an adult, I understand that's reality. Despite knowing that such a thing was only an ideal, I continued to seek for it. It doesn't end when someone gets hurt. Even if the best outcome is for someone to get hurt in order to save many, I'm still going to seek a version of happiness where nobody gets hurt. There's no justice in this world. The reality is that people keep dying for nothing. But I don't think resigning to that idea is right. And in the end, he reached this place. What he believes. What he believed. He said that they were all hypocrisy. But the one who said that followed through on his hypocrisy till the end. Knowing that, I could keep going. Even if I borrowed his ideals. Even if I'm going to stay a fake. I don't care. I don't have such complicated feelings that I have to worry about too much in the first place. I thought to myself, on the Hill of Swords, if I could save just the world that I can see, I'll fight for it. I didn't even have to think about it. My world is small. This small world is all I've ever been able to create. That's right. This body of mine is made of solid swords. Yeah, that's why I'll be able to endure most things. I can stick to my dreams until the very end, even the wear and tear over the years. And even if at the end, none of what I sought was there.
Oh, so that's it.
Oh, so that's it. What? I get up. The moment I regain consciousness, my limbs move. My body still moves after I get up with great force. It's a wonder that I'm not only alive, but able to stand up after that sword's blow. But it doesn't matter. If I'm alive, there must be a reason why. It's something that I just have no control over.
Did you put up a shield right before? I may have been reluctant to use my sword, but it should have been fatal. I knew you were persistent, boy. You were reluctant. Huh. Why would you hold back when you have mounds of weapons at bay? I steady my breath while keeping my distance. I know how to do it now. I'm sure I can do it with Tosuka's backup. The problem would be my casting time. I may have memorized it, but I don't know how fast I can get it to work for me unless I try. Only the Supreme Ruler is allowed to use that sword. I showed it to you for my amusement, but it's not something to be used against a mongrel like you. The only person who has the right to exchange blows with Aya is Saber. I would have been unable to face Saber had I used it on a fake like you.
Numerous noble phantasms appear, but all of them are third-rate weapons. After seeing the sword I just saw, the difference is obvious. But those weapons are still not to be taken lightly. Normally, they'd be more than enough to kill me. The difference in our strength has not changed. Even though I miraculously survived that last attack, I'm no match against that servant with just my projection.
Oh? Are you done playing pretend? So, you've finally realized your efforts are useless. Then disappear without a trace. I will not leave a single piece of cranium that makes you a fake.
The floating noble phantasms are deployed. Oh shit! But then, Shido! A gust of blue wind intervenes between us.
Saber!
Gilgamesh instantly jumps back. Even Gilgamesh is cautious against Saber. Seeing as his swordsmanship is inferior, he probably wants to avoid hand-to-hand combat with Saber. I'm relieved. Are you alright, Shido? I apologize for my delay. I shall take over now. Please stand back, Shido. No, I'm going to take care of Gilgamesh alone. You're the one who's going to step back, Saber. What?
What?
What are you saying, Shido? Do you intend to fight him in your current state? No, a mage cannot contend against servants in the first place. You should know that.
Yeah, but he and I are an exception. Believe me. I'm sure I can beat him.
Saber gasps. Saber's surprised because she believes what I'm saying. I want you to quickly get to the back of the compound. Tosaka's trying to stop the Grail on her own, but you're the only one who can destroy that thing. A few seconds, no, not even a second, passed, after she tightly closed her eyes once. I wish you luck. I'll be sure to aid Rin. She says exactly what I want to hear and steps away from Gilgamesh. The silver armor turns away. Saber. I call out to her just once. I couldn't save you. And I say it. I'm going to try to tell her on behalf of the times I spent with her and the times he spent thinking of her. I don't think that Holy Grail is the one you seek. That's why you should take a good look at it, so you won't make a mistake next time. Shido? Sorry, I can't put it into words well. I don't think I was worthy to be your master. That's why. I couldn't even find out what she really wanted. That's not true, Shido. You are my master. Saber. I'll fulfill my duty as a servant. If there's anything you want to tell me, we shall talk afterwards. She runs off without turning back. Her gallant appearance is like a gust of wind. Saber left. Without the slightest doubt, she believed my words when I said that I would beat my opponent and left to save Tosaka. All right. Let's go. From here on, there's no room for hesitation. All I need to do is defeat the enemy in front of me.
Are you sane? You just let go of your one chance at victory so you can save that girl. You fool. Acts of self-sacrifice are nothing but falsehood. If you still do not realize that, then you're a bona fide hypocrite. Yes. I'll praise you just on that front, boy.
His noble phantasms deploy. There's less than 30 of them. If I want to block them, I'll just have to create them. An imitation. Hypocrite, huh? Yeah, that doesn't sound bad. It's true. I am a faker. I raise one of my arms. I close one eye and turn my mind to look within. I had it all wrong. My projection wasn't making swords. I'm not that skilled to begin with. That's right. Tosaka told me this. I can only use one kind of magecraft. Strengthening and projection are just byproducts of what I actually do. That's right. There's only one thing I can do, and that's to give shape to what's in my heart. I turn. I grab my outstretched right arm with my left hand and glare at Gilgamesh. I am the bone of my sword. I say the spell. Casting is only a method of suggestion to change oneself. These words were naturally there to connect me.
Well, that's enough of this nonsense.
Numerous noble phantasms get released. I create. That's why I had one eye open. I drag out a shield from the hill to block the oncoming noble phantasms. The swarm of swords strikes wildly. The shield is Shidoemiya, myself. The 7-petal shield cracks, and my body chips away with every fracture.
Steel is my body. Fire is my blood.
There's only one place I need to reach. The power that surges forth immediately fills me to capacity.
What?
What is he so surprised about? Is he shocked that his treasure can't even penetrate through my single shield? Or is he surprised by the rush of magical energy?
I have created over 1,000 blades, unaware of loss, nor aware of gain.
It's going to break. The surging magical energy can't be suppressed. 10 units of magical energy filling a single magic circuit break the foundation to find release.
I cannot break through!
My blood flows backwards. The shield's full of holes. Even if his noble phantasms do not reach me, my body's full of holes already. And yet...
Withstood pain to create weapons, waiting for one's arrival!
Magical energy rages out of control, but I don't care. My body's a circuit that solely exists to use a certain magecraft, and that magecraft alone. So there should be something beyond that. There should be something beyond that if I can't make it with this circuit. No, even now it's there. It's just not visible. There was no circuit limitations from the very beginning. If what was preventing it was not a wall, but darkness, then that limit's somewhere beyond the darkness.
I have no regrets. This is the only path!
10 units of magical energy filling a single magic circuit break the foundation to find release, and I'll use 100 circuits to take in 1,000 units of magical energy.
My whole life was unlimited blade works.
I say its true name. In that instant, everything shatters and regenerates. Flames rush. The fire becomes a wall that creates a boundary and changes the world. A wasteland follows. A hill with countless swords in disarray reveals itself before me. How does this place look to that guy? The golden servant simply stands there with a seething look on his face and confronts his enemy. That's right. I don't make swords. I create a world that contains infinite swords. This is the only magecraft allowed to me. A desolate world. A graveyard where there are no living creatures, only swords. In this world where swords get replicated just by looking directly at them, every sword in existence is here. This is Shido Emiya's world. A reality marvel. The greatest forbidden magecraft that materializes the caster's mental world. This is the heroic spirit Emiya's noble phantasm, and the only weapon I possess. Everything is here, and nothing is here. I'm so... Wait, did it say, fucking... servant data, or was it weapon data? I'm pretty sure it was that. Right? I'm pretty sure. That's why it's called Unlimited Bladeworks. As someone who lived his whole life as a sword, this is the only definite and tangible answer he was able to obtain. Then it was probably that, yeah.
A reality marble. So this is your ability.
I take a step forward. Surrounding me are the swords that were floating behind him earlier. Don't be surprised. These are all imitations. Just as you said, they're all trifling objects. I stretch out my arms. The swords stuck in the ground come out easily, as if accepting me as their wielder. But you know what? There's no rule or reason a fake can't best the real thing. If you're the real thing, then I'll surpass you completely and strike down your very existence! I step forward. In front of me is the servant who possesses thousands of treasures. Let's do this, King of Heroes. Do you have enough weapons in stock?
Surely you're conceited, mongrel.
The enemy opens his gate and deploys numerous noble phantasms. I charge through the wasteland. Here, the two different groups of swords begin their final clash. God damn, those CGs were really good. What is that? The first thing Saber sees after taking a detour in the temple grounds and reaching the lake is a massive lump of meat. She's not like any other knight. She fought many kinds of monsters when she was called a hero. She even fought Dragonkin, famed to be the strongest of the phantasmal species, but even Saber can only falter at that lump of meat. It's not because of how unsightly it is. It's because she can tell that the curse released from that shape, that lump of meat, is the same as herself. A servant. Can a servant change that much if the summoning is done wrongly? Or is this the power of the Holy Grail? She stares at the lump of meat, stunned, and shakes her head. Rin! Where are you, Rin? She runs to the lake and yells to the lump of meat on the opposite shore. She's hesitant to enter the black mud inside the lake. It's not because it's unpleasant. Her instincts tell her that she cannot touch it as a servant who's a half-spirit. She hears a voice calling. It's faint, but she hears her master's commands. She looks closely and searches around the lump of meat. Rin? She steps forward without hesitation.
Hold on! Stop, Saber! Don't come in!
Saber's body stops. She retreats and stares at the lump of meat without readying her sword. While readying her sword.
But Rin! Just don't! You'll end up like this if you touch that mud. Stay there and get your noble phantasm ready. This clump will explode soon. Use your noble phantasm on it before that happens.
Saber cannot nod to her master's tense voice. She can tell that the lump of meat is about to hatch. The squirms turn into throbs, and the quantity of mud spat out continues increasing. The lake turns black, and the black mud's overflowing onto the ground. That thing is growing. The world's restraining power will be activated if that thing's left alone. It's natural for her to destroy it with her sacred sword before that happens. But to do that...
Please escape, Rin. I can do it once you get out of the lake. Yeah, okay. I'll leave it to you. But go ahead and use it if I don't make it out on time. Our contract will get severed, but you should be fine if Shido's alive, right? Do not be ridiculous. I do not care. I can handle a curse like this.
Saber runs into the black mud, heading towards the lump of meat. But her body does not move. Her body stops just when she tries to go near the lake.
Rin, did you use the command spell? Of course! I can't let the only one who can destroy the Holy Grail die! I told you there's no need to worry. I can easily get out of this. You can rest assured and stand by with your sacred sword.
The thoughts that she commands are full of composure as always. Rin. But needless to say, it was just a bluff. The lump of meat on the opposite shore. Her master that is there has nowhere to run. Just kidding. Well, it's easier said than done. She murmurs while being surrounded by strange arms made of meat. The situation is hopeless. Shinji Mato was saved. She ripped off the blood vessels and nerves which had melted into his whole body and took him out of the lump of meat. One could say that he is alive if one turns a blind eye to the after effects he may have. No, although he's fainted, one could say he's better off than the girl carrying him. The problem is after that. I guess it would go on a rampage if its heart got taken. Would it let me go if I gave Shinji back? She slowly goes outside while staring at the tentacles blocking her way. But there's no exit. The tentacles are already blocking the way out to the lake. Even if she were to escape the tentacles that are trying to wrap around her and swallow her whole, she wouldn't be able to break through the part that's become a wall.
My strength.
She almost falls along with Shinji Mato and holds out with all of her might. Going past the cursed sea and crossing the floating island of meat, she even performed neurosurgery to separate Shinji Mato from the lump of meat. At that point, the girl's magical energy had even broken into the reserve tank that she had not used for a long time.
That idiot! Taking my magical energy without hesitation. Thanks to that, I'm all out.
She bears the dizziness as she complains. Of course, she didn't mean it, she was just saying that. Besides, things wouldn't change even if she had magical energy left. The tentacles surrounding the girl would have stopped because their prey is docile. Once they figure out that the thing that's invaded their body is poisonous, they'll take immediate action. Rin Tosaka and Shinji Mato are alive because she does not have enough magical energy left for them to prey on.
But I guess this is it. It's getting hard to even stay standing.
Her vision grows hazy. Although she's able to get a foothold, that does not change how she's still on the mud. Heat's encroaching on her nerves by the second. If she falls onto the platform of meat, she herself will become the core of the Holy Grail this time. Before that... Sorry, Saber. I'm sure you won't listen to me, so I'll make you obey. There's one command spell left. It's enough to make Saber standing by on the opposite shore use her sacred sword. Also, I have to apologize to you too. I couldn't save Shinji. Just run. I don't want to hear such whining. Who? Her body that's about to collapse stops. That voice. Are the thoughts coming to her mind instead of her ears? Those of the servant that she'd made a contract with? Oh, shit, what? Hey. She has no time to be bewildered. She knows his personality well. He told her to run, so he must have done something that she wouldn't be able to escape from if she didn't run. She runs through. The arrows that rain from the sky are like a downpour. She smashes everything that gets in her way, whether it's a net, platform, or tentacles of meat. She has no time to look back. She runs through with all of her might while carrying Shinji Mato. She jumps into the lake. The arrows have swept the way for her escape route. In just a short time, the black mud's repelled, and only dirty water leads to the shore. She runs across the lake while carrying Shinji Mato. She runs to the shore, soaking wet with latent energy that shocks even her. Please, Saber! Her magical energy replies to the screaming voice. There's no need to check. The golden sword's raised, and with overwhelming firepower, mows down everything in its sight. The mountain of meat's cut in half and collapses. The black mud evaporates, and the band of light changes the lake itself into a flat wasteland. Oh? It is a rapid stream of light that eliminates everything. In the midst of that, the swordsman accepted the end of her battle. This is the end. This is it for my battle. Who was that addressed to? The wielder of the sacred sword goes to her knees and gazes at the light with a flood of emotions. The crumbling holy grail. The thing that she sought. The thing that was supposed to save her. She destroyed it with her own hands, and the King of Knights finally realized her mistake. One boy and one hero. That man who had become twisted at the end of his ideal that he held for a long time was still a boy. His regrets are so heavy that they cannot be carried, and his sins are so deep that they cannot be atoned for. But there was something that he did not give up on. At the very end, the Knight in Red has reached an answer that no one can effect. Then, she has to move forward as well. In her last moment, wounded, she took her hands off her sword. She will run past that hill with her own will.
The contract is complete. Victory is yours, Ren.
The sacred sword fades. There's still magical energy left. She can stay in this world if she pushes herself. If possible, she wanted to watch over what awaits them until the end. However, that is not my role. Shiro has Rin. The knight's body continues to...
However, that's not my role. Shiro has Ren.
The knight's body continues to fade until it vanishes, engulfed by the light, like a graceful gust of wind. Oh wait, no, yeah, okay, it was Saber. The king who sought the Holy Grail sets off for the Hill of Destiny without leaving a single memory behind. Damn.
I match the repeated attacks from the longsword with the long sword. The swords offset each other and the fragments are sent flying into the atmosphere.
Don't...
The handle of a curved sword appears behind him.
Get ahead of yourself, kid!
But I'm faster. I pull out the curved sword at his feet and swing it straight at him. Gilgamesh retreats. I close the distance at once, pull out the sword, and slash at him.
Why? Why am I losing to this mongrel sword?
I match my sword to the rapid successions of noble phantasms. I'm not thinking. My body and mind will stop if I stop. I'll keep moving forward now. The instant I see his noble phantasm, I reel in the same one that I have at hand, and strike him down with all my might.
Impossible. Am I being cornered by such a sham?
The sounds of clashing swords echo through the area. He cannot handle my attacks and has to destroy my weapon with his. That will be the cause of his defeat. Having over 1,000 noble phantasms, he's the greatest heroic spirit without a doubt. But he's no more than an owner. He's not a wielder who only has one noble phantasm, but is able to use that to its fullest potential. If my opponent was another servant, I'd not be able to match them even if I made a world like this. Even if I have infinite swords, I can't beat an enemy who has a single ultimate noble phantasm. I'm sure Gilgamesh would be able to, but I don't have enough physical ability to. Therefore, the only servant that I can close in on is this man. We have the same ability and are both owners. I'll go a step ahead of him since I already have swords prepared.
Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! I did not think I would have to use my sword against someone like you!
Gilgamesh raises his arm. The hilt that appears behind him is that demonic sword, the only sword that does not exist in this world.
I won't let you!
I swing my twin swords. I immediately draw Kancho and Bakuya and cut off his arms as it reaches for his magical sword. Holy shit! What? The weapons come to a halt. He loses his best sword and is left completely defenseless. Huh! My body acts before I can think. With victory assured, my arms and legs drive me into the King of Heroes' space even more sharply to slice his body in two. He jumps back. Gilgamesh retreats, barely dodging my twin swords.
At this moment, you're stronger than me.
Gilgamesh admits his defeat and tries to retreat.
I'm not letting you get away!
I'll lose if he regains his composure. I have to settle this match at this moment before the heat cools down.
Bastard! Crap!
He must have realized that he wouldn't be able to escape as he pulls out a noble phantasm from behind him with his remaining arm. But I'm faster. Meanwhile, I'll surely... Huh? What? Our voices overlap. That change is instant. The flash of light coming from the lake eliminates the Hill of Swords. The massive magical energy wiped away the already disappearing reality marble. That's fine. The match is settled. I can defeat this servant just by swinging these twin swords. But after that... a black hole, a round void big enough to swallow a human whole, appears before me on Gilgamesh's body.
What?
Gilgamesh looks down at his own body, appalled. His body is being swallowed. The golden servant's being swallowed up by the hole that has opened up inside of him. Did he want to say wait? The void mercilessly swallows the servant. There was no way for him to escape. The void was opened in his own body, after all. There's no way he can escape from something that's in his body. What was that? I stand there, dumbfounded. The void in front of me gets smaller by the moment. I don't know what that is, but it seems like Tosaka and Saber were able to destroy the Holy Grail. My only guess is that this black void appeared from that effect and he vanished. Phew. Anyways, now, everything is over. The twin swords disappear. The magical energy occupying my body rapidly fades, and at the same time... Oh, shoot. Fatigue assails me. Damn, this is bad. I can't walk. I want to go see how Tosaka is doing right away, but my body won't move. Well, I'm sure she's doing fine since Saber went to her. Right, I guess I can rest a bit. And the moment I take a deep breath... What? A chain wraps around my arm. Oh, shit! My breath stops. The chain that's mercilessly wrapped around my arm pulls me toward the black hole. I put strength in my limbs, but I can't resist at all. My feet slide towards the void along with the ground they're planted on.
The fool. Does he not even know that servants cannot become the core?
You! The thing crawling from the void was definitely him. But that body's melted here and there. That void must melt away anything it swallows.
You little...
I try to pull the chain off of me, but it doesn't budge. This chain restrained even Berserker. It's not something that I can take off no matter how hard I try. I'm getting drawn in. I'll be swallowed like him if I go near that void.
Damn. Are you trying to take me with you?
I have no intention of dying. Stay right there until I
Pull myself out, you lowlife!
you. He's so arrogant even in a situation like this. Damn! But what should I do? I can't get the chain off no matter what I do. I'll fall into the void along with him like this. Even if I hold out, he'll pull himself out then. It means I'm going to die either way.
I mean, I would have to imagine that no, it is a bad idea to just be like, oh, I'll sacrifice myself. Anyway, bullshit, I'm not going that easily.
I feel dizzy. My body can't hold out any longer. I'm going to die. I can't endure it until the very end. I can't endure it in the very end. Then, if I can't endure it anyway, should I loosen up? If I do so, I should at least be able to push him back into that void. No, don't underestimate me. I won't let you take me with you. I re-energize my weakening limbs. Will my arm tear off first? Will his chain rip off first? Or will he crawl out first? It doesn't matter. I'll fight until the very end and die a flashy death.
You can do as you wish, but dodge to the right before that.
I'm making an assumption.
I turn around immediately. I look at the temple grounds in the distance, which has become a wasteland. Something flies by as if brushing past me.
You are sure?
The chain comes off. In the end, looking like he saw something unexpected, he lets go of the chain of the heavens. I fall on my butt. The void shrinks to the size of my palm and vanishes as I look on, dumbfounded. That was... Unable to even stand, I look at the wasteland before me. Dawn is near. The one with the rising sun behind him is the knight wearing a red cloak. What a show-off, I subconsciously complain, but I can't help but smile happily. Well, I have nothing I want to say, so I'll keep quiet so that I can sleep. The golden ground that became a wasteland. Seeing the knight stand there and Tosaka running to him, I lie down on the ground. Tosaka should say everything I want to say to him on my behalf. So I'll sleep for now. I'm sure we'll end up fighting if we see each other again, and I'm not used to saying farewell to myself. And for the final time, I engrave my ideal into my mind so that I won't forget it and slowly close my eyes. The ground that he stands on is similar to the wasteland that I saw before. There's nothing around. There's nothing extra on this summit where everything was blown away. The battle has ended. The battle for the Holy Grail has ended, and the curtain is about to fall on his battle as well. He does not know how long it was, but the accumulated wish that should have bound him forever is gone now. The end quickly permeates into him and melts this era's version of his body. Archer! He looks towards the voice calling him. That girl must not have the spare energy to run, but she runs to him, breathing unsteadily. He quietly watches her. The girl that ran up to him looks up at the knight, still breathing unsteadily. The red cloak flowing in the wind shows no trace of what it used to be. It's torn everywhere, and his armor is cracked and broken. His existence is weak. The knight that stands still with haughtiness, just like the time they first met, starts to disappear from his feet up. Archer. Dawn approaches in the distance. The golden sun rises faintly from the horizon.
Too bad. Well, that's what happened. Give up the Holy Grail this time, Red.
Does he not have anything special to say? The Red Knight says a trivial thing like that. That gets the girl all the more. With that body that was about to disappear, the knight was the same knight as before. An ally that she trusted and ran through the night with, who had her back while making sarcastic remarks. She can declare that those memories were fun looking back at them. And they're still in front of her, unchanged.
He remained to save her at the last moment. He lost his master and withstood the noble phantasm of the King of Heroes. His body was disappearing, but he didn't ask for her help and watched over their battle. That end is in front of her.
Archer.
The girl can't think of what she should say. It's always like that for her at the most crucial times. Aww. She loses her quick-wittedness when she needs it the most. The knight smiles slightly. He knew that from the start. The girl's clumsiness is a memory more fond than anything to the knight in red.
What? Now's not the time to be laughing!
She looks up at the knight, annoyed.
Oh, sorry. It's just the way you looked. I was just stunned at how worn out we both look.
He still has a smile even as he banters. She gets a lump in her throat from seeing his face free of regrets. She wonders if it's okay. The moment she wonders if it's okay for him to disappear like this. Archer. Form a contract with me again. She says those words that she shouldn't say.
I cannot do that. I do not know if you plan to continue your contract with Saber, but I do not have the right to. And I have no objective anymore. My battle ends here.
His answer has no doubt, and his will is pure. His face is as bright as the sunrise, and how can she force him when he's making a face like that?
But then... you'll never...
Be saved. The girl swallows her words and looks down. That's not something the girl should say, and it wouldn't be granted even if she kept the knight in this world.
I'm troubled. I don't have any attachments to this world, but it's troubling to have this girl cry.
For him, the girl always has to be positive, realistic, and indulgent. He was always encouraged by her. That's why he wanted this girl to be her usual self until the very end. The girl looks up at the sound of his voice. Her face trying to hold back her tears is adorable. Rather than expressing the slight attachment that he feels, he looks at the collapsed boy in the distance.
Please take care of me. I'm an unreliable guy, you know. Please support me.
The knight says objectively. Those are his words of farewell. The future might change. If a girl like her stays by Shido Emiya's side, then the hero named Emiya will not be born. His distant words contain such hope.
Archer.
But even if that were to happen, even then, the knight in red that already exists will forever be a guardian. He and the boy are different existences. They only have the same starting point, and he was an illusion that the boy dreamt of. There's no salvation available for this knight anymore. There's nothing to give to him, as he already died and became a phenomenon. The girl nods in spite of that. Because she cannot give him anything, she gives him the biggest smile in the end. He asks her to take care of him, in order to answer that trust he put in her.
Yeah. I know. I'll do my best. I'll do my best so he won't become twisted like you. I'll do my best so that he'll be able to like himself. So you should also...
Forgive yourself. She doesn't put it into words. The girl looked up at the disappearing knight with a flood of emotions. How much salvation did that bring? After engraving the girl's smile into his memory with pride.
I got my answer. It's all right, Tosuka. I'll do my best from now on, too.
A breeze. The knight finally rests his wounded body, without waiting for the girl's reply.
I didn't get to complain to you after all.
She wipes her tears as they well up and says to the man who is no longer there. That voice is invigorated, and she regains her usual stout-heartedness. It's only natural. She doesn't have the time to be down after he made a face like that. She says farewell to the wasteland where the knight stood, and the girl runs down to the collapsed boy. In the golden sunlight, his smile as he disappeared was just like the boy's from the past. Man, that got me. Epilogue. Sometimes I recall that sword fight. The sparks of the clashing swords, the hustling, intense spirit. The many attacks were inexperienced, not something that one could call a sword dance. We were both clumsy and didn't know of retreat. The ridiculous sound of swords were annoying, and I have no memory of them. At that time, I lost an answer and found an answer at the same time. A plus and a minus make 0. Nothing's changed after all. He's him and I'm me. I'm just dreaming of his fading memories. It's only been a month, but it already feels so nostalgic. It feels like it happened so long ago. The memory of it's fading day by day, and I can't even remember what the person I was fighting looked like. That also can't be helped. That was something that was impossible from the start. It's not like either of us believed that the fight would change anything. We just tried to attack our own shadow to ascertain ourselves. That's why there was nothing we would gain from winning. Something like that's been stuck from the start and won't go away. It's the end if you lose, and there's no prize if you win. Man, it really didn't pay off. But I can still recall it if I close my eyes. The echoing sounds of unrefined metals. A distant and blinding sword fight that did not know of retreat. It was our beliefs that clashed with each other. I opposed my own ideal to carry out my hope. The outcome is still undecided. I don't know which one won or which one remained. It should be a while until the answer comes out. An illusion like a mirage that disappears if one turns around. Just using the reverberations as a guide, my feet will eventually reach this place. Hey, wake up, you fool. Everyone left for assembly. Are you planning to boycott it even though you're at school? My body's being shaken. That voice brings my sleeping mind back to reality. I don't know. This could be one of two people. Okay, yeah, it was Issei. Wait, why are you here? I lift my face up from my desk and stare at my classmate's face.
Why? This is our classroom. Today's our last day of being second years, and it's 10 minutes before our end-of-term assembly. I came to look for you since I didn't see you, but I didn't think you'd actually be sleeping.
I don't know if he's panicking or if he's mad, but it's rare for Issei to be yelling. It's only Issei and me in the classroom. It's 9:50 a.m. The end-of-term assembly is from 10 a.m., so everyone must have gone to the gymnasium.
Hello? Are you really awake, Emiya?
Yeah, I'm completely awake now. Thanks, Issei. Glad you came to wake me up.
Yeah, it's fine if you understand, but thank me later. We won't make it unless we hurry. I can't even imagine what kind of rampage Miss Fujimura will go on if she finds out we're not there.
Got it. I can't face my classmates if she gives us a ridiculous amounts of homework before vacation. I'll make sure to calm Fujine down.
Yeah, I'm counting on you. Forget facing our classmates. We'll definitely be cursed if we get even more homework.
That's a scary way to put it, but it's frightening how it's the truth. Last summer, the amount of extra homework we got after we made Fujine mad was insane. It wasn't even English homework. I don't know what she was thinking when she told us to enter some competition anywhere in the country and win a medal.
Emiya, I'm telling you to hurry.
Sorry, I'm coming. We should hurry to the gymnasium for now. It takes 3 minutes if we run from here to the gymnasium. We should be able to get there 5 minutes before if no teacher finds us.
No, we can't run in the hallway.
That was naive of me. As expected of the student council president, he's really committed, as he's still following the rules even in this situation. That's honorable of you, Issei, but we won't make it if we walk.
Let us hurry without running. Even if it's a minute before, we can make up any excuse as long as we get there on time.
I nod and walk faster. It's mid-March, but the sky that I see out the window is amazingly blue. Fuyuki City has long winters, but it seems like spring's finally around the corner. The days went by quickly. It's been a month since the Holy Grail War, and the town's back to the normal Fuyuki City. The Holy Grail was destroyed, and most of the damage caused by the Masters was taken care of by the Church. The person that came to substitute for Kire Kotomine was old but energetic, and everything was settled efficiently. But the traces of the war are still left here and there. Soichiro Kuzuki, who chose to fight as a master, is considered missing. Issei was sad that Kuzuki, whom he respected as an older brother, was gone, but
He suddenly showed up to the temple to start with. It's only fitting that he leaves the same way.
he just laughed it off. But what surprised me was Fujine, since it turned out that they often drank tea together. She confessed that she wanted to have a match with him at least once, so it seems like she saw through the fact that Kuzuki was a master of martial arts. Shinji's life was saved by Tosaka, and he's currently in the hospital. Apparently the hospital's part of the Mages Association, and his body's recovering. Sakura is busy visiting Shinji, so she's been showing up only on the weekends this past month. I went to go snoop on them once, but they were getting along so well that I thought that I was seeing things. I don't know if whatever was possessing him went away from that incident, or if he's just unenergetic from the wounds. Either way, the Shinji that I saw being taken care of by Sakura was sarcastic but sincere, and he's acting more like the Shinji that I first met. Saber's not here anymore. After she destroyed the Holy Grail, she left this world as a servant. The moment she destroyed the Holy Grail with her own hands, she must have been released from whatever was binding her. It's frustrating that I didn't get to say goodbye, but I should be glad that she's released from her fixation on the Holy Grail. If I'm able to see her again, I want to thank her as much as I can. And finally, the most important person.
Tosaka.
We get down to the first floor and on our way to the corridor towards the gymnasium. Oh, Mr. President, are you patrolling the building at this time? Or are you taking care of each classroom? I'm getting tired of saying this each time, but you really are diligent. We ran into the one representing the students at the assembly, instead of the student council president, as she comes out of the teacher's office.
I'm also tired of hearing that line. Try guessing something else for once. Or do you keep saying that on purpose?
Issei glares at Tosaka. Of course it was on purpose. What, did you just realize that, Ryudo?
I see. I thought you had a bit more of a sense of humor, but you really are a blockhead.
Oh, wait. I thought you had a bit more of a sense of humor, but you really are a blockhead. I'm sorry. I always used to use the same greeting to show my affection for you, but I guess it was hard for you to understand.
What do you mean by affection? I don't remember you ever showing me affection. Hey, come on, Emiya. We'll be late if we concern ourselves with this vixen.
Issei sure doesn't get along with Tosaka. Well, I feel the same way, so I'm in no position to feel any sympathy. And our eyes meet as I pass by Tosaka. We decided that we'd act normally when there are others around. I naturally ignore Tosaka and follow Issei. However... Good morning, Emiya. I'm glad you seem well this morning, too. I don't know what she didn't like, but she embraces my arm and puts on a big smile. My mind goes blank. We've been seeing each other every day, but this is the first time we've touched each other like this in a month. Tosaka... I desperately try not to blush and resist Tosaka's touch. I'm joking, but it's true that I'm glad, Emiya. Oh, let's go home together once you finish helping out at the student council after the assembly. I'll keep on waiting for you in my classroom. Tosaka puts emphasis on keep on waiting.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Let go of him already!
It has nothing to do with you, Ryudo. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll also be busy since I have to make a speech in place of the student council president. Tosaka leaves with the noisy footsteps of a victor.
What's going on, Emiya? What's your relationship with that vixen?
Well, it's hard to explain. First of all, I think I told you before that we became acquaintances.
That was a month ago. I warned you to do yourself a favor and cut ties with her. Oh, I get it! Does she know your weakness?
Well, I guess you can call it a weakness.
I knew it! Damn it! I
cannot let you go now, Tosuka. Consult me, Emiya. Confess, Emiya. Let's pray that the Buddha will give that vixen her due punishment.
Issei shakes my shoulders. Look at the time, Issei. The assembly is starting. I do not care. It starts with that vixen's speech anyway. It will be mentally good for us to be a little late. The student council president's still shaking my shoulders. Issei's usually calm, but he's a different person when it involves Tosuka. Tosuka must be his natural enemy, but... Sorry, Issei. I feel bad letting you down, but I can't do anything about Tosuka. She'll beat me instead if I go beat her. Do yourself a favor and don't go anywhere near her. That's rare for you to be so negative. Is the weakness that she knows about that bad? Unfortunately, so I'm leaving it to you to deal with Tosuka. I'm sure it'll be a tough fight, but please do your best on my behalf. I see. Alright, don't worry, Emiya. For a better school life, I shall do whatever it takes to reveal Tosuka's true identity and bring about her downfall. That vixen seems to be scheming something with the athletic clubs, but then the student council will be solid as a rock in a year. The real match starts then. The student council president laughs fearlessly. Oh, but Issei, we'll all be graduating in a year. The end of term assembly ends, and the school starts to calmly lose its liveliness. Spring break has started. Most of the students have left with a smile, and the athletic clubs are already starting their training camps today. There aren't that many students left in the building. All the classrooms are empty, and all that's left in the hallway is the redness from the sunset. So, you're finally done, huh? Issei really makes you help until the very end. Sure, that's his way of getting back at me. An empty classroom. Tosuka smiles and says so as soon as she sees me in the 2A classroom, tinted by the sunset. You idiot. It's because you did that ridiculous thing. I would have been released earlier had you not said anything unnecessary. I enter the classroom, complaining. I wonder why I feel so restless in other classrooms, even though they all look the same. What, are you saying it's my fault, Shiro? Half of it is definitely you. Look, you've only ever said that we should act like strangers until... You're the one that said we should act like strangers until we're third years, since it'll be weird if we suddenly get close. So why'd you do such a thing? Today's our last day of being second years, so it should be fine if I get a bit of a head start. First of all, there are other ways to ignore me. Maybe it's fine to do so if we pass by each other during lunch break, but you should have at least acknowledged me, since we were the only ones there. I don't know what she's upset about, but Tosuka complains while looking the other way. Is it because of the classroom during the sunset? That gesture that I'm used to seeing looks so fresh and cute that it makes me admire her. Jeez. Here, I got this, but do you want it? I offer her the orange juice pack that's distributed to students who help clean up. Oh, yeah, I'll take it. Yay, you're thoughtful when it comes to stuff like this. She accepts the juice pack and takes a sip out of the straw. She's sitting by the window. Tosuka's looking down at the campus, as if looking at something bright. I follow her example and look down at the campus while sipping. It must be the track team running. Our athletics department's really lively, even though it's spring break starting tomorrow. Hey, weren't you on the track team before, Emiya? Then, Tosuka suddenly asks me something strange. The track team? No, I was always in the archery club. I see. Well, I guess some people are like that. Seeing the sunset just reminded me. Telling me to forget about it, Tosuka sips on her orange juice. I'll forget it if she tells me to. When she calls me Emiya instead of Shiro, half the time she's making a sarcastic remark, and the other half is when she's saying something important. I'm sure this one was the latter. After a month of her grueling magecraft course, I'm starting to finally notice Tosuka's habits. But time sure does fly by. It's already been a month since the Holy Grail War ended, and but time sure does fly by. It's already been a month since the Holy Grail War ended, and you became my apprentice. At this rate, I'm sure a year will fly by as well. It's been a month since I started learning magecraft from Tosuka in hopes of becoming stronger. I've been putting in hard work and tossed around by Tosuka's malicious nature, so it was a whirlwind, but it went by quickly. The past month seemed long, but felt fast. So then, a year might go by as quick as spring break. A year, huh? We'll be leaving this school by that time. Yeah. Today will be our last time in this classroom, and we'll be in a new classroom starting from April. Just like that, we'll be going to another place a year from now. Tosuka holds her knees and blankly looks out the window, still looking down at the campus. Another place, huh?
I wonder what I'll be doing when I graduate a year from now. No, I don't even have to think about it. What I must do doesn't change. I just need to make my ideal come true, just like he believed. Well, and I have one other goal that's just as big right now, but I don't want to think about it too much since it's irritating. Hey, Emiya, what are you gonna do once you graduate? You gonna succeed your father after all? Well, yeah, but more than succeeding my father. Oh? Who are you trying to look cool for? This is it. In other words, the other goal is to make her admit defeat. It doesn't matter. Anyways, my biggest priority is to become a proper mage, so that's why I became your apprentice. Please look after me for one more year. Oh, you're rather confident. Trying to become a proper mage in just 1 year. I took over the role of mentor, bracing myself for at least 10 years, but you're fine with just 1 more year, huh?
10 years? I appreciate it, but... Oh, no, that's not what I meant. That's a really long way ahead. Wouldn't you get tired too?
Oh, shit. What? Huh? What? What? What the fuck? Why the hell would it be dead? Oh, okay. That's back. That was weird. Huh. That's strange. Okay, well, as soon as I saw people talking about it, I stopped, so... Okay. Strange. Strange and unusual. Well, whatever. Although, yeah, I think now it's behind. Which is also very weird. Well, okay. I guess it'll just be behind, then. I don't really know what to do about that, but I guess we'll just keep going. Sorry if there's a way more sizable delay. Whatever. I don't know.
Would you get tired too?
Not really. Just like your goal is to become a proper mage, my goal is also to make you a proper mage. I have it all planned out in my head, you know? Do you want me to write it out for you?
Oh, that's... I couldn't ask for more, but I guess that's impossible.
You're gonna succeed your father, right? Then that means you're staying in this town after you graduate. It's okay, YouTube lets you fast forward if you're... Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, what about you? Your family supervises Fuyuki, right? Doesn't that mean you can't leave this town either?
Me? I'm going to London once I graduate. I was able to get a recommendation from the Mages Association from this incident, so they're admitting me without any exams.
What? You mean that London? The headquarters of the Mages Association?
Yes. There's a limit to what I can do in Fuyuki, so I'm thinking of studying in the clock tower for about 5 years. I heard my father did the same thing, so isn't it natural to go to the most prestigious educational institution if I want to become a proper mage?
I'm surprised. It's so sudden that my eyes get wide and my head becomes empty. For Tosaka, who's a legitimate mage, that much is natural. I finally realized the difference in our positions that I hadn't thought about until now. London, huh? That's really impressive, right?
I'm not sure about that. It's vexing, but they didn't invite me because they acknowledged my individual powers. I was only invited because of my father's accomplishments, and because I was the last one standing.
She says it casually, but it must be impressive after all. But London, huh? That's indeed a bit too far. And just like my old man who wasn't a part of the Mages Association, I'm also not good with formal stuff like that.
But you also have the qualifications in that case. If I recommend you, I'm sure they'd at least let you take the entrance exam.
But I might be able to move there at least. I can start working more, study English, save up enough for the flight to Britain and about a month's worth of living expenses and find a job over there.
I know you're not enthusiastic since the association is enemy territory for you, but the clock tower has the proper equipment and a great environment for training. Oh, but you have to keep your reality marble a secret, so I guess they'll test your basics. Man, would 1 year be enough? No. Even if I hypothetically rented an apartment there. I don't know what kind of place the clock tower is, but I'm sure Tosaka will get even busier. In that case, I should study on my own and go see her once I become a proper mage. Yeah, that's right. First of all, London isn't even suited for me. I bet I'll faint if I go there, and it's filled with people like Kotomine. Hey, are you listening, Emiya? Huh? Did you say something, Tosaka? Tosaka goes quiet with a clouded expression. Then, as she takes a deep breath with a serious expression, I forgot to mention this, but I'm getting invited. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Wait, what? Oh my god, did it do it again? What the fuck? Oh my god, what the shit? It's going off and on? Jesus Christ, what the hell is happening? That has never happened to me before. What the fuck? I am very confused. Huh. Might have to save good ending for next stream. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's not the weather. There's nothing going on with the weather right now. And it's back again. Okay. My Wi-Fi seems fine. I don't know. It's fucking weird. And my signal doesn't seem bad at all. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is just a YouTube issue or something. I feel like YouTube is fucking up or something because my internet is fine. Like, there's nothing going on with it at all. But yeah, we might have to finish the good ending in the next one if it keeps doing this shit. We'll see. I forgot to mention this, but I'm getting invited as the successor of the Tosaka family. In other words, I'm able to get an actual room to myself as a proper mage. She says something that doesn't make any sense. I'm telling you that they approve of me as a proper mage, so it's natural for me to have an apprentice or two, right? You know, they have factional disputes over there, so they said I'm allowed to take at least one apprentice. Tosaka glances at my face. That means, even if I'm thick-headed, I can at least tell what Tosaka's trying to say. In other words. That's right. Seems like I can at least take one person unconditionally as an assistant. In that case, you won't have to take the exam, and you'll be exempt from any tuition fees. Well, you'll be in a disadvantageous position when you're a student at the association without being a part of it. Color returns to my mind that went white. No, I force color back into it and mobilize it. What Tosaka's saying. I rack my brain and absorb myself into weighing my options that I have a year from now. I must look funny being flustered as Tosaka's giggling. What? I'm not being manipulated by your words. That's all I have to say. I'll be going to London. She looks softly at me. Tosaka looks at me with a mischievous expression. So, what will you do, Shiro? She gently asks me as if seeping through my heart. My face turns red in an instant. Her words and behavior alone blow away my trivial humility and dislike towards the association. This is what I mean by Tosaka knowing my weakness. Falling for her is a weakness that I haven't been able to deal with for a long time. Oh, you're suddenly quiet. Haven't heard your answer yet. She keeps smiling mischievously. She knows what my answer is, yet she pursues and attacks mercilessly. London is honestly too far, but I can't imagine learning magecraft from anyone other than Tosaka. And more than that, I wasn't even thinking of parting with Tosaka. Most of all, I want to be with Tosaka. Jeez, be clear, this is important. You'll become my assistant, but will you come with me? Shut up, idiot. If it's so important, tell me about it in a more appropriate place. I can't answer you when it's so sudden. I don't know what will happen to me if I stay like this, so I look away from Tosaka. I still feel her presence through my back. Tosuka happily watches me sweat. Hey Shiro, what's your answer? A gentle voice like a whisper. I give up. Was it this hard to just reply and nod honestly? But I can't look back at Tosuka unless I say it clearly. Idiot. Don't ask me such an obvious question. I look at Tosuka with just my eyes and tell her my true feelings to the best of my ability. Tosuka's smile widens from just those words. Yeah. Then I look forward to working with you too from now on, Emiya. I'm gonna train you without holding back until you become a proper mage, so brace yourself.
Same here. By the way, I'm taking that seriously. I'm gonna become a proper mage, so you'll have to look after me.
Of course. It's my ambition to turn you into a new man and make you happy. I won't let you give up from just being taken to London.
I don't know where her previous cuteness went. Tosuka says with her confident smile and jumps off of the desk. The sun should set soon. Spring break will end. It'll become April. In another year should pass by quickly. We'll part with the scenery until then. After a year, I'll be spending my last moments of student life with Tosuka like this. Let's go home. We're gonna have a lively dinner at your place tonight. We leave the classroom without any regrets. I hear the liveliness of the athletic clubs from the schoolyard. Their shouts are distant and remind me of a sword fight from some time ago. I can't stay in the same place forever. Tosuka and I will be going to a different place a year from now. It should be a while until I find out whether this is the right choice or not. I recall that red figure just once. Neither this classroom nor the sword fight will change. Everything is the same. An illusion like a miracle that disappears if one turns around. But I can get there if I aim high. I'll definitely catch up to his back with Tosuka's help. So I'll come up with an answer at that time. The sound of swords echoing in the distance. Using that as a guide, I'll eventually reach that place.
Walking with the wind blowing on your face, walking towards the future, busy days with no compass to guide you after traveling to distant exotic countries. You'll return to where you belong, one sunny day. Alrighty, well, I guess since the credits are playing, I'll just let them do that, and we'll use that brief time where it's doing that to test if anything fucky goes on with YouTube, so I'll see you after the credits, hopefully. Fuck. Sorry. Anyway, I was saying what? Huh? What?
What came back to me was a distant memory. It was a sign that he should have forgotten and discarded. Something that should not have returned. The spark from swords clashing. Swords pressing against each other. Dozens of premature and immature attacks and defenses are exchanged. The match couldn't even be called an elegant exchange of swords. It's a clumsy melee of each side denying the other. So how did this once worn-out vow get revived? It's an unbelievable fight between swords. He charges in despite being fully wounded, his fingers broken, limbs ripped, and the boy doesn't even realize it, but his breathing had long since stopped. The speed is insignificant, and the blows he delivers are mediocre. Even though he absorbed his knowledge and reached a point where he could withstand battle, he's back to being as clumsy as he was before. He executes a haphazard, mediocre attack. However, that first blow is heavier than any of the other attacks before. There's no such thing as a hero of justice. Knowing better than anyone else that his ideals are false, he silences that thought. His distorted mind can't bear it and collapses. It's clear to the boy that his own contradictions are going to eat him up. But he shows no indication that he's going to submit. There's no sign of falsehood in him as he wields the blade while his body is torn apart and his mental state dissolves. The intensity of this conflict is incomparable to anything in the past. The boy swings his sword full-heartedly. The two sides struggle. The space is filled with sparks, and anything that tries to intervene is instantly cut to pieces. It is the embodiment of the two parties' minds, which were repelling each other, yet melding together. A decisive blow is struck. It is simply the final spark and ember emitted by a person in their last moments. The boy gasps and nearly falls over with each blow, then steps back and swings his sword again. Seeing that, he is convinced. His enemy doesn't have any strength left. The boy in front of him is on the verge of death, corpse-like. And yet why does the boy continue to wield the sword as if he has infinite strength? He briefly sees a vision. He must have gotten tired of seeing his opponent swing his sword despite knowing that it was pointless. Irritation, the most abhorrent impulses well up within him. What did he feel was beautiful and noble? The boy says he doesn't want to see people die meaninglessly. If it's possible, is there a way to save everybody who's suffering? Of course not. He knows a wish like that's meaningless hypocrisy. The idea that others are more important than oneself is not something that should ever cross one's mind. However, how wonderful would it be to be able to live like that? How great would it be to hold such an ideal like that? He can't hear what his enemy is saying. His enemy's voice is so weak, yet the sword he wields is fierce. Looking closer, the boy's hands gripping the sword have melded with the hilt. He must have done it to secure the sword, but by doing that, he'll directly feel the impact from the sword. The boy's covered with blood, and if he retreats even a step back, he'll fall forward as a corpse. Every attack the boy executes must be equivalent to agony in hell. The boy's voice is inaudible. The boy who's on the brink of death frantically goes up against the obstacle before him. The man does not need to be told what drives the boy to continue moving. It's a bad dream. The man is shown a reflection of his past. The boy continues to swing with his shredded arm. The only thing that can be heard is a strained yell. There were people that could not be saved, and he himself could not be saved. He saw the memories fade away meaninglessly and unjustifiably, and he vowed that he would never let that happen again. There's only one thing that comes to his mind. What he believes. What he believed. An ideal he once swore to never let anyone else have. Even now, he swore he would not let anyone take it away from him. And then, the man realizes there is no end to this repeating conflict. This enemy will not stop. This enemy will not stop on his own. The boy strikes with all his might, but his efforts do not grab the man's attention. The boy's trying to cut down himself. He is the one who is doing the obstructing. The enemy is wielding his sword for what he believes in, for the sake of what he can continue to believe in. Realizing that, the man gnashes his teeth. He sees the boy keep fighting, even if he knows he can't win, even if he knows there's no point. That is exactly the mistake the man once made. But then why?
Why does he keep looking at that boy straight on? The high-pitched sound of metal. The attack finally gets parried. The opponent should never have been able to block the attack, but he repels the man's attack with all his might as if it were natural. The mirror shatters. He's not that strong. He's not at all strong. The way he looks when he fights is ugly, and it's beyond appalling. But that sight, who in this world could laugh and scorn at him for that? He holds his breath. The enemy flicks his sword and resheathes it in a single large stance. This will be the final attack. Will he be able to stand any longer with his wounded body and fading spirit? He will. The boy overcame those extreme limits 10 times already. Then, even if the man prevents this incoming attack, the enemy in front will surely not stop. He wields his sword as he crumbles to the ground, but his eyes, they're looking straight at him. Briefly, he sees a familiar dream. This dream, who thought of it and who passed it down to whom? The boy's voice finally reaches his empty heart. A single scene comes into sight. What an ugly, obsessive, false sense of goodwill. A beautiful, struggling ideal. The final blow comes, but the man does not see the sword that's about to pierce his chest. That is the only thing that motivates the boy. Even if his heart is fake, the beauty of what he believes is real. And that's something that can't be faked. That was the only thing the man could be proud of. The thing that was once his own strength. The boy tries to complain with a crushed throat. He wants everyone to be happy. That's right. There was no way to turn back from the very beginning, because this dream is without a doubt. Countless sins and mistakes were committed by his hands. There was no way to atone for them other than to curse and eliminate himself. His blood-soaked hands were proof that he would never be forgiven. And yet, his gaze is straight. Mistakes and lies. He shakes off everything that pierces him, and he continues to run without stopping. The battle ends in victory. The steel, the pain that pierces his chest will not pardon his sins. To a man who curses himself, salvation will never come, but he gains a small answer. The answer will only last until he fades once again. It's a minute and meaningless one that will be forgotten the next time he is summoned. There's nothing to feel remorse over. It's something that has already been established, something that the boy will spend the rest of his life building. There is only one thing that comes to mind. There is regret. He doesn't know how many times he wished to start over. This conclusion and ending, Emiya will continue to curse it forever. And yet,
I was not wrong.
there's nothing to talk about. The boy will stay, while the man will go. The only thing that remains in memory will be the exchanged blows. The path stretches into the distance. Relying on distant, echoing sounds, the boy heads for the wilderness. Damn. Wow, that was something. That was definitely something. Holy shit. Have you guys noticed any problems between last freeze and now? Go ahead and speak up, because I need to make a judgment call here. No issues since the last one? Okay. Well then, I'm kind of curious. Let me... 1 second. Let's see. Okay, that's actually not really. The good ending is very short, in case you're wondering. That's exactly what I was trying to figure out. So, In that case, if we seem good, then let's just let's fucking do it real quick. The difference is, instead of saying strategize with Tosaka here on day 15, we go to the dojo and check on Saber. So that was the true ending for Unlimited Blade Works. This is the good ending.
Let's go talk to Saber. Even if we defeat Gilgamesh, Saber will be gone once this fight is over. Saber will destroy the Holy Grail with her own hands and release herself from her duty as a servant. When that moment comes, I won't be able to see her anymore. This will be our last conversation. Before we head into our last battle, I want to make sure we've left something tangible behind for the two of us.
Shiro, did something happen to make you come here?
Well, nothing really happened. I just wanted to see your face. Oh, I'm sorry if I'm interfering with something. Maybe you were trying to concentrate before the big fight. What?
No, nothing of the sort. I also wanted to see your face, so I'm happy that you're here. I thought you would have gone to Rin's room for sure.
Why would I go to Tosaka's room? It's not like she called me to her room or anything.
You're right. It seems my assumption was off. Please, forget about what I said. Maybe it was unnecessary, but I just thought that maybe that would be for the best, or something like that.
Saber's acting even more weird. Not sure why, but I feel like her face will get infinitely redder if I leave her be, so I decide to ask. What's wrong, Saber? You're acting weird right now. Did something happen?
Nothing weird happened. I was simply trying to rest up and get ready for the fight ahead of us. I could ask you the same thing. Are you not planning to sleep for a bit and be in the best possible condition before we head to Ryudo Temple?
When she puts it like that, it's really hard to say directly to her face that I just wanted to spend time with her. If I can't say that, I can't really sleep, so I was thinking if I'm up already, I might as well come here and get a cup of tea with you. I mean, Tosaka seems kind of busy anyway. I didn't really think too much and just told her how I felt.
Tea, you said. When we're about to go face the King of Heroes in just a few hours.
Yeah, I figured we're probably both too tense to properly rest. Then spend some time with me, Saber. I'll treat you to the best tea I have.
You're right. I'd be glad to spend some time with you, Shiro.
Then we must strike the iron while it's hot. I head back into the kitchen to brew a pot of the Chinese tea that I bought just for the occasion, thinking I'll treat Saber to it. Then, in the end, we enjoyed the tea together and nothing else happened. We didn't strike up a conversation, not even a short exchange of phrases. We simply sat there and stared at the dojo. It was a short few days, but we've exchanged quality time here. I think this while staring at the wooden floor.
Shiro, you should go find Rin. Knowing her, she's probably already come up with something new.
Yeah, maybe. I'll go if you say so. I stand up and leave the dojo.
Well then, Shiro. See you soon.
Yeah, let me go check up on that angry master of yours. I leave the dojo as Saber says goodbye to me. In the end, that was our last time spent together. Nothing tangible was left behind between us. There were neither promises nor warmth that would sear into my memory. I couldn't create a single sign to remind me that Saber was indeed here. But I have a feeling perhaps that's for the best. Whatever's left behind will eventually end up being a fading memory. That's why I'll make sure to keep the memories of the simple times we've spent together close to my heart. Hey, Tosaka, you awake? I knock at her door.
I'm awake. What about you? You don't need to sleep? Looks like you were spending some quality time with Saber at the dojo.
Oh, I didn't know you were watching us. That makes sense, though. You could see the dojo clearly from your own room. In that case, you should have come to the dojo. If you were awake, the three of us could have had some tea together.
Whatever. I really didn't think that would work out. Anyway, just come in. I was just thinking about going to find you guys to talk about something.
She seems kind of irritated at something. Got it, thanks.
Still wondering what she's thinking, I enter the room and slowly close the door behind me. Aren't you confident? What were you doing with Saber? Whoa. She glares at me as soon as we see each other. Nothing really, we were just drinking tea. We have a big battle coming up, so we wouldn't be sparring. I can't just waste my energy after all. Waste your energy? Of course, you can't really afford to waste your energy. Why'd you get quiet all of a sudden? Tosaka, are you in a really bad mood right now? I already know what she's going to say, but it doesn't hurt to ask. What do you think? Yeah, she'd obviously get... Okay, yeah, I think we're kind of merging with the previous scene here now, aren't we? I think we're actually mad at you. Just sit down already. I think the rest of this is the same, yeah, okay. Well, it's not letting me skip it. Oh, wait, yeah, it is. It's shift, I forgot. Wait, no, that's rewind. What? Shit. Sorry. Huh. For some reason, it's not letting me fast forward through the scene, though. I don't know why. Is it just because of those slight fucking text differences? Well, that's annoying. Hold on. Text fast forward all. We're just gonna temporarily turn this back on. Yes. Yes. Yeah, sure. Just save it there. That works. Yes. 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 Okay. It is a rapid stream of light that eliminates everything. She looks for his figure in the midst of that. The red cloak. The figure of the other knight that she first made a contract with, who fulfilled his duty in the end. I can't tell what it's asking me to skip at this point. Like, hold on. Okay, yeah, so there's this stuff. Sorry for the flashing. I just need to make sure that we're not skipping the new shit. I know he's gonna do his bullshit chain thing, and then I'm gonna say bullshit. I'm not gonna go that easy. Okay, actually, yeah, hold on. It won't skip the new stuff. Let me change the config real quick so that it doesn't skip that, actually. Red text only. Yeah, there we go. See, that's what I was changing. Okay, so all of this is the same. Epilogue. Okay, this is different. Now it's all new. Okay, cool, cool, cool. The morning is near. My eyes are still closed and I'm still only half awake, but I sense that the night has ended. The only thing left is this comfortable listlessness. My hands are so tired that they can't grip a sword, and my body doesn't have an ounce of magical energy left. To be honest, I'm burned out. Oh. But it's not a regretful end. I have a feeling of accomplishment, as I've done everything that I can do. I'm only burned out now. my rested body starting to return to its regular pulse and is ready to welcome another morning. My mind starts to become clear. My once gray mind sways drowsily. I should wake up in a moment. Right before that, I recall him for the last time. His fluttering cloak is no more. That man left, along with the ever-burning sky. He did not turn back nor explain anything. He just leaves behind his back that he's not ashamed of. I follow that path with my eyes. One end. I reach my hand out to the man that went after the same ideal and path. As I've beaten him, I will not run away. I grip my empty fist tightly, as if to tell him that I'll reach him someday. I wake up in the morning sunlight. My body feels slightly heavy and is covered in wounds. This is my room. I look around the room blankly and look at the clock. It's 10 a.m. and the date is February 16th. Whoa, it's been a whole day. I'm surprised, but my mind's objectively calm. After the battle at Ryudo Temple, I must have been carried here after I passed out and slept the whole day. But it's too quiet. Tosaka must have gone home already. Hey, Saber, are you awake? I stop before I finish. There's no way she's awake. No, first of all, there's no way she's here. The Holy Grail doesn't exist anymore. The thing that can keep servants in this world's now gone. Therefore, that blonde girl's no longer in this world anymore. Oh, that's right. I cover both of my eyes with my hands and look up at the ceiling, as if to endure something. The room's dead silent. The winter morning is cold, and the air that I breathe in tightens my lungs. The time seemed both long and short. The events that happened within these 2 weeks, and the traces she left in this room passed by me. We shall talk afterwards. Her saying that and running off was the last I saw of her. Her retreating figure. We knew that we would not meet again, touch each other again, or return with the three of us again. Knowing there was nothing that could be done, we didn't exchange words of farewell. I'm hungry. I stand up. The joints of my body hurt when I move, and I realize that fight wasn't a dream. Ugh, it's cold. The hallway's freezing. The hallway creaks as I quickly make my way towards the living room. Well, I get to the kitchen and put my apron on. I put the frying pan over fire, cut 2 slices of bread, and take out some eggs that are about to expire. I toast the bread and crack open the eggs on the pan. I hear the sweet sound of oil popping as I prepare some plates and make 2 nice sunny-side-up eggs. Alright, perfect. I put the eggs on some white plates and put the toast in the basket. I turn to the living room from the kitchen and... oh, I realize that there's no one else in the living room. I take a deep sigh. The girl that was waiting for breakfast in the living room every morning isn't here anymore. Reality finally hits me. The war has ended. The battle over the Holy Grail has come to an end. How dumb of me to finally realize that now, by experiencing a morning without her. I made too much. I put the frying pan down. My appetite's gone, even though I was hungry. I take my apron off and go past the living room. It's nice outside. I felt like seeing the dojo when where I first talked to her, so I leave behind the breakfast that I made too much of. I step inside the empty dojo. The faint sunlight illuminates the wooden floor. There. Ah! No! An unmistakable figure sits there in a dignified manner. Huh? My eyes widen. Did I time travel back to 2 weeks ago or something? Shiro, are you awake? It seems you're fine now. I thought you would wake up soon since your wounds were small. Shiro, what's wrong? Your mouth has been open for a while. Do you have a wound that's not apparent? Huh? No, that's not it, but... my confusion's dealing more damage than a fatal wound, and it's taking me a lot of time to recover. Saber? Yes? What is it, Shiro? Yeah, you're Saber, right? Saber? It's as you can see. Or do I look like Archer or Lancer to you? Of course not. You don't look like anyone else at all. I shake my head. Yes, of course. You're covered with wounds, but you are Shiro like always. That finally calms my panicked mind down. Well, it's more like my train of thought stopped as I was admiring Saber. Saber? You're really Saber? That's what I'm telling you. Is there something wrong with your eyes, Shiro? Saber reaches out to me. She feels for my eyelids, and she definitely seems real. Her pale fingers gently touch my eyelids, then pull away. There's no doubt about it now. Saber is Saber. She's still here, as always, even though the Holy Grail is gone. I sigh. I let out the air in my chest and... Morning, Saber. Glad to be able to see you again. I tell her the first thing that pops into my head. Good morning, Shiro. I'm also glad to be able to greet you again. She smiles radiantly. She shows no worry that she'll disappear soon. Yeah, but Saber, how are you still here? The Holy Grail doesn't exist anymore, right? Then, I stop myself from saying that servants can't stay in this world. Saber? Shiro, please ask Rin about this matter. She has been waiting for you to notice her. Hearing this, I turn around. Oh. What a response. You're all kind to Saber, but all I get's an O. Tosuka, you were here? I was taking position here since you didn't wake up after that. She glares at me as if to ask, is there a problem? Huh? You mean you were staying at my place? Yeah, I had to treat your wounds and I had to explain to Miss Fujimura and Sakura. I can't leave you and go home by myself. Oh, I see, that's true. Sorry, Tosuka, I caused you trouble again. You don't have to thank me. You're not causing me trouble, and besides, you were the biggest contributor to our victory. Just accept it as a reward. We'll cut you some slack today. She says, looking away. That was so like her that it makes me relieved. Just like Saber and I were safe, Tosuka also got through the war safe. I see. Thank you for everything, Tosuka. A lot happened, but we made it back. I extend my hand to express my gratitude and accomplishment. Well, you're right. We didn't lose anyone, so it was a complete victory. I guess congratulations is the appropriate word to close things off. She shakes my hand, smiling. Tosuka's hand that I held is soft, and it troubles me as it reminds me of that night. But even while blushing, we still confirm each other's existence in each other's hands. So that's fine, but Tosuka, what did you do to Saber? I didn't do anything to her. We just continued our contract, so she is still my familiar. Saber's the strongest familiar, so I can't let her go that easily. Tosuka casually replies. But it's not that simple. Hey, Saber. Saber became a servant in exchange for the Holy Grail. She should be free now that her reward is gone. I see. Do you hear that, Saber? Shiro's saying you should go back already. What? No, of course not! What I'm trying to say is there's no use in keeping Saber as a familiar. There is. Saber can't stay in this world unless she has a contract with a mage now that the Holy Grail is gone. So having her become my familiar is the best way, right? First of all, I'm giving Saber most of my magical energy, so she has to at least do that much in return. The fundamental rule of magecraft's an equivalent exchange. Or what? Are you not happy that Saber stayed? Idiot, of course I'm happy! But isn't it wrong that Saber's still a servant? Besides, are you able to keep Saber in this world even without the Holy Grail? Yes, that's the biggest problem. It's beyond human capabilities to make a heroic spirit into a familiar. Even if Tosuka's a genius mage, it's not possible to support Saber. So there's only one way. Familiars that cannot be supported with magical energy from their contractor have to get magical energy from elsewhere. She'd have to become a vengeful spirit like Ryder and survive by eating the souls of the people in town. Hey, I don't know what you're thinking with that gloomy face, but hear me out. Look, it's difficult to maintain Saber just by myself, but we have one more mage here. If the two of us cooperate, we should be able to keep Saber in this world. What? You mean me? Of course. Who else is there? Well, I'm glad you're counting on me, but that's troubling. I don't know how to make a contract with a familiar, and I can't do anything that skillful. Of course, I already took that into consideration. I'll supply magical energy to Saber by myself, so you just have to support me. It won't be as much as Saber, but I'll be at an inconvenience as well.
I don't know what she's angry about, but Tosuka explains while turning away from me. Putting her attitude aside. What do you mean by support? I address the biggest question I have.
Well, a lot of things. It's not like I have to say each one out loud, right?
I'm sorry, Tosuka, but I just don't get it by a lot of things. Don't be lazy. Explain it to me properly.
It's just stuff, okay? Come on, you should know what I mean, idiot!
Damn, my ears are ringing. What's up with Tosuka yelling like this all of a sudden?
Anyways, I can keep Saber in this world as my familiar. You want Saber to stay here, right? Then you shouldn't have any complaints.
Well, if Saber can stay, then that's more than I can ask for. But that's only if Saber consents to it. It's wrong to keep Saber in this world if she has no business here anymore.
Shiro, do you have something against me staying here?
Saber must have sensed my doubt as she quietly asks. I have no objections. I don't want to object, but this is something I have to ask. Saber, there is no Holy Grail in this town anymore. Your wish won't be granted even if you stay here. Are you fine with that?
Yes, I'm staying in this age out of my own will. I'd like to watch over you until the very end. He said that I'm wrong for that. Please tell me the answer to that someday.
Her voice is calm, but I feel a strong will from it. It's the same as that night. It's the same pure voice that told me of our contract when I first met her. Saber.
Yes, it may be troubling for you, but please forgive me. As compensation, I shall help you just as I have up to now.
I stare back at her. I don't know if I can meet her expectations. But I'm sure I won't stray from the path if she watches over me, no matter what awaits me in the future.
All right. It's fine to stare at each other, but we're not getting anywhere like that.
Tosuka, why the loud voice? You scared me.
It's because you two were flirting. Listen up, let's get back on topic. Saber will form a contract with me, and Shiro will cooperate. If it's an ex post facto approval. But are you two all right with that?
Yeah, I have no complaints if Saber consents to it. But what do you mean by cooperate? I still don't know what I'm supposed to do, so I'm a bit reluctant to agree. I ask, hoping that Saber would agree.
Yes, it would be difficult for Shiro to make a promise he does not know much about. Rin, what do you mean by having Shiro support you?
Saber questions and Rin retreats as if defeated. Good. Even Tosuka would have to give up if a third party gives an objective opinion. Come on, Saber's saying so too, so give me a clear explanation. I pursue her as my chance of victory. However...
Jeez, just be quiet! Saber's mine and you're mine too, so no arguing back to me! Familiars should listen to their master without talking back!
Tosuka's displaying her outrageous dictatorship. Hey, hold on, I'm not yours.
What? Shiro, you made a contract with me! You're like a familiar from the moment you pulled magical energy from me, so I'm allowed to say this much.
I recall that night being pressured with a threatening attitude and freeze up, and I can tell that Tosuka herself...
Crap, I'm saying such a ridiculous thing!
...is also regretting it, and I strangely kind of feel bad.
Well, I did manage to survive using your magical energy, and it's true that I made
I did manage to survive using your magical energy, and it's true that I made a contract with you, so I guess that's one way to put it.
It's true. Anyway, that's it. Our cooperation's still ongoing. By the way, I don't want an amateur as an ally, so I'm going to have you become a proper mage. I'll teach you magecraft, and Saber's going to teach you how to fight. We're going to be hard on you, so brace yourself.
I'm taken aback from the sudden proposal.
Princess Madeline, thank you for becoming a channel member.
That's dependable, but that means, Tosuka, are you going to become my magecraft mentor?
It can't be helped, right? There's no other suitable person. And you're mine, so I can't let someone else do it.
What? That's unfair.
She's going to make me blush if she says that with a flushed face. We're both blushing and become stiff, unsure what to say. I need more training. I can't speak because I'm too conscious of her. And right before Tosuka's about to go on a rampage from too much tension. Rin, if we're done talking, why don't we have breakfast? Saber comes to the rescue. You're right, I'm getting hungry too. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right, Chido? Tosuka's acting awkward. No, I prepared breakfast as soon as I woke up, but I came here before eating, so I haven't eaten yet. I also answer awkwardly. So, what, you have breakfast ready? Yeah, there are 2 servings of toast. Really? Well, that's very thoughtful of you, Shido. Let's hurry to the living room, Saber. Oh. I don't know where that previous awkwardness went, as Tosuka pulls Saber's hand and leaves the dojo. I watch them leave for 10 seconds, dumbfounded. Hey, what are you standing there for, Shido? We can't start eating until we're all there. She calls back to me, still pulling Saber's hand. Tosuka, who fled from the dojo, stopping in the yard and waving to me. Well, she really doesn't waste any time. I've been pulled around plenty already, but I'm sure that'll continue from now on. As long as I'm with her, this is just an everyday thing. You can't keep up with Tosuka unless you're prepared enough. But, well, to put it her way, can't be helped. She was able to make it this far since she's like that, and that's exactly the girl I fell in love with. Come on, hurry! We're gonna start eating without you! Even while saying so, she's standing there and waiting for me. She's always grumpy and cool-headed, but she's really good-natured deep down. Yeah, I'm coming! Hold on! I leave the dojo and follow after the 2. Tosuka's there, and Saber's there. Tosuka's not one to stay put, and Saber has a competitive spirit, so I'm sure they will go anywhere. It's obvious that these hectic days, which would even tire my old man, would continue as long as the 3 of us are together. There was a determined future, and a future that I'm walking towards. Even if the day comes when I'm able to reach the place where he stood, it's possible that there's a different future that awaits me there if there will be bright days like this. The sun's risen already. For the things I can't change by myself, if it's the 2 of us, I think we can change them a little bit. I just have started walking down the path. At my own pace, I'll walk on with my reliable partner. Well, that was a cute alternate ending. I quite liked that. I do kind of have to agree with what was said, back there, that, like, it kind of rubs up against the themes of the route in a way, so I understand why, obviously this is the non-canon one, and the true ending is the true ending. It seems to fit the actual story a lot better than this does. But, I mean, you can't get me to hate the polycule ending, though. It's very cute. And I definitely agree that, like, there should be some, like, slice of life shit based on this. It would be very adorable. So, I have no complaints. Damn, I can't skip this, though. I have to sit through it again. It's interesting, too, that it doesn't have, the pictures flashing by, like, the true ending credits do, which I also guess is kind of a testament to the fact that it's like you're not supposed to consider this one as canon as the other one. Yeah, that's true. The slice of life is just the cooking anime. That's true. Well, we'll finally be able to look at art after this. I apologize that we had to run over so long. But yeah, I definitely really, like, now that we're done with both endings, I can say with absolute confidence, Unlimited Blade Works was fucking awesome. I like Fate Route, don't get me wrong, but, like, I I kind of like it. I kind of like this one more. I mean, granted, my Rin bias is absolutely showing because I just love Rin. She's like my favorite character, and that hasn't changed yet. So that's probably a part of why. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, just like everything, all like the entire arc with Shido and Archer, like it felt like a very natural follow through and conclusion to Shido's arc that was introduced in Fate Route. Like, granted, there was a lot of Shido's arc in Fate Route as well, but it was a little bit more Saber focused. So, you know, the fact that we had gotten through all of Saber's stuff meant that we could sort of give that a backseat and focus on Shido himself a little bit more. And I actually ended up liking Shido a lot more in this route than I did in Fate as well because of that. So I think it did a lot of really good things for his character. Also, I just love Archer too. He's fucking awesome. He's quite the troublesome man, but I still love him. Yeah, I don't know. It just, all of this was really, really good. I very, very much enjoyed it. And I'm very interested to see what is going to happen in the next one. But that's enough of that for now. We're going to look at art now. And then once we're done looking at art, we will wrap up this stream. So yeah, let me just go ahead and pull up art. And I'm also letting you know, just like with last time, there will be a week break now that we've finished a route. So Fate will not be back until December 6th. Or no, not the 6th, the 5th. Sorry. I was looking at my calendar thingy, but it rolled past midnight already. But yeah, December 5th. That is when Heaven's Feel will start. Now, unfortunately, I'm sure there's probably going to be a break in there somewhere because I'm probably going to have to leave for the holidays at one point, and then there'll probably be a gap. So I apologize for that in advance, but unfortunately, that's just how it is in December. That's always how it is in December around here. I can't help it. But anywho, I'm getting art pulled up. Give me just a minute. Aw. Whoop. And got that. Then we have Bird's chart on Tumblr. Then we will look on the Discord real quick. Stream art. There we go. Drag this over here. Okay, there we go. Got that. Okay. That should be everything, I think. Thing is, going back to Fate after reading UBW and HF, you realize that Shido goes more across the whole the novel as a whole rather than exclusively from route beginning to end. Yeah, it's a thing that I like about the ends a lot, is seeing that sort of development of characters in the long run. Anywho. Whoop. There we go. Okay. Philip with the 8. One final super chat for the end of UBW. I adore almost everything about these latter two routes, and I'm so excited to see you go through my favorite route. I'm very excited. Thank you. Anyway, let's get to this. From Dom Pompon on Blue Sky. How bad can I be? Jesus Christ, this is so fucking cursed. It hurts me. And then on the same post, we have I had a really tough week, but at least I got Fate Stay Night on NezumiVA to cheer me up. And then just the Ilya Berserker. Oh! That's literally how I fucking felt during that scene, Jesus Christ. Thank you. We have this from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. Finally got around to drawing Medea. A most tragic existence to the end. Oh, she's so good, though. Looks really good. Man. She almost looks a little cute like that, if you just forget about all of her terrible, terrible crimes. But, yeah, really good job with this. I especially really like the sort of, like, the dark magic there. It's very cool, like, the actual way you did that, with, like, the splotching and everything. The effect is really well done. Very good work, as always, Chiyoko. We have a couple memes from Philip on Blue Sky at Philip Kanzarovsky, bluesky.social. Got 2 memes this week to make up for the missing the last few. The second one is what Fate fans must sound like to people who don't know what they're talking about. This is the first.
My job here is done.
But you didn't do anything. And then, please stop saying dumb things. You're not even making sense.
I just love swords.
Literally. God. Well, moving on over to Tumblr, we have Bird's chart for the end of the route. God, this one did really get complicated, didn't it? The 2 stone lancers. The pact line between Shido and Rin, funny. The X out on Archer. Of course, the X out on Mr. Sasuke Kojiro. The Shiro made of swords. 17 near deaths. God damn. Still, Shinji not dead, somehow. Did not mean to fade him. Oh, well, I mean, you know, just take it as like that's how brittle his poor bones are now that he's nearly died so many times. He's in a transient state. Also, Gil dead. Get fucked, idiot. Yeah, very good, very good. Oh boy. I fear for you for the next one. I truly do. And last but not least, over on the Discord, we have this from Niesna. For the Fate stream, square up, witch, aka I finally had time to catch up to the Fate streams, and I absolutely loved the scene of Rin beating the stuffing out of Castor. Iconic. This one feels stupid without a background, but I had to redraw it from scratch after deleting the original by accident. It's just, yeah, that's just fucking stranglehold, the headlock. It's so good. It's really funny. Oh, God. This is very good. Yeah, fantastic job on this. Get her ass. Seize her. Oh, man. Well, once again, a great stream, a great end to the route. I am very excited about what's to come with the next route. I'm glad that whatever fucking weird problem was going on there got resolved. I don't know why it was doing that, but thankfully it didn't ruin the stream. Yay. Well, anyway, as you might know, like I said before, I will be guesting in a Save Data stream tomorrow, so for Extra Life for Charity, so check that out if you haven't heard of it already. It's going towards a good cause, so obviously there's always room for more help. And as for what we're doing live stream wise here, next week will be a break week for Fate, so there will be nothing on Friday next week, but there will be a stream on Tuesday on the 25th, where we will be finishing up the main game of Ace Attorney 6, Spirit of Justice. It'll be the finale of that game, aside from the DLC, which we will also be doing. But, yeah. Cool things to look forward to. Editing continues on my next video. That's coming along pretty nicely now, so hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer before that's in the bag and ready for you all. And, yeah, I guess I will see you all later. Bye!